It is 9:03 p.m. He just came out to the podium. It is a major update on the Iran conflict, and then I'll have some stuff afterwards. So I'm gonna go ahead and get into it because he's just now coming, and you guys know how I go. I don't like to do it exactly live, just in case. So here we go, guys. We're about 30 seconds behind. Let's go.
Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those four unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing, in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had, flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. And they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight. to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job, every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our drill baby drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we're #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. with our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great, big, beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
All right. Well, that was that. Now I suppose since it's just starting, let's go ahead and go to my regular show, which was you had an Easter luncheon today. Let's just go to that.
How serious they were with the conventional ballistic missiles. They have thousands of them. We've blown most of them up. You notice every week it gets a little less at us. And looking at our allies. We've had some very good allies over there. We've had some very bad allies in NATO. I hope you're all watching that, Scott, because we had some asks. And, you know, we spend trillions of dollars on NATO. And when we need them, which we never do, we didn't need them here either. To be honest, I was really asking because I wanted to see what they do. We didn't need them. We blasted the hell out of them, out of Iran. And the last thing I needed was NATO stepping in our way because they're a paper tiger. But so we didn't need them, but I asked anyway. And they probably think I'm the worst salesman ever. I was the worst. They would have much preferred Franklin Graham or somebody that's a good salesman than Trump, because I'd say, we'd love to have some help. Oh, President, I'm not sure that we could. Oh, that's okay. You don't want to do it? Well, if we, oh, that's okay. You don't have to do it. So he gets off, probably says, man, that was easier than I thought. Then I call up France, Macron, whose wife treats him extremely badly. He's still recovering from the right to the jaw. And I say, Emmanuel, we'd love to have some help in the Gulf, even though we're setting records and knocking out bad people and knocking out ballistic missiles. We'd love to have some help. If you could you please send ships immediately? No. We cannot do that, Donald. We can do that after the war is won. They said, no, I don't need after the war is won, Emmanuel. Many of them said, we'll be there after the war is completed. And so I learned about NATO. NATO won't be there if we ever have the big one. You know what I mean by the big one. We ever have the big one, hopefully we won't. Relationships very good with the big one, better than with NATO. But they won't be there. And we spend billions. You know, we didn't have to go into Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away across the ocean. We helped them. We had a president who's a stupid individual, gave him $350 billion, got nothing for it. Gave him so much money, used so much ammunition. We're making ammunition all over the place because we need it, because he gave so much away to Ukraine. Got nothing for it. And I sell them ammunition. You know, the European Union pays for it. What the hell? They have to do something, right? So they're good for paying for it. But everything we sold, we did. But I just want to tell you, NATO treated us very badly, and you have to remember it, because they'll be treating us badly again if we ever need them. And hopefully we're never going to need them. I don't think we will need them. I don't think they can do very much. I actually asked UK, who should be our best. In fact, the king is coming over here in 2 weeks. He's a nice guy. But they weren't our best. I said, you have 2 old broken down aircraft carriers. You think you could send them over? Oh, I'll have to ask my team. I said, you're the prime minister. You don't have, no. I have to ask my team, President. My team has to meet. We're meeting next week. Oh, next week? But the war already started. Next week, it's not good. The war's going to be over in 3 days. My prediction, it turns out. By the way, do we have the greatest military ever? What? We have this, right? So anyway, so we've knocked them for a loop. I don't know if you saw the explosion the other day. We got the mother load. We hit the mother load like nobody's ever. Did you see that? They thought it was a nuclear weapon, actually. I said, no, we don't use them. We don't want to use them. We have more than anybody else, but we don't want to use them. But this afternoon, I'm delighted to join the countless Christians across the country and around the world as we prepare to celebrate a thing called Happy Easter. Do we have that? Everyone happy? Anybody that doesn't want, hello, darling. Wow, this is a good table. I like that table. You're doing well, right? Okay. I think you should sue them, but you know, I told her, you ought to sue some of these. They're so jealous of Erica. I said, you ought to sue their, I can say you're not allowed to say this. You have to be nicer. Sue their ass off. But I want to thank all of those who are helping us honor Holy Week here. Let me tell you, I hate to say this. There have been more wars over religion than trade and everything else put together. So he's smiling because I had, one nice little statement, then a nice, and you're right, it was sort of ironic, wasn't it? But it is true. Religion's an amazing subject of passion. It's a subject of passion. That's why. But I do want to thank all of those who are helping to honor us and honor Holy Week here at the White House. It's something so incredible happening, and I'm seeing it all over. I used to tell some of you, so I've had such great friends. Ralph knocked on 10 million doors. 10 million, right? 10 million. And knowing Ralph, I thought maybe he was exaggerating a little bit, and I had it checked out. I think it might have been more. You did a hell of a job. And with Charlie, right? What a team. That was an army. You, Charlie, the whole group, unbelievable. Now we got to do it for the midterms. Hate to tell you, otherwise they're going to take it all away. They're going to take the Johnson Act. They'll put it right back on your shoulders. So we got to do it again. But the White House, including Vice President J.D. Vance, I think J.D. is J.D. here? Where is J.D.? J.D. He's lost weight. He got a little thinner, and I'm looking for a heavy set gentleman, and now I find a perfect looking specimen. He's doing a great job, and he's working on the deal, right? How's that moving? Is it okay? The big deal? You see it happening? So if it doesn't happen, I'm blaming J.D. Vance. If it does happen, I'm taking full credit. No, I think it'll be. I think it has to happen. I think they're desperate. Attorney General Pam, my friend, Pam Bondi. Hi, Pam. And we just left the Supreme Court. I didn't realize it's the first time in history that a president went to the Supreme Court. I was really surprised to hear that. And
if you're a man who makes at least $150K a year and you feel self-conscious about your gut sticking out, I'll get you.
Supreme Court's not been acting very well, actually. It was today on birthright citizenship. How did it finish up? Who knows, right? That's the problem. You never know. You know with the Democrats, because the Democrat appointment always votes, no matter what. You can have the greatest case in history. You could have a case where the person you're suing admits they're guilty. And if you're in front of a Democrat judge, she'll overturn that admittance. Now, it's very unfair. And Republicans, judges, and justices, they always want to show that they're independent. I don't care if Trump appointed me. I don't care if he doesn't make any difference to me. I'm voting against him because they want to show their independence. Stupid people. But the Democrats, you can have the greatest case in history, and they'll be voting against you every single time. And then they get upset with you when you complain about it. I get admonished a little bit. There is no Republican judge, and there is no Democrat judge, certain person says. And I say, you've lost all credibility when you say that. It's really pretty tough. So Pam and I were over there with some people, and we watched, and actually nobody knew what the hell was going on. Simple subject. It's, look at the time. It was passed right at the end of the Civil War. It was for the babies of slaves. That's it. It wasn't for billionaire Chinese people who have 57 children that become American citizens. They didn't have that in mind. But, it's hard to explain that to some people. Secretary of Agriculture is doing a great job. Brooke Rollins, thank you very much. Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen, just came onto the thing. So is the job easier than you thought? So I give him the job. He's so honored. He's very successful, made a lot of money. Then he decided to run, and he ran, won in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. I won 77 out of 77 counties. The only one to ever do all 3 times. I don't know why they like me so much in Oklahoma, but they do. And I was with him all the way. And I offered him this job, and he said, such a great honor. I didn't tell him what was going on, though. I didn't tell him that not only did you have a strike, and at the same time, You have the Democrats refusing to pay anybody, right? I said, welcome aboard. Oh, and here's your first assignment. So he said, would you like to have had that decision to make? No, think of it. Somebody leaves a senatorship where he could be there for many, many years, a great position, and he leaves it to take a 3-year job of turmoil because it's good for the country, right? And you're going to do great. And so far, you've done great. He's gone in there and he's really, I think we're pretty well worked out on that situation that we're working on, which will be, if we can do that, it'll be great. But we're fighting people that vote against us 100%. Like, you never get, every once in a while, you get Fetterman. They vote against us 100%. And, you know, when I see Franklin Graham over here, I was going to say something really. I was going to use a filthy, dirty, horrible word. But he wrote me a letter. Became quite a famous letter. And he said, President, he watched me make a speech, and it was great. 40, 50,000 people. He said, it's like Billy Graham. No, I'm not as good as Billy Graham. Nobody's Billy Graham. But I made a good speech. But he wrote me a letter, and I thought it would be a letter that, oh, what a job you did. That was unbelievable. Because, President, please, I love your speaking. I love your stories, but you'll use foul language. And if you didn't use bad words, very bad words, your speeches would be even better. And I sort of said, ooh, that's not what I expected, Jenny. But I never forgot it. And I purposely watch my language, especially when he's in the room. When he's in the room, I watch my language. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner. Thank you, Scott, very much. Good job. And Darth Vader. Where's Darth Vader? Russ, vote. Where's Darth? Hi, Darth Vader. He's looking, he's finding more fraud. You know, if they figured out the fraud, because JD's working on it, JD's either going to be the greatest guy or we're going to hit him hard if he does it, because he's in charge. I put him in charge of fraud. Now, the last time this happened, Sleepy Joe, he put his great vice president in charge of the border. Hopefully, JD will be slightly more active. She never called the Border Patrol. She never made one call in 4 years to the Border Patrol, and she never visited the border. She had no idea where the border was. Other than that, I thought she did a very good job. We had 25 million people pour through our border, and they said, I need legislation to stop it. I said, no, you need a new president. And that's what happened. Now we have nobody coming in. We have 9 months of zero people. And we're getting the bad ones out. But Russ, vote. Thank you, Russ. You got it. We would have a balanced budget. If you could get, JD, if you'd get, how about in Minnesota?
Introducing Iron Beam, a bright choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is...
They come from Somalia, but they come from all over. They're all crooked in Minnesota. The governor's crooked. The attorney general's a crook. He's a thief. Terrible guy. All stupid, crooked people. And they came in from, in this case, Somalia is just terrible. A lot of people say it's the worst country anywhere in the world. They have no money, no nothing. They have no government. They have no police. They just shoot each other all day long. It's just pure bedlam. Probably the worst, most dangerous country. We have some beauties. They go to Minnesota, and they stole $19 billion. $19 billion. And they're low IQ. Generally, I mean, I can generalize. They're low IQ people. They're bad people. They have 94% unemployment. In other words, they don't want to work. You know, get a lot of jobs available, right, with the economy. They don't want to work. Why would they work? And they sold more Mercedes-Benzes than any state in the union, because they come here with no money, and they go out, they love a Mercedes-Benz, and they go out and buy Mercedes-Benzes. And I think you're going to get to the bottom of it real easy, and every one of them should be. And Ilhan Omar, who married her husband, married her brother became her husband. When she has to check a book, she says, any brothers? One. Any husband? One. She checks 2 people. So on top of everything else, she gets a double income tax cut. She's a stone cold crook, and everybody knows it. And the papers, they have one paper out in particular. The guy made a living writing about her, and I spoke to him. He said, but nobody does anything about it, sir. All you have to do is get his writings from the Indianapolis Star or whatever paper he works for. You don't even have to do anything. This guy spent 10 years investigating that crook, and you got to do something about it, or our people are going to get they're already upset. Takes too long. So JD, you go do it, and Russell, you better do it. And I said to Russell, I said, daycare centers, right? So in Minnesota and Los Angeles, they have thousands of them. You'd say, how could you have? They have more daycare centers than they have children. They literally, so they have thousands. So we go and we send inspectors out. Of the 700 that they looked at approximately in Minnesota, there were not one. There was a daycare center. It's homes where they send checks for thousands of dollars. It's bad. And if they ever, and this has been going on for years, if they ever found out, if they ever got, and especially it really, look, in 4 years on autism, okay, children with autism in Minnesota, 4 years ago, Biden's first term, it was less than $1 million was sent out for autism. This last year, it was over $400 million. So what happened? I said, was there an attack of autism? They went from $1 million to 400 plus, and it's pure theft. And I hope we get to, and if we don't get to it with stupid people, because we can balance the budget. We can balance the budget. We can have a surplus if you can stop that. And that doesn't include Medicare, Medicaid. That's even bigger. And it's many states, probably Republican states too, because they're going to see it. And we're not as thievery, but they don't believe in thievery. But when they see the Democrats doing it, and then they have to compete with that. So I can't imagine they're not doing it. I just can't imagine, but maybe they aren't. I don't know. But those Los Angeles is out of control. California, all over California. Maine, who would have thought Maine? Maine's one of the worst. Maine, I think a beautiful Maine, it's one of the worst. And the purpose of me saying that is because I have people in the room that could do something about it. And if they do something, we have a great country, we have a balanced budget, because these are the kind of numbers. And I actually said to them, I said to Russell, don't send any money for daycare, because the United States can't take care of daycare. That has to be up to a state. We can't take care of daycare. We're a big country. We have 50 states. We have all these other people. We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. You got to let a state take care of daycare, and they should pay for it too. They should pay. They have to raise their taxes, but they should pay for it. And we could lower our taxes a little bit to them to make up, but it's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it. We can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country. But all these little things, all these little scams that have taken place, you have to let states take care of them, Russell, and you have to do it. Linda McMahon, she's done such a great job. She's moved education back to the states. And you know what? You need congressional approval. I said, don't worry about it. Just do it.
Feeling lonely and looking for a significant someone, but dating sites don't work for you?
She did it. They're largely back in the States. We have all these buildings empty, education building. Where is Linda? She's not here, right? But I'll tell you, let her know I said it. She's done it. She's a sleeper. She was such a great person when she was at Small Business Kelly. She did a great job. Before Kelly was doing a fantastic job. But Linda was great. And then I said, don't worry about it. Just move it back. And she's moving it back to the States where it belongs. Education belongs in the state where the parents can help and they love their children, as opposed to some bureaucrat sitting in Washington that doesn't know where Iowa is. When you go back, let Iowa run and let all of these states, Indiana, let them run their education, 100%. The only thing we have to do is make sure they're teaching English, okay? Make sure they're teaching a little English. You have a little bit, I mean, literally you could do one office with one person, one desk, and a secretary. I don't mean a secretary of transportation. I mean a secretary, like, an old-fashioned secretary that takes dictation. But that's all you need. So education has been largely sent back to states. It's an incredible thing. You have to do the same thing, Russell. You know, you have to do the same thing. Pastor Paula White and Jenny Korn are two incredible people. Incredible people. And they're from the White House Faith Office, which we never had. We never had a faith office. A lot of people wanted the office they're in, you know. It's very valuable real estate. We're building a valuable piece of real estate right back here. We had a judge, not a good judge, a judge. We had a Trump-hating judge give us things saying, I have to get approval from Congress. You believe it? I'm giving $400 million to build I'm giving with donors $400 million to build a ballroom. And there's the knockout panel right here. If you look back there, if you want to look back there, you'll see the deepest hole you've ever seen. But we are under construction. We're under budget. We're ahead of schedule. And we're building a ballroom anywhere, depending on final details of the marbles we pick and everything else, anywhere from $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes. You know, we can get real expensive, beautiful finishes, or we can use Home Depot tile. It makes about $100 million. It's going to be amazing. But we had a judge that ruled that we had to go back to Congress. In the history of this building, nobody's ever gone back when they build something here. That you don't go back to Congress. But we have a lot. I have a lot of unfriendly judges. Somehow we seem to get by them, but they're not good people. We're also grateful to be joined by Reverend Franklin Graham, who's been a friend of mine for a long time. Thank you, Franklin, very much. Appreciate it. Pastor Marilyn Rivera. Pastor. Hi, Marilyn. Thank you very much. Bishop Robert Barron, who's a fantastic man. Thank you very much. And then we have all of our stalwarts here. I mean, I don't have to name them because I've been naming them now for almost 10 years, right? Long time. But I appreciate it. You guys have been here from the beginning, and we appreciate it very much. It's been amazing. During each day of Holy Week, Christians remember the events of 2,000 years ago that forever changed the world. On Palm Sunday, Jesus entered Jerusalem as crowds welcomed him with praise, honoring him as king. They call me king now. Do you believe it? No king. I'm such a king, I can't get a ballroom approved. It's pretty amazing, right? I'm a king. If I was a king, we'd be doing a lot more. I'm doing a lot, but I could be doing a lot more if I was a king. Yet he had not come to take a throne, but to carry a cross, not only to reign, but to save. And Thursday, the disciples gathered with Jesus as their teacher, stood in fear as he was arrested and betrayed. He was really betrayed. We know the feeling. Many of the people in this room know the feeling. Many of the people in this room went through hell. On Good Friday, the Son of God was nailed to the cross, crucified, and he died for all of us. It was a day of darkness, but it wasn't the end. By any means, it was not the end. On Easter Sunday, the stone was rolled away and the grave was empty. Christians everywhere rejoiced, and we continue to rejoice. Easter is one of the incredible days. It was the miracle in all of history, the resurrection of Jesus Christ. It was the great miracle, I guess, right? He told his followers, I am with you always, even to the end of the age, because of the events of Holy Week 20 centuries ago. People from every nation, language, and background can take on any difficulty, press through any trial, and endure any hardship. With Christ, not one thing can separate humanity from the powers of God's everlasting love. Across the generations, what happened on Easter has inspired his followers to love one another, to forgive, to do works of charity, and build the beautiful churches. And we have some of the most beautiful buildings in the world. To me, churches, I love great architecture, and we have some of the most beautiful churches. Christians have opened schools, ministries, and hospitals on every continent to teach care and heal those in need. And they do it with love, and they do it with great affection. It was Christian devotion that inspired 102 pilgrims to sail on the Mayflower, settle the New World, and lay the foundations for America's motto, in God we trust, and we won't be changing that motto. You know, there are groups of people that motto.
ChatGPT, can I make money on Airbnb with $0?
Yes.
Is unacceptable. We don't deal with them. We cast them aside. There's no talking to these people. They're crazy. It'll never change, ever. If anybody ever let that change, I think they wouldn't be long for the world. I've often said that to be a great nation, you have to have religion. I believe that so strongly. You have to have religion, and you have to have God. That's why this Easter we are bringing back religion to America. When I started, you know, if you think about it, so we went through 4 years of purgatory. I learned a lot, but I learned a lot. So you had 4 years, and you had 4 years. Now you have one. So it's a long time. It's 9 years, 10 years. But I learned a lot, and I've seen it. And if you say, what's been the most growing, you know, we see NVIDIA, we see all of these companies that are doing records because of what we've done, but I think maybe the biggest up is religion, Christianity. It's been amazing. You know, we had, when I first came, one of the first things, we will save Christmas. Because I wasn't told, I saw it all over, but department stores weren't used, they'd have the red wall, but it would never say Merry Christmas. They wouldn't say anything or say Happy New Year, but they never talked about Christmas. And I said, we're going to bring back the word Christmas. So we did. We brought it back. That was the beginning of it. But do you remember that? They refused to say Christmas. Now, woke is gone. You know, it's got to keep it gone. We had woke, we had transgender for everybody. We had men and women's sports. I work with the Olympic Committee to end that. We're not going to have it this Olympics. And you would think that's easy. I say, I would like to talk to you about men and women's sports. Sir, there's nothing much we can do about that. There's a lot you can do about it. Anyway, we met and they agreed to take it out, men and women's sports. So now a young lady in boxing doesn't have to have her face smashed in like in the last Olympics. Remember that? The young, beautiful Italian champion, boxer, female. She got up and she was so excited. And she met a young woman who transitioned from manhood. I'm getting better and better at my description of this because it's a little tough. It doesn't come easily. Things come very easily to me. That one's always a little tough. But he transitioned from manhood to womanhood, and he was a boxer, and he hit her with a left. Do you remember that? Just a left. Now that's a defensive punch. Boom. Then another one. Boom. And she was ready to go. She walked back to the corner. She said, I've never been hit like that. And the corner said, go out. You can beat her. Go out. And they pushed her out. Then she got hit with another, just a jab. And she said, I quit. And that young woman that defeated her went on to win the Olympic gold rather easily, JD. And then you had two people in the ring that were transitioned. I don't know why it was only two. I mean, if I were a coach, I'd have a whole team of them. In fact, I actually said that under that system, I would be one of the greatest coaches in any sport anywhere in the world, in particular basketball. I'd love to have, I'd say remember Walter Still Chamberlain, 7'3", could lift 500 pounds. No, I would have the greatest team. Hello, Robert. I would have the greatest team in history. I would be undefeated for years. But I wouldn't have one. I'd pick 2 or 3, 4, 5. This would be crazy. The greatest are the weightlifting numbers, because you can see it, right? A record that stood for 19 years, 212 pounds. That's a lot. Any woman in here can lift 212? I don't think so. 19 years. And then it happened, a person, young woman, who transitioned to womanhood, broke the record by 111 pounds. So for years, they'd have it at about 212, and they'd put an eighth of an ounce here and an eighth of an ounce. And they couldn't do it. They could not do it. And this guy came in who was a failed man weightlifter in his previous life. He was one of the worst of the men. He was a weightlifter, but he was not a good one. And he became a woman. Lovely event took place. And he was in a competition. And he broke the record. And I'll never forget it because I'm watching this. He's looking like, that's not a lot. Okay.
The franchise partner program was something that was good for me. I had all.
The winner is, and the record still stands. I have a feeling maybe with evolution in 1,000,000 years, a woman will, you need a lot of evolution. You're going to go up by an eighth of an ounce every century. But when you see that, or you see the swimming records where the great women, all-American swimmers are swimming, and they've swum against themselves. You know, it's the pyramid, right? They've swum from the beginning because they were the best from the time they're 6 and 7 and 8, you know. And now, all of a sudden, people that transitioned are allowed to swim. And we had a case with a young woman. She was very badly hurt. She was really horribly hurt. She looked down, and it was a tryout for the Olympics, and she looked down one side, and she saw all her friends that she's been swimming against for 10 years, women, and then she looked down here, and she saw some more friends, and next to her was a woman that was massive. He had a wingspan that was slightly larger than Wilt, the stilt Chamberlain, which was serious, and they got into the pool, and they started swimming, and she was badly injured from windburn because he went by her so fast that she got tremendous burns from the wind as he went by. And then he came in largely ahead. In fact, I think he rested for about 20 minutes while they were swimming. And I said, isn't this ridiculous? Well, one of the greatest ever. They had all of the greatest track and field, not that long ago, last year. And it's these all-day marathons, right? You know, you have to really be in shape. And if you can, you know, take 10 seconds, 5 seconds off, and a man who transitioned came in, and he won by 5 hours and 14 minutes. All top, 5 hours and 14 minutes. And then they say, oh, let's do it. This is Democrats. And they're still fighting for it. And I tell people, don't talk about it. Don't fight it. Just start about 2 weeks before the election talk. Because if they ever change their policy, they stick together, they may be hard to beat. But let them have open borders. Let them have transgender mutilization of our children. They can keep doing that, transgender mutilization of our children. That's what it is. Let them have all of the things like the men playing in women's sport. Let them have, or how about open borders where they allow the world. So you're Christians, but you're very smart and you have great common sense. And our country has come a long way in a short while. You know, I knew we were going to bring it back. And remember, we hit 50,000 on the Dow. And they said I wouldn't be able to do that in my first year. And I did it in my first few months. I mean, we did it early. They actually said it would take probably 4 years, but most likely it would be 5 or 6. And I did it at the end of the first year, actually. And then we had 7,000 on the Standard & Poor's, the S&P. So it was 7,000, and we did that in the first year, too. So we did 50,000 Dow, 50,000 in the Dow was impossible, but tougher was 7,000 on the S&P. Numbers, Robert, that they said were not attainable for years. Did them in the first year. I said, all right, you know, we've done so well. Now it's time to go out and take out these lunatics in Iran that are trying to get a nuclear weapon. We sent in the B-2 bombers. We stopped them with that. But then we really put the clamps on it. We've been doing it. You've been watching that. It's been amazing. Our military is so amazing. I rebuilt the military in my first term. I didn't know I'd use it so much because then you also have Venezuela, which they say was one of the most lethal, incredible attacks in the history of military, period, not just our military. It was a strong country, strong military. If you've ever been to Venezuela, they have soldiers all over. Everybody has a soldier's uniform on. They have tough soldiers. But it was all done in 45 minutes. The entire war was won in 45 minutes. We set a record. That's like a fighter gets knocked out in the first 3 seconds. And now we're working with Venezuela, and we've taken in many times the cost of the attack, many, many times. And we're working with them. It's like a joint venture, and we have tremendous amounts of oil. And we could do that with Iran very easily. We could just take their oil. But, I'm not sure that the people in our country have the patience to do that, which is unfortunate. They want to see it end. If we stayed there, I'd prefer just to take the oil. We could do it so easily. I would prefer that. But people in the country sort of say, just win. You're winning so big. Just win. Come home. And I'm okay with that, too, because we have a lot of oil between Venezuela and our oil. We're controlling now 59% of the oil in the world. And the problem that we have is we really don't need any more oil. It'd be nice to take it, but we don't need it. And we say to Europe and all these countries that do, China gets 90% of its oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and they should be policing their own strait. We shouldn't be policing it for them. We have been for years. And we're getting ready to get out of there. But they should, all the damages, we have done such a job that they're really a very weak country. They've gone from the bully of the Middle East to essentially a weak country. And I say, you guys, why should we? The problem with the strait is they can have one terrorist there with a machine gun someplace, and they'll say, oh, it's not totally clean, So let them do it. Let France do it. They get a lot of oil from the strait.
Hey, if you are a man over 40, you need to know that only 3% of men can actually date women like.
Let the European countries do it. Let South Korea, who is not helpful to us, by the way, let South Korea, we only have 45,000 soldiers in harm's way over there right next to a nuclear force. Let South Korea do it. Let Japan do it. They get 90% of their oil from the strait. Let China do it. Let them all do it. What the hell are we doing it for? All I want to do is make sure they don't ever have a nuclear weapon. And the other thing, this was not part of what I wanted to do, but we've done it, I guess, through sheer force of personality. We have a regime change like nobody thought was possible. They said, what do you mean you have regime change? My friend, great show. I love this guy. He's so nice to me. Every time I watch, and I appreciate, we're not supposed to be seduced that way, right? But I am. When somebody's nice to me, I love that person. Even if they're bad people, I couldn't care less. I'll fight to the end for them. So I appreciate it. But, I want to see no nuclear weapon, but we also won regime change. I said, I spoke with the Washington Post, another beauty that's going down the tubes. But the Washington Post said, what do you mean you have regime change? You didn't have regime change. I said, no. We took out the first regime, 100%. That was Khomeini. And then I said, they all met 88 people, and they were going to pick a new regime. And as they were voting, we took them out. So that was number 2. And now we're dealing with the third group of people, and they're much different. Actually, they're much less radical, and it's a new regime. And they said, we never thought of it that way. We have regime change. We got it by accident. We actually got it by accident because I never liked the idea of, the regime change thing is too complex to put it down on a wish list, because if you don't make it with me, if I don't make it, I end up ahead. He didn't get so I never say I wanted it. So I never talked about regime change, but we got it. But we've done an amazing thing over there. And tonight I'm making a little speech at 9:00. And basically I'm going to tell everybody how great I am. What a great job I've done. What a phenomenal job. What a phenomenal job I've done. But seriously, if you didn't have me, if you had some different type of a president, you wouldn't have Israel. I know you're big Israel fans. Frankly, evangelicals and Christians, I think they like Israel more than Jewish people like Israel, if you want to know the truth. It's really true. I get so many coming up, but I don't know when that started. It did start not thousands of years ago, I can tell you. It started, but the love for Israel is great. You wouldn't have Israel, and you wouldn't have the Middle East either. You would not have, you would have had a nuclear weapon. It started by taking out Soleimani. Then I terminated the Iran nuclear deal that was given to us by Barack Hussein Obama. And then the B-2 bombers, so that stopped it. And then the B-2 bombers, when I came back, I had a 4-year sabbatical. And then I came back and we had this unbelievable attack, but we had the B-2 bombers. They really stopped it. If we didn't hit them with those B-2s, and that was a total obliteration, if we didn't hit them with the B-2s, you would have had a nuclear weapon. And the only question whether or not they would have used it in the first hour or the first day. But they would have used it, and the Middle East would have been gone. So Bible sales are now at the highest number in many decades. Did you know that? Just came out. And church attendance, you know this, among young people nearly doubled compared to 5 years ago, just 5 years ago. And this Easter, many churches are seeing their largest number of conversions in a generation, largest they've seen in many, many years. And much of it has to do with a very good friend of mine, who a person that he loves so much is sitting right here. Charlie Kirk loved that woman right there. And he was so great, you know? He was so great. You know, I have people turn on me a lot. You do too. We all have people that turn. I think a really big turn would be Erica. If Erica said, I'm not with Trump anymore. That would be a big turn, but I don't expect it. Turning point, but I don't expect it. I love that whole group. And the kids are good, right? Are they? Yeah. But she's doing a good job. Gets treated unfairly, but we're all treated. Yeah, we're all treated unfairly. They closed up your churches. You had people that had their services outside during COVID, spread 15 and 20 feet apart, and they were arrested by lunatics, you know? So one of those things. But
Hey, Mike, what is that?
That's Iron Beam, your go-to place for futures trading.
Whoa!
Yeah,
we are very thankful for Charlie and Erica. We're very thankful for, I think, to me, I'm just looking and see, I know almost most of you, and we're very thankful to the people in this room. And May 17th, I'm inviting every American to the National Mall for a day of prayer, praise, and thanksgiving. And as we approach America's 250th anniversary, it's going to be something really special. We have the Olympics. Think of it. We have the Olympics, and we have the World Cup, and we have 250. I tried to take credit for all three of them, and it worked with the Olympics and the World Cup, but they didn't give me credit for 250. They said, you had nothing to do with 250. So I said, all right. But we're going to gather and rededicate ourselves as one nation under God. It's going to be, I think it's going to be great. And in that final spirit of prayer, I'd now like to ask Pastor Paula White, Reverend Franklin Graham, Pastor Marilyn Rivera, and Bishop Robert Barron to lead us in prayer during this Easter season. Thank you very much. And Robert, I think you can come up too, if you don't mind. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up, you two. Come on up. Come. We have some great people in this room. And we're leaving a few out, but it's only because we don't see you. Okay. Sure.
We'll take that. First off, thank you so much, President, and for all the great faith leaders that are here. Happy Easter. This is a very holy week for us, and we're just honored you took your valuable time. For all of our cabinet members and secretaries, we thank you. And most of all, I really feel like the Lord gave me something this morning, and this is family. So I want to thank you very much.
You should have gotten dressed up a little bit.
I know. We were initially having a dinner, so.
It's actually nice.
Thank you, sir. And so I decided to wear it anyway. But the Bible says to give thanks for all things. And as I was praying this morning, the word gratitude just kept coming to me. And so there's so many things I'm grateful for. I'm grateful for salvation and the finished work of Jesus Christ and my family, and the list would go on and on. But as I prayed, it was like the Holy Spirit just zoned me in and said, tell President Trump how thankful you are for him. And I think I'm... And I felt like I was conveying the heart of God for all of us, that we are thankful for the greatest champion of faith that we've ever seen in a president. And we honor you because of your bold, unwavering conviction and stand for religious liberty here in America and around the world. And you recognize the power and the name of Jesus Christ. I remember when we told our first briefing, you can now pray again and worship again. They begin to shout and praise and say, thank you, Lord, and sing in their highest ways for your unwavering recognition that the strength of a nation is through Almighty God. And you have not backed away from any of this. Thank you for allowing me to serve you, to serve people of faith, and to serve the American people. I've heard many people take credit for you being here, or for some of your victories, and for being in the sacred office of the president. But the truth of it is you're here because of God and because of you. And I just wanted to share this thought and pray over President Trump. Jesus taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership, great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed and arrested and falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you. God always had a plan. On the third day, he rose, he defeated evil, he conquered death, hell, and the grave. And because he rose, we all know that we can rise. And sir, because of his resurrection, you rose up. Because he was victorious, you were victorious. And I believe that the Lord said to tell you this, because of his victory, you will be victorious in all you put your hand to. Amen. Because God is with you and God is using you to defeat evil, to restore families, to awaken the church, to harvest the nations, and to bring a worldwide revival. So I'm going to ask something. Would you all stand? And just, if you're comfortable, stretch your hand towards our president.
Hey, would you like your very own Shopify store? We're literally, and completely free, by the way. We are live streaming right now. If you click the...
And even if Reverend Graham, you'd like to lay hands on him, and Pastor Robert, and just come in agreement with me. For 2 Chronicles 7:14 declares, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins and heal their land. So today we humble ourselves and we seek you, Lord Jesus. You declared in Proverbs 14:34 that it said the righteousness exalts a nation. So we declare righteousness over America, and that every decision that is upon President Trump's shoulders, he will make them in your righteousness. We declare Psalm 32:12 that blessed is the nation whose God is Lord. So today we declare that America is blessed, as President Trump has decided to rededicate this nation on May 17th to you, O Lord, So we invoke your name, your power, your mercy, your grace. We prayed James 1:5 over him, that you will always have the wisdom of God all the days of your life. I declare Psalm 91 over you, that you will be satisfied with long life. I declared that everything you touch, you will have the favor of God. According to Luke 2:52, even as Jesus was favored with both God and man, so let it be with President Trump. And I pray over his household and his family. Not only do we secure his life and his calling and his purpose, but that he will have generational blessing over his family. For generation after generation will call upon the name of the Lord and be blessed. We thank you for the gift that you gave us in our president. And everybody said, Amen.
Thank you, everybody.
Let us pray. Father, you tell us in the book of Esther that the Persians, the Iranians, were wanting to kill every Jew, woman, child, and do it all in one day. But you raised up Esther to save the Jewish people. Father, we thank you. Today, the Iranians, the wicked regime of this government, wants to kill every Jew and destroy them with an atomic fire. But you have raised up President Trump. You've raised him up for such a time as this. And Father, we pray that you'll give him victory. Father, we pray for our military, that you'd watch over, protect them. Father, we pray for the people of Iran who want freedom, to be set free from these Islamic lunatics. Father, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, who came to this earth to take our sins, that he died and shed his blood on a cross for our sins, that he was buried. He took our sins to the grave, but you raised him to life. And Father, we thank you and we praise you and we give you the glory. Father, protect President Trump. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day, and we thank you for everybody that's here. We thank you for the joy of Easter that reminds us that hope is alive, that love is true, and that you are still working in our hearts. Lord, we thank you, and we right now pause and think of Jesus' sacrifice, and we thank you for his resurrection power that gives us a new beginning, fresh mercy, and an unshakable faith. Lord, I thank you for our president. Thank you that he acknowledges that we need faith in our homes, faith in schools, at work, and our nation. Bless him, protect them, God, and may all of us work and walk together in unity. May we show your way in everything that we do. May we reflect your goodness, your light, and your love. And we give you honor and praise. Amen.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, Almighty and eternal God, provident Lord of history, we come before you today in an attitude of humble gratitude. We're thankful, Lord, for this opportunity to be together in fellowship, for the faith that unites us, and for the blessings of liberty that we enjoy as Americans. We are grateful above all on this holiest week of the year for the gift of your Son, Jesus Christ, who is the yes to all the promises made to Israel, who is the Lamb standing as though slain, who is the Alpha and the Omega, who is the Lion of Judah, who is the desire of the everlasting hills, and who is the Word made flesh and splendor of the Father. Father, you so loved the world that you sent your only Son, that all who believe in him might not perish but might have eternal life. On Good Friday, you sent him indeed to the very limits of God-forsakenness, that he might gather back to you even those who had wandered furthest away. On the cross, he took upon himself the sins of the world. Injustice, cruelty, hatred, violence, betrayal, denial, that he might swallow them up in the ever greater divine mercy.
If you're still browsing sam.gov for government contract listings and writing manual proposals, listen up. There's a better way to find relevant government contract opportunities for your business. Cletus is an AI platform that learns your business and
on Easter Sunday, Father, you raised him from death, showing your victory over all the powers of darkness. Having met the risen Jesus, St. Paul could therefore say, I am certain that neither death nor life, neither angels nor principalities, neither height nor depth, nor any other creature could ever separate us from the love of God. We bless you, Father, for you've given us the privilege of declaring the kingship of Christ to the world and calling all people to be subject to him. And so, Lord, conform us to Christ, your Son. Clothe us, we pray, with his compassion, his meekness, his love for the poor. And Father, we ask you to bless our country. Make us prosperous and safe, but above all, make us morally upright and order our freedom toward your truth. Bless our troops, especially those who are most directly in harm's way. Protect them, make them righteous warriors. And finally, Father, bless our president. Give him the grace, the courage, the wisdom, and the prudence he needs to perform his duties according to your will. We say with gratitude that we are a nation under God. We acknowledge that in you we live and move and have our being. We know that our freedom and our rights come from you. Continue, therefore, Lord, to shed your grace on us and to hold us all in the palm of your hand. We pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Mr. President, I just came from Venezuela yesterday, and the fire of God's Holy Spirit is being poured out over that country. I bear witness to you, I preached over 10,000 pastors in an arena, and the fire of God fell on that place, I think in large part because the force of evil was displaced in that nation. Your leadership extends beyond what I think you know. Because January 3rd was a pivotal moment for that nation. And there is a fervor and an excitement and a zeal for God there because of the freedom that has been loosed in the country. So that same fire that's there, I'm going to ask that God would pour out that fire over us here in this nation. So join me as I pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for resurrection power. We thank you for the anointing of your Holy Spirit with authority that's over this place and over this house and over this leader. We pray for an increase of the ministry of your Holy Spirit here in all of us. That the fire of your Spirit would rest over us this season in a new way. In Jesus' holy name, amen.
Let's pray. Father, what a great privilege and honor it is. What a blessing it is to be Americans, to be chosen to live in this place in this time. And what a special blessing, Lord, it is to be here in the White House, the home of our president, and celebrate the resurrection of our Lord and Savior, the King of Kings, Jesus Christ. What a blessing. What a blessing it is to have this man as the leader not only of our nation, but of the world. God, thank you. Thank you for causing him to turn his head at just the right moment. In July of 2024 in a field in Butler, Pennsylvania, and spare his life by your hand. Thank you that just weeks later, you caused an agent to see the barrel of a rifle at his own golf club, Lord, and you spared his life again. Thank you, Father, that you had mercy on our nation and gave him the victory in November of 2024. We don't even want to think about where we'd be. And I pray, God, that you would make him aware and cognizant in the deepest core of his being that you spared his life, that you put him in this office, and that you will give him victory and triumph in these battles that he is fighting. We pray particularly, Lord, that you would give him wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and discernment of a heavenly origin in this battle with Iran. I pray that peace would come to the Middle East. I pray that the Jews and Israel would be safe. I pray that this evil regime would be taken down and they'd never be able to obtain the most dangerous weapons the world has ever known. And finally, Lord, we pray for the president and for this nation that the truth of the resurrection power of what Jesus did at Calvary would be a reality in their lives and in the life of our nation. And it's in his name and for his glory that we ask it. Amen.
If you're a man who makes at least 150K a year and you feel self-conscious about your gut sticking out, I'll get you shredded or you won't pay a dime. I'm talking Chris Hemsworth's Thor or Brad Pitt in Fight Club level of ripped.
I remember so well, January of 20.
Here's now the UK Prime Minister speaking today on the Iran war. So far, this is just, in my opinion, a celebration of Easter.
Good morning. The conflict in the Middle East has now entered a second month. And while we're working at pace for de-escalation and peace, it is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future of our country. So today, I want to reassure the British people that no matter how fierce this storm, we are well placed to weather it, and that we have a long-term plan to emerge from it a stronger and more secure nation. First, let me say once again, this is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest. And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us. The Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor have met their counterparts in the G7. The Defence Secretary has been in the Middle East speaking to our partners. And the UK has now brought together 35 nations around our statement of intent to push as one for maritime security across the Gulf. And today I can announce that later this week, the Foreign Secretary will host a meeting that brings those nations together for the first time, where we will assess all viable diplomatic and political measures that we can take to restore freedom of navigation, guarantee the safety of trapped ships and seafarers, and resume the movement of vital commodities. Following that meeting, we will also convene our military planners to look at how we can marshal our capabilities and make the strait accessible and safe after the fighting has stopped. Because I do have to level with people on this. This will not be easy. I spoke with relevant business leaders in shipping, finance, insurance, and energy supply in Downing Street on Monday. And they were clear with me, the primary challenge they face is not one of insurance, but one of safety and security of passage. So the fact is, we need all of this together. A united front of military strength and diplomatic activity, partnership with industry, so they too can mobilize once the fighting has stopped. And above all, clear and calm leadership. That is what this country is ready to provide. Because my guide from the start of this conflict has always been the British national interest. And freedom of navigation in the Middle East is in the British national interest. Let me turn now to the impact at home, because I know that this is causing huge concern. People turn on their television, they look at their screens, they say explosions, infrastructure blown up, aggressive rhetoric. They worry that the UK will be dragged into this. We won't. But I also know that people have a deep sense that this will affect their family and their household. They can see it at the petrol pumps, and they worry about their energy bills. It is the job of government to meet these moments, not just with immediate action, but also with clarity about our direction. That's what I remember about the 1970s, when my family could not pay every bill. We struggled through the energy shocks and the price rises of that decade. But we always believed in the end that Britain would secure a better future for us. And I think that's what's been lacking in the crises of recent years. And I'm not prepared to ask the British people once again to go through a crisis, come out of it, and say, business as usual, back to the status quo. So on our economy, on our energy, and on our defence, this time will be different. We will make Britain a fairer and more secure country, because that hope is what is needed as the country comes together, and because how we emerge from this crisis will define us for a generation. So, as I set out a few weeks ago, we have a 5-point plan for the immediate crisis. We're cutting energy bills by over £100 per household today. We've extended the cut in fuel duty until September, and we're monitoring that situation daily. We're supporting people exposed to heating oil rises, setting aside £53 million for that. We're taking back control of our energy security by investing in clean British energy, because that is the only way we get your bills off the roller coaster that is controlled by Putin and the Iranian regime. And frankly, I'm sick and tired of your energy bills fluctuating up and down because we're on the international market, when if we took control of our energy and had homegrown renewables, we could stabilize your bills. And finally, as I say, we'll continue to push for de-escalation in the Middle East. But look, there's also a bigger argument here, because every one of these measures is part of a long-term plan to make our country more secure and more resilient to shocks like this. I mean, just look at what's happening today. Today, your energy bills will be cut because of the action that we took at the budget. And whatever happens in Iran, that price is now fixed until July. Today, if you need a prescription, instead of rising as they used to, the price will be frozen for a year. Today, if you're working on the national living wage, your wages will go up. Next week, on Monday, the state pension will go up. Next week, the 2-child limit will be scrapped, lifting 450,000 children out of poverty, the vast majority from working households. And next week, the biggest strengthening of workers' rights in a generation will become law, a huge boost to the economic security of working people. Now, some people may say this isn't new, this was already planned, to which I say, yes, that is my point. Everything I've done in politics, certainly since the Ukraine war in 2022, is a response to this new and dangerous world. We campaigned for a windfall tax on oil and gas companies, which we extended. We focused on the cost of living, and we acted at the budget. And we've always emphasised the need for clean British energy. And we've invested because we knew that making our country secure in this world was the ultimate test that we would face and our ultimate responsibility to the British people. Now, it's not going to be easy, clearly. And in the coming weeks, as you would expect, we will continue to assess the economic effects. We will continue to stand up for the British national interest. And we will continue to do what we must to guide our country calmly through this storm. However, it is increasingly clear that as the world continues down this volatile path, our long-term national interest requires closer partnership with our allies in Europe and with the European Union. Now we have made progress on this front, on agriculture, electricity, emissions trading, and more. But as the Chancellor has rightly pointed out, Brexit did deep damage to our economy, and the opportunities to strengthen our security and cut the cost of living are simply too big to ignore. So in the coming weeks, we will announce a new summit with our EU partners. And I can tell you that at that summit, the UK will not just ratify existing commitments made at last year's summit. We want to be more ambitious. Closer economic cooperation, closer security cooperation, a partnership that recognises our shared values, our shared interests, and our shared future. A partnership for the dangerous world that we must navigate together.
ChatGPT, can I make money online with $0?
Yes, you. A world where this government will be guided at all times by the interests of the British people. Thank you. I will now take questions, and I have the BBC first. Henry.
Thank you, Prime Minister. As it stands, fuel duty is set to go up in September. You've said that's under review. I think today you said you were monitoring it. It is very hard to find anyone here in Westminster who seriously believes that you are going to press ahead with that. So if today was about reassurance, why don't you just give motorists that little bit of reassurance now and tell them it's not going to go up?
Well, fuel duty is set until September, as you rightly say, in terms of the cut. That will remain the position. The other measures that we're taking today, obviously energy bills are going down today on average by £100 a household, and that will remain down until the end of June, whatever happens in the conflict. And I know people are concerned to know that that remains the case, whatever happens in the conflict. So let me be clear about that. And those that are heating their homes with oil are obviously getting support. We are keeping this under review. Obviously, a lot will depend on how long the conflict goes on, how quickly the Strait of Hormuz can be opened. And that's why I've made the statement I have today about the next step that we're taking, particularly on the Strait of Hormuz, which will be crucial in terms of what actually happens to energy prices and how long there's a spike in those prices. So that's the action that we're taking today. I've got ITV, Harry. Harry.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Harry Houghton from ITV News. President Trump has said this morning that he's considering pulling the US out of NATO. You've just talked about looking at a new long-term partnership with the EU, including on security. Is this an acknowledgement that Britain's long-term security relationship with the United States is about to change?
Well, let me say a number of things in response to that. Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, but I'm equally clear that when it comes to defence and security, and our economic future, we have to have closer ties with Europe. That's why we had the summit last year. This year, as I've just announced, there'll be a further summit. We will make good on the commitments that we put in place last year, but we will also go further in relation to the alignment. Thank you very much, Harry. I've got Lucy from Sky. Lucy.
Thank you. Prime Minister, you're talking here, of course, today about the cost of living. You said yourself, nothing in this speech is new. You've got the Australian Prime Minister earlier talking about slashing tax on petrol and diesel, telling people not to use more than they need. Can you be really clear to people at home listening to this? Should they be looking at changing their behaviours now? Well,
In terms of the situation, we're monitoring it carefully. We had a Cobra meeting looking at the ongoing impacts here in Britain yesterday. That is being monitored daily. I had the business sector in on Monday to discuss with them. This was shipping, finance, insurance, to discuss with them mainly how we deal with the Strait of Hormuz, how quickly we can get action there to get the supply open or fully open. And that is what we are doing. They're decisions that we think are right here, and we will continue to do that. But I emphasize, again, it's clear to me that the main determinant now of the impact is going to be how long the conflict goes on, and the question of how quickly we can get safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. And the two don't necessarily go together. In other words, I don't think it can necessarily be assumed that a de-escalation of the conflict necessarily at the same time brings the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's why we're moving to the next level of planning in relation to the Strait of Hormuz. We've been dealing with this for some time, but now we move to the next stage with the Foreign Secretary meeting coming up later this week, the first time we've convened that coalition, if you like, of countries to look at diplomatic means, political means, and then the military planners coming together at a separate meeting to look at capabilities. Thank you very much, Andy. And I should say, Andy, congratulations to your daughter on the gold medal, I think, that she's just got.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, actually following on partly from Lucy's question, I mean, in other parts of the world, there is much more of a sense of leaders preparing their populations to say, this is hard, you may have to do things differently. Yet from your government so far, we've heard behave as normal, even book your summer holidays as normal. Isn't it time maybe to address the British people and say, perhaps we have to start thinking about our behaviour in a different way?
Well, a number of points in response to that. Firstly, there are a number of measures we're taking. The direct measures in relation to energy price, the support for oil, fuel duty, the wider measures, most of which come in either today or this week on the cost of living, which are not a response to this particular conflict, but are a response to the fact that the cost of living has been the number one issue in our country for a very long time. I'm conscious that whatever's going on in the world, whatever's going on in politics, that remains the number one issue. In relation to the situation, we are monitoring it very carefully on a daily basis. And our assessment looks at supply, looks at the impact on our economy, and we'll keep the measures we've got in place at the moment. I'm absolutely convinced that the most important thing is de-escalation. The most important thing is getting the Strait of Hormuz back fully open, and that's why we're putting a lot of effort into the next stage of that and really pushing forward. And as I've said, we're prepared to take a sort of leadership role in that as the United Kingdom in relation to the Straits of Hormuz. Thank you, Andy. I've got Paul for Channel 4. Paul.
The Borg found new ground to assimilate.
Morning, Prime Minister. Look, most of the measures you're talking about were already in place before this war kicked off. So far, you seem reluctant to talk about specifics for help because of this war. And the criticism is that you've been dithering. So have you been dithering, or yes or no, do you have in mind a fixed set of plans for the hardest hit by the cost of living crisis caused by this war? And if so, when can we expect to hear them? What are the key indicators that will make you say, this is what we've got planned for you?
Yeah, let me just answer that. Firstly, a lot of the measures on the cost of living were measures that were taken at the budget last year. So we were ahead of this. Most people will be watching on their screens, worried about the damage they're seeing, the explosions they're seeing, the conflict, but they will also have this deep feeling inside, this could affect me. And what they mean by that is it could have an effect on the cost of living. We've been saying the cost of living is the single number one issue for a very long time. So it's not a coincidence that the measures coming into force today are on the cost of living, because I've been clear that that is the central issue. And that is I think for most people in the country, that's the thing they're probably worrying most about today. So we're actually ahead of the game in relation to that, because we took those measures at the budget. The only reason energy bills are coming down today by an average of £100 is because of the measures that we took at the budget, and they'll be down for 3 months. So those measures have been taken. In relation to what might be needed later in the year, obviously we're working through contingencies. A lot of it will depend on how long the conflict goes on, how quickly the straits are open, because it's very difficult to assess at the moment what might be needed, say, in the winter, until we know the answer to that question. So we're looking at a number of contingencies, as you would expect. I think it's important to point out that whilst there will always be a concern about energy bills, I think people will begin to really worry when it gets to the autumn energy bill, because the summer bill, which is the next one, tends to be, on average, about 7% of the energy people use. It doesn't mean they're not worried about it, but I think most people will be looking to what's the one that comes when it gets colder later in the year. So we're working across all of that. But in the end, the focus has to be on de-escalation and getting the strait open. And that begins to answer the question of what is the nature of any support that may be needed. Clearly, we want to make sure that we act for everybody in keeping the price down, the cost down. And today's measure on energy bills is a measure for everyone. But equally, in terms of tailoring support, we need to make sure that nobody is left behind here. Thank you very much, Paul. Natasha from LBC. Natasha.
Natasha Clark from LBC. The head of the House Oversight Committee, which is investigating the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, has called on the King to meet those victims. Do you think there is a moral case for doing so? And if I may, you've obviously outlined today on the cost of living all of what you're doing, which I'm sure listeners will welcome. But just 10% of the public think that the government is doing well. Why do you think that might be?
Well, let me deal with the important point you make at the end there, because one of the things that's really important for me to get across to the public is that their bills are coming down by £100 on average, and they're staying down until the end of June, whatever happens in the conflict. And I repeat that for a reason, and that is because I'm not sure everybody has heard that. It is really important for them to hear it. And I want as many people as possible to know that that's the case, because I know they're going to be anxious. And when I have said it to people, there's been the secondary question is that actually going to hold even if the conflict goes on? And the answer to that question is yes. So my job is to make sure that I get that across to the public, because that is the measure that comes into effect today. In relation to the King, I think it's important to appreciate this is part of the 250 celebrations that are in place. So it's a long planned visit, and the US and UK are close allies, have been for a very, very long time. But this is a visit that, as I say, has been long planned and is part of the 250 celebrations. That's where the focus of the visit will be. Thank you very much. Gabriel Nussbaum, please.
Hi, good morning, Prime Minister. I'd like to zoom out a little bit to the wider elements of the cost of living crisis, specifically the one affecting the young generation, who were simply told, go to university, get a job, buy a house. We see today houses on average 8 times salary, student loans, very relevant at the moment. Jobs are either unavailable for young people, or if they are, there's no security. The pension system compared to previous generations is completely different. Salaries not keeping up with the cost of living crisis, and childcare costs through the roof, putting people off or delaying starting families. I'd love to ask you to share a message to this young generation, perhaps more to look at an element of hope and confidence looking forward to the future.
Yeah, well, let me give that, and let me tell our young people we've got their back. And all of the points you raise are really important, whether it's home ownership, where the average age of home ownership has gone up because of the inaction of the last government. That's why we're building more homes. On childcare, childcare is now free from 9 months to 4 years, makes a huge difference for young people with young children. in terms of the money it saves them, their ability to get back to work. And on that question of getting into work, we're putting in place what we call a youth guarantee, which is a strong support from the government to help people into work and support them into work, because all the evidence is if they are able to get into work, even for a relatively short period, the likelihood is that they will then go on from there with a secure job into the future. So all of those measures are in place, but it's really important you highlight the impact on young people who I think will feel that they've been let down over the last decade and a half, and we need to put that right. Thank you very much. I've got Jessica from The Guardian. Jessica.
Morning, Prime Minister. I wanted to pick up some of what you said about close relationships with Europe. Do you believe, you said before that you don't think it's right for the UK to rejoin the customs union. Are we heading towards more of a rejoining of the single market? Is that something you think would improve Britain's economic future?
Well, I do think that we should strengthen our cooperation on defence, security, energy, emissions and the economy. And on the economy, the steps we've taken so far have been in relation to the single market. And I'm ambitious that we can do more in relation to the single market, because I think that's hugely in our economic interests. Obviously, this is a matter of negotiation and discussion with the EU, but the summit we have this year will not just be a stocktake summit where we look at actually the 10 strands that we put in place last year. It will be a deliberate ambition on our part to go further than that and to cooperate more deeply, including in the economic sphere. So thank you, Jessica. I've got Jack from The Sun. Jack.
Hi, Prime Minister. Jack Elson from The Sun. Can I just pick up on that point? Do your manifesto commitments not to rejoin the customs union, free movement or single market still stand? And you previously said from this podium that you wouldn't be forced to choose between tethering Britain closer to either Europe or America, but it does seem that you are engaging with close negotiations with Europe and you have a deteriorating personal relationship with Donald Trump. So is it fair that you are actually choosing Europe over America?
Well, manifesto commitments remain, but we made it clear in the manifesto that we wanted a closer relationship with Europe. So that is perfectly consistent with our manifesto. I'm not going to choose because I think it's in our interest to have a strong relationship with the US and with Europe. But I do think that when it comes to defence and security, energy, emissions and the economy, we need a stronger relationship with Europe. I actually think that will help strengthen our relationship with the US, because successive presidents have said that Europe needs to do more on their defence and security. I've long argued that with European colleagues, that we should be doing more. And that's not just, for example, on defence spend, although it is on defence spend, it's also on how we spend, how we collaborate, cooperate. And that's why I've focused on deals, for example, that we've done with Norway in relation to frigates. Really good deal, very good for trade, very good for jobs in the Clyde, but really importantly, interoperability of the frigates. We can have our crews on their frigates, they can have their crews on our frigates. That to me is the future of a stronger European defence, which is bringing together the capability that we've had. So we don't just get each country developing its own capability. It's an ongoing discussion. I spoke at the Munich conference about it. I spoke at the Jeff meeting about it last week in Finland, that we have to go beyond just a numbers game. And be much more integrated in the way that we work on defence and security. Thank you, Jack. And I've got Joe from Bloomberg. Joe.
President Trump said yesterday that he wouldn't come to the aid of the UK anymore in his Truth Social post. How seriously do you take that threat from our main ally?
Well, it's very important that we're clear. There's been a good deal of pressure on me to change my position in relation to joining the war. And I'm not going to change my position on the war. So whatever the pressure, whatever the noise, I'm the British Prime Minister and I have to act in our national interests. I should say that on defence and security and intelligence, we're obviously working closely with the US, as we always do. And in relation to the planning on the Strait of Hormuz, of course, that involves talking to the Americans as well. So, as I say, whatever the pressure, whatever the noise, my job is, as British Prime Minister, to concentrate on what's in the British national interest. That's what's guided me through this conflict so far. It will continue to guide me as we go forward. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
two countries. That's the focus of tonight's thing.
I know some conservatives are worried that we've gotten off track. They're fretting about Iran. They wonder what happened to America first. Social media is hyping conservative infighting, fears of a midterm wipeout. So some of you may be thinking, what was it all for? Look, I'm not underestimating your concerns. I share some of them. Trump is taking some big risks, but with big risks come great rewards. Eliminating the Iranian threat is a gift to future generations. But in the meantime, look, we'll see how it all works out. But in the meantime, I'm choosing not to panic. After all, no one on God's green earth has a better political sense than Donald Trump. He didn't become president of the United States twice and come this far to blow it all on a lark. So why not take a deep breath, step back, and reframe our thinking? Now, right now, no Western country is freer or more prosperous or has a brighter future than the United States. And for that, you can thank the policies of Donald J. Trump. Now, for simplicity's sake, let's compare ourselves to our neighbor to our north, Canada. In 2015, they got Justin Trudeau's version of progressive governance, and we got Trump's populism. And even with the Biden interregnum, America has surged past them. Start with income. Americans are dramatically wealthier than Canadians, and the gap, that's only widening. Even Canada's own press has to admit that Canada, on average, is poorer than, wait for it, Alabama. Well, they're not tied with Alabama, they're behind Alabama. Same population as Alberta, but lower unemployment, stronger industry, and more production in Alabama. Today, we learned that Mercedes-Benz is investing $4 billion in the state, with more than $7 billion planned across U.S. operations. Wow. So Canada's losing jobs to the deep south of America, the same deep south, by the way, that snooty Canadian elites love to look down on. And Canada's response is apparently to sell out to the communist Chinese. They're opening their automobile market to Chinese EVs at preferential rates. What could go wrong? Canada has gone from declaring China as their biggest security threat to this.
Ironbeam is an industry-leading broker catering to traders worldwide with 24-hour life support.
I believe the progress that we have made in the partnership sets us up well for the new world order.
New world order. It's the worst. So this is kind of Carney's way of sticking his finger in Trump's eye.
Canada doesn't live because of the United States. Canada thrives because we are Canadian. The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over.
This is suicidal. Now, imagine thinking that your economic lifeline would come from a communist regime. At what price, Mark? But Canada also has a literal death wish. They're killing off their undesirables. Of course, they're not alone in the euthanasia market. Spain should be ashamed of itself as well. These are not policies, by the way, of a hopeful, culturally vibrant, spiritually intact society. Of course, if you disagree with any of this, you think it's demonic, you better watch your step, though, because you might find yourself at odds with the Canadian Human Rights Commission. Remember how Pretty Boy Trudeau treated the Canadian truckers? They were punished for their activism until a court stepped in and reversed Trudeau's harsh move as illegal. And while we all laugh at the silly land acknowledgements in the United States, I'm standing on stolen land kind of thing, in Canada, it's become so important to them that they're even talking like the King of England did, well, when he was speaking to Parliament.
I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. This land acknowledgement is a recognition of shared history as a nation.
But those land acknowledgements aren't just virtue signaling. It could turn into land seizures. Canada is signing an agreement with a Musqueam Indian band recognizing their territorial rights. One law professor is telling the CBC News that this doesn't involve the transfer of private property. People in Canada are on edge big time that eventually it's going to come to that. I wouldn't doubt it for a second. Conservative leader John Rustad shared this letter on X that was reportedly sent from the mayor to the homeowners in Richmond, British Columbia. It says that your property is located within the claim area. The court has declared Aboriginal title to your property, which may compromise the status and validity of your ownership. Yeah. Think about that next time you hear Democrats doing their own land acknowledgments. And on the immigration front, their problem is even worse than ours. Populations are rising faster than housing supply. Costs are going up. Systems are under strain. Now a major province is considering separation. That's how well things are going up north. But heck, at least their progressives have their priorities straight. What happens, by the way, when an actual woman cuts in line ahead of a fake trans woman at one of their conferences? Well, they throw down their gender equity cards.
I was standing here with my gender equity card before you called on the previous speaker. That's my point of privilege.
This card was used in an inappropriate manner. And while we in turn...
It's crazy. But you could actually imagine that happening, right? In Mamdani's New York or Karen Bass's LA. After all, they're much closer to Toronto than Trump. And the results? Look at this headline from today. New York City job growth stalls as migrant influx continues. Or how about this one? LA County leads nation in population loss as California growth continues to stall. Yikes. But still, red state America, it's going in the right direction. Texas, Alabama, Tennessee, Mississippi, Florida, South Dakota all have expanding industries and are all attracting new residents and new investment. Again, thanks to President Trump's trade deals, investment is soaring in places where investment is welcomed. So, look, while we conservatives, we don't have everything we want, we've accomplished a lot. We stopped the trans invasion into girls' sports, which a few years ago seemed impossible. Abortion is no longer a constitutional right. Roe was overturned after 50 years. That's thanks to President Trump's court picks. So in sum, enough of the pessimism. I can't take it anymore. If you love freedom, if you love opportunity, the American way is the only way forward. So pray for victory in Iran, pray for our military, pray for peace and healing everywhere. And that's the angle.
Hey, it's Ashley with 4 Patriots. We're in a bit of trouble. To put it plainly, we need to clear out some space in our warehouse.
If you live anywhere here in the red circled area and you have an old, struggling air conditioning or heating system,
YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis, you will not.
What's up, everybody? Hit the like, share, subscribe. You know what's funny is I'm not gonna lie, I did not know I wasn't muted the whole time. That's probably could be a reason why my sound, dang. All right, here we go. Hit the like, share, sub. Hope everybody's doing well. And no, the question in the poll is not, do you support Trump? It's, do you support?
The Borg found new ground to assimilate.
Direction. No food. Just a deserted island. I can't come.
Challenge yourself to be the best at Texas Hold'em. Take a seat at the table and compete against the best.
The franchise partner program was something that was good for me. I had always.
The president posted this morning about, his threat that on leaving Iran, he said we might be blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Harg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. Under international law, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally prohibited. Why is the president threatening what would amount to potentially a war crime with the U.S. military? And how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. does not target civilians?
Look, the president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the statement that you just read, that their best move is to make a deal, or else the United States Armed Forces has capabilities beyond their wildest imagination, and the president is not afraid to use them. That's not what I said, Garrett. And you're saying the word potential for a reason, because I'm sure some experts are telling you that in your ear to try to ask me that question. Of course, this expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the administration.
The White House also weighing in on the conflict with Iran, saying America's military is on standby to provide President Trump with every available option as he threatens to take out Iran's oil infrastructure if a deal is not reached soon. Let's bring in retired Vice Admiral Robert Harward, former deputy commander of CENTCOM and a fellow at the Jewish Institute for National Security of America. Welcome to you, sir. Thank you for being here. We got an update from the White House just a few moments ago, and it does appear that the White House, President Trump, is still on this 4 to 6 week time frame. She said, we're 30 days in, do the math, but he stands by. He does believe he's going to get a deal with Iran before that April deadline.
Well, it's clear the Iranians are starting to worry. They're agreeing to some of the proposals, some of the objectives that the administration have identified. But
sirens going off, some activity is happening. We're getting Jonathan Hunt up. Jonathan, let me know when you're ready, but do tell us what's happening.
Yeah, we're ready, Sandra. The sirens just went off a couple of minutes ago. We have seen interceptors go up. You may have just heard that one. That, I believe, is the sound of an interceptor hitting a missile. Those trails you see there are also where the interceptors have struck the incoming missiles. It's the first time, by my estimation, in 24, maybe even 48 hours, Sandra, it's hard to keep track sometimes, that we've had an incoming alert right here in Tel Aviv. But this was a fairly serious one. I think we saw probably half a dozen or so interceptors come up. I see another flash off to our right now. That may be it for the moment. We'll await the all clear here. But it appears that I have not heard, Sandra, any sounds of any impacts close by. So it appears that all of the missiles, however many, were fired by Iran, and we won't get the count for a few minutes. But when it appears that all of those that were fired were successfully intercepted, and you're just left with the smoke trails in the sky now. We'll keep you posted, though. But as I say, this is the first time in about 48 hours, I would say, that we've had an attack directly on Tel Aviv launched from Iran. So it's been a quiet period here, but suddenly broken by the sounds of the alert and then the sounds of interceptors firing up very close to us here, up into the sky and taking down, we think, all of the missiles fired on this occasion, Sandra.
Got it, Jonathan. We will check back in with you very shortly for an update from there. Jonathan, thank you. Let's get back to Admiral Harward. Apologies for the interruption there, but first, sir, can I get your reaction to what's been reported out of Tel Aviv just now?
Yeah, clearly illustrates the dilemma for the administration. While our military is having its way decimating the bulk of Iranian power, they have not been able to completely shut down the missiles. So even though they're few and far between right now and somewhat ineffective, that threat remains a concern, especially for the ships going through the Straits of Hormuz. So I think the president's clearly articulated that the desire to finish both those, the ability to launch missiles and open up the Straits of Hormuz, will indicate the end of this, regardless of where the Iranians are in their negotiations. And as we all know, they're negotiating, and we're seeing that play out real time, as you just illustrated here on your network.
Speaking of which, Admiral, this was the White House Press Secretary Leavitt just a few moments ago, describing what she called a golden opportunity for Iran.
One way or another, Iran will no longer have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury.
This while President Trump has vowed a big action if Iran does not come through on a deal before that April deadline, although she did say that talks are going well and progress is being made. The White House was questioned whether or not the American public should believe Iran in those negotiations. And she said, well, Iran is saying much different things publicly than what they are saying in conversations with the White House. Let's get your final thoughts on that, Admiral.
I think both sides don't want people to know, either the Iranian people or, in our case, just the American people, islands, and that could signify a full administration assures the nuclear materials handed over, all their missiles inventories are depleted, and the free flow of oil through the straits. They've met their objectives, and they can deal with regime change either internally from Iran or externally from Israel and the U.S. at a much later time. So the present objectives, get oil flowing and eradicate their missiles, are top of the list and always will be.
Got it. Always a pleasure to have you on the program, Admiral. Thank you very much, and thanks for standing by during the breaking news as well.
Thank you.
All right, Benjamin.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows.
Possible options for ground operations should negotiations fail with Iran. And this, the fifth week of this campaign, more than 50,000 U.S. troops are now stationed in the region. That is roughly 10,000 more than usual in the Middle East. But military experts say that number is small for any kind of major land operation. For comparison, the U.S.-led coalition that invaded Iraq was roughly 250,000 troops, and Israel drafted 300,000 reservists immediately following the October 7th attacks. Now, as far as size, Iran is nearly 4 times the size of Iraq, with an estimated population of 93 million people. As President Trump looks to open the Strait of Hormuz, possibly seize Iran's enriched uranium, U.S. troops could land at limited entry points to accomplish these goals. Again, it's possible. Possible landing spots and zones include Iran's southern coastline, along the Persian Gulf, or strategic islands like Karg that we've talked about, and also Abu Musa here in the Strait of Hormuz. You can see the most recent activity here as these ships go through the strait. There were 6 crossings yesterday, slight increase from previous days, even more today, but well short of the 100-plus vessels crossing on a normal day. Now, taking and holding an island like Abu Musa could allow the U.S. forces to establish a strategic stronghold, a foothold near the strait, but they'd be in danger of getting missiles and drone attacks constantly. The most complex mission, though, would be to secure Iran's highly enriched uranium. You can see a map of all the nuclear facilities here. The International Atomic Energy Agency estimates that before last year's Israeli-U.S. attacks, Iran had more than 400 kilograms, that's almost 900 pounds, of uranium enriched to up to 60%. That's enough for multiple nuclear warheads if further refined to weapons grade. Now, the United Nations nuclear watchdog chief says Iran's enriched uranium stockpiles remain largely in place, much of it buried deep beneath its facilities. Today, War Secretary Pete Hegseth said U.S. forces bombed an ammunition depot in Isfahan. That's the city where analysts believe most of the country's highly enriched uranium is stored. You can see it here on a map, Isfahan. Many experts say extracting that material would not be a quick raid. It could require special operations forces and engineers and potentially extended time on the ground to locate, secure, physically remove uranium from multiple different sites, all while operating, of course, deep inside hostile territory. Now, so while the options exist, they're complex. The U.S. military assets are building in the region, and each one of these options comes with major logistical challenges and risks that go really well beyond what we've seen so far in this campaign. President Trump in the Oval Office essentially saying that this will wrap up soon in Iran, saying it may take 2 or 3 weeks, but it will end very soon. He is also expressing frustration with allies over their reluctance to provide additional support to U.S. forces fighting Iran, and also trying to open up the Strait of Hormuz as the price of gasoline in this country shoots past $4 a gallon mark. The president telling other nations to, quote, get your own oil. He's also projecting optimism over talks to end the Iran conflict. But if it doesn't happen, he says it will end soon. Here's senior White House correspondent Peter Ducey.
Over the past 30 days, we've struck more than 11,000 targets.
President Trump tells Axios diplomacy is going well as a new 5-point peace plan drawn up by China and Pakistan enters the conversation.
So you're looking for a ceasefire?
I think in any negotiation process, that would be a good thing to start with.
The president's latest overture to Europe: build up some delayed courage, go to the strait, and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. In a phone interview, the president tells the New York Post about Iran, we won't have to be there much longer, but we have more work to do in terms of killing their whatever offensive capability they have left.
There's a direct correlation between how much ordnance we drop on Iran and how much more they want to have a conversation.
Looking to calm Americans now paying an average of more than $4 a gallon for gas nationwide, highest since 2022. The White House says when Operation Epic Fury is complete, gas prices will plummet back to the multi-year lows American drivers enjoyed before these short-term disruptions.
I think Russia's probably the biggest winner in this because oil prices have gone up.
Russia and China.
Ducey reporting he was inside the Oval Office asking the president questions.
We begin with Peter Ducey with the latest from the White House. Hi, Pete.
Ben, good afternoon. We are now into the 5th week of Epic Fury, and the president's 4 to 6 week timeline for the entire operation to begin and occur and end can still hold, even if the Iranians do not fully open the Strait of Hormuz anytime soon.
We are well on our way or ahead of schedule. We will achieve them in weeks, not months. And then we'll be confronted with this issue of the Straits of Hormuz, and it'll be up to Iran to decide. And if they choose to try to block the straits, then they will have to face real consequences, not just from the United States, but from regional countries and from the world.
The president explains further on Truth Social. All of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up some delayed courage, go to the strait, and just take it. You'll have to start learning how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done. Go get your own oil. You can see there the president is happy to put European partners on blast. He is less eager to publicly expose possible Chinese or Russian help going to Iran. Iran too much longer. Ben.
Hey, Peter. CENTCOM Commander Brad Cooper visiting troops in the Middle East as President Trump tells the New York Post today he believes the U.S. operation against Iran won't continue much longer, and the Pentagon signals U.S. strikes are crushing the Iranian regime. Let's bring in Joseph Votel, retired four-star general and former CENTCOM commander. And General, what a great pleasure to have you with us today. I'm sure that you are thinking of all the troops out there at the moment and what they're going through and the fights that they're taking on. And I wonder whether or not, because you must have practiced and prepared and trained for any possible attack on Iran when you were CENTCOM commander, how similar is what we're seeing now to what you prepared for and trained for in the past? And are there any surprises that we're seeing?
Thanks, man. It's good to be with you. And certainly I agree with you. Our troops are doing a magnificent job here. I think what we've seen is largely, for the most part, what we would have expected. An attack on Iran is likely going to result in some type of response on their part. But I think we've got to stay the course here now that we are engaged in this and achieve our objectives.
Yeah, General Joseph Votel, what a great pleasure to have you on the show today. Thank you for your service. And I know all of us are thinking of our troops who are out there at the moment. So thank you, sir. Sandra?
Week of the campaign, it is my operational assessment that we are making undeniable progress in eliminating Iran's ability to project power in meaningful ways outside its borders. We don't see have largely been destroyed. Despite our clear dominance, our forces remain vigilant.
Moments ago, CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper with an update on Operation Epic Fury. So this comes after a briefing from the Secretary of War and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff last hour. The U.S. continues using military might against the Iranian regime, but at the same time, the Trump administration says they are working hard also on the diplomatic front.
So on the talks, I can tell you, having been with Steve and Jared and the vice president and Marco and many others yesterday, they are very real. They are ongoing. They're active and I think gaining strength. And we appreciate that. As I said in my remarks, we would much prefer to get. That's the goal.
Here with us now is Nikki Haley, former U.S. ambassador to the UN, and many things under your belt. Let's maybe just open it up to you in terms of the diplomatic clock and the military clock and how those are two running. Are they in sync?
Well, I think first you have to look at what's a win look like. So a win for the U.S., in which President Trump has said is, destroying their ballistic missile drone naval capability. We're 75% there, so made really good progress there, making sure they don't have any nuclear production. So I think, one phase that President Trump's going to have to make a decision on is, how to extract that enriched uranium or dissolve it. That's going to require special units force, which I guess is already on the way to take care of that. And then you want to make sure that they are economically hardened so that they can't continue to pay their proxy. So that's a win for the U.S. A win for Iran is different. They just want to survive. Their goal is to put enough political pressure and economic pressure on President Trump and the allies so that they cave. So this is a battle of the wills. Who can withstand the heat? And, how long before Iran caves? And we know that they really just want to keep going. And does President Trump continue to have the courage to stay the course? And I think that the U.S. has made a lot of effort, but these next couple of weeks are going to be really important.
I was quite struck by what Jamie Dimon had to say last hour. And the CEO of J.P. Morgan, one of the biggest banks in the world, he said, finish this thing and finish it right. Last evening, earlier today, on Truth Social, the president talked about the Strait of Hormuz. And he talked about great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately open for business, we will conclude our lovely stay in Iran by blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Karg Island, possibly all desalinization plants, which we have purposely not touched yet. He also suggested in an interview that the U.S. would be fine with leaving and ending this war with the Strait of Hormuz still in the control of the Iranians. How wise would that be?
I think I think a lot of this is talking to the Iranians through the media and letting them know he's willing to do whatever it takes. But I also think it's talking to the allies in the region and the Europeans to say, hey, if we up and leave, either you're in this to help us or we can just walk away. So I think that's a little bit of posturing on both sides. I think that, we know 20% of the oil comes through that strait. I think what's more important is the next step is look at who's helping Iran. If you look at all of the intelligence that Iran has received, satellite imagery from Diego Garcia, from the air bases on Saudi and Turkey and Qatar, all that came from Russia, and then they turned around and bombed them. The fact that they've received all of their supplies from China to create hundreds of ballistic missiles, and that China is getting 90% of the oil from Iran, but they're not paying them directly. They're doing it through shadow accounts with the Emiratis. Now going after those economic penalties is going to be important. And let's not forget, lifting the sanctions on Russia for their oil, India is going to double the amount of oil that they were getting before. And now they're going to get liquefied natural gas for the first time since the Ukraine war started. We need to really keep tabs on Russia and China and what they're doing so that the U.S. can finish the deal in Iran. I think the U.S. has made a lot of progress. I think they're continuing. If they continue down this path, we will see peace in the Middle East like we've never had before, not in 50 years.
There's also, just to go to another region, bringing up Russia, President Trump allowed a Russian oil tanker to go to Cuba. Cuba has not had any oil since Maduro was taken out. Here's Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt on this issue yesterday.
Is this a policy change, or is he willing to let more tankers into Cuba now?
This is not a policy change. There has not been a formal change in sanction policy. As the president said last night, we allowed this ship to Cuba in order to provide humanitarian needs to the Cuban people. Cuba's non-functional economy cannot be fixed unless they undergo dramatic political and leadership change. But there has been no formal change with respect to sanction policy.
What do you see happening there in Cuba?
I actually think by allowing that tanker in, that means that negotiations are going well. That'll probably get them 10 days more of energy, which means they're probably in the process of trying to figure out what comes next. So I think that was a sign of, yes, we're willing to help you, but now it's time to
So
make
between the lines, your read is that there was progress with
I
the
think
Cuban
there's
government.
I think there's
And-
progress in
and
Cuba.
What do you see on the other side of that progress and discussions or diplomacy, whatever's happening?
I think different than Venezuela, extracting Maduro and being able to go and work with the government in hand, that has been smooth. And I hope we get to free election soon. I don't want to see the U.S. run Venezuela for long, but I think Cuba may be a little bit different. I think what you're looking at is they were dependent on Venezuela. They don't have that oil. Mexico has stopped sending the oil. They're allowing this temporary push for oil. I think they're working that out with the U.S. on what that's going to look like. And again, our goal is let the people run their country and give it back to them so that it's free. And, they deserve an economic strength, and they haven't had it for a long time.
In the meantime, just as a last question, China.
Yes.
I think that it feels like they're just sitting back watching all of this and waiting. What do you look to or think about when you're regarding China in this conflict?
You know what they're watching the most? How Taiwan is dealing with the energy, the energy hold. Taiwan's now going more to coal. They're trying to figure it out. They're watching how Taiwan is acting with the pressures of the energy. But I also think if you notice, they did all of this for Iran. And they're saying this should end because it's obviously putting pressure on China, but they're not necessarily being overt in their actions. I think Russia's probably the biggest winner in this because oil prices have gone up, and now doing deals with India and getting their oil moving again. They're the ones that, and no U.S. pressure on Ukraine, Russia right now.
We're moving big pieces here, aren't we?
We're moving big pieces, but this is doable. This is something that, Iran is going in the right direction. I think pulling back on Russia and putting pressure on China is going to be important, and getting the regional allies and our European allies to understand, look, we're all dependent on this from a global economy. So let's all step in and finish this. I mean, the idea that we could have peace in the Middle East for the first time is pretty remarkable. They're almost there, but it's going to require a little bit of patience with the U.S. public. The key is you want to maintain a strong military. You don't want to maintain a war. But if you're going to do it right and finish it.
Is the UN irrelevant right now?
The UN has been irrelevant for a long time. And the fact that all they've done is complain about how the US and Israel have caused all this global economy mess just shows how short-sighted they are.
Thanks for coming by today. It's been a minute since we have spoken.
Yeah, it's great to see you.
It's great to be back.
Odd attempts to explain away or even lessen this terrorist attack by claiming that he was an isolated lone wolf. But that is misleading.
Well, the man who crashed his truck into a Michigan synagogue, the FBI now saying was carrying out the attack inspired by Iran-backed Hezbollah. Let's bring in the host of the weekly Rap Sheet, Josh Ritter, and former FBI special agent and Fox News contributor Nicole Parker. Great to have you both on. Nicole, I want to play a little bit more sound. This is the Detroit FBI office, Jennifer Runyon, reading some of the suspects' online postings, which are key to this. Watch.
Simu, which was a phrase for his brother. Heaven is fortunate to have you. Israel is a cancerous, malignant growth. Israel is pure evil. And the oppressors will soon know what kind of end they will meet.
I mean, are you surprised, Nicole? 2026, the United States of America, and here we have this Hezbollah-inspired attack while we're at war with Iran.
Sadly, I'm not surprised because this is something that we've been concerned about for years, especially under the Biden administration, when they allowed just anyone to come into our country, when the FBI wasn't exactly focused on foreign terrorist organization. They claimed that the biggest threat to the United States was white supremacy and domestic terrorism. And now we're having to play catch up with all of these individuals. And we have no idea how many sleeper cells might be in our country because of the Biden administration's massive failures. But I do have to say that the FBI special agent in charge in Detroit did give a very thorough press conference and clearly identified that this is Hezbollah inspired. There is no doubt about that. And this individual attempted to delete their digital online searches, different cues that they had, but the FBI was able to get in there. And although they attempted to eliminate it off of their systems, FBI got in there. They got multiple videos photos, online search things. And this is very, very key in determining what his motive was, what led him to do this. And this did require an extensive amount of planning. And it's very disgusting. It's evil. And this is the enemy that we are facing right now in our country.
Meantime, speaking of illegal immigration, you had members of the Gorman family at the memorial of Sheridan Gorman saying the following here. Watch.
Sheridan, she was our joy, our collective joy. And now that joy is gone.
She made me feel okay when I wasn't okay. She was my person. As a mom, I'm angry. I'm like completely heartbroken. And we are going to fight for justice for our sweet Sheridan. And we're going to fight for change.
I mean, up to this point, this family they were poised. They were well-spoken. I mean, clearly they finally broke here. You can totally understand what happened, but they want this suspect punished, Josh. They're fighting forces. They're fighting headwinds from 5 different directions from politicians in their area.
It absolutely breaks my heart. I cannot imagine the living nightmare that is their lives right now, to wake up every morning and the strength that they have to put one foot in front of the other to experience this kind of loss. And then you add to that she feels that she has to fight for justice for her own daughter. We are living in a very sad world where that is a true statement, that she feels like she has to go to battle. She has to go to bat for her own daughter to get her justice because these politicians are too busy falling over themselves to maintain their woke bona fides that they can't even express sympathy and understanding for what this family's going through.
Yeah, and I wanted to get your take on this, Nicole, because this is on the very same day. You just saw the memorial. You saw the family kind of breaking down. On the very same day of the memorial, the mayor of Chicago didn't say that we need to protect the young residents of our city. He said we need to protect. They pulled ICE agents out of the area where Sheridan Gorman was killed, and now they want to protect the illegal immigrants from being targeted by anybody. I mean, this is where we live today.
As a former FBI special agent and law enforcement officer, it is absolutely despicable and disgusting for him to say that we have to end assaults against immigrants. You know what, Mr. Mayor of Chicago? You need to end the assaults and the murders, the sanctuary murders in your sanctuary city against a beautiful woman. She was an 18-year-old. Sheridan, she didn't deserve this. Her family, they are now at a huge loss. She had such a bright future. Someone described her as a beacon of light. And this is just sick. How can he defend immigrants while not even recognizing the loss of his own American citizen? And so this is what we have to step in and do. This is ICE's job. They've got to get these illegal immigrants out of our country, these illegal aliens. This individual from Venezuela never should have been here. And her family does deserve answers, accountability, and justice. And they cannot rest until all of those things are answered and served rightfully.
It is the same reason that the media won't cover the story, because it goes against the narrative. Meantime, Fox writes this about the so-called hated ICE agents. According to the ICE officers continuing immigration enforcement operations nationwide arrested child predators, rapists, drug traffickers, and a member of the violent Salvadorian MS-13 gang over the weekend. They are, and we're going to roll this scroll, they are making our country safer by pulling people out, and they're getting nothing but grief every single day. Josh.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you're doing this story, because if you watch every other mainstream media outlet, you would think that all of they're doing, spending their time, is arresting children and mothers who are in drop-off lines. But this is the kind of work that they're doing, this incredibly important work, keeping us all safe. But you're not going to hear about any of that. And you're certainly not going to hear it from the politicians who can continue to push this narrative that is not only selfish, not only wrong, but making us all less safe.
Yeah, and we have done this thousands of times and showed those very same roles. Nicole, Josh, thank you.
Price is going up, going to hurt people a little bit. It's
$4.
But they still have money to spend. They still have jobs. So, remains to be seen. The market's more important that this be successfully completed than what the market does.
Joining me now is retired Army Lieutenant Colonel and Texas Public Policy Foundation Vice President Chuck DeVore. Chuck, it's good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Let's walk through some of these countries. Let's start with President Trump's post on Truth Social about our quote-unquote allies. It's pretty pointed. It's obviously pointed at Italy and Spain, but also the UK, suggesting go get your big, bad Royal Navy. Go open the strait. Where does this leave our relationships in Europe?
Well, I think the president is dealing first and foremost from a position of realism.
our allies have allowed their militaries to really degrade. They're not spending the sort of money that they need to maintain them. They're not building the kinds of new equipment that they need to. And because of immigration policies, they've allowed a lot of people into their countries that don't really appreciate this action against Iran. And so I think on those 3 points, there's a lot of weakness. And by Trump basically telling, look, put up or shut up, I think he's forcing a moment of clarity with our allies.
Meanwhile, the suggestion that this could be over in just a couple of weeks, is that in the interest of what seems to be our newest allies or our most devoted allies outside of Israel in this action? That's the Gulf states. What would the Gulf states think of this war winding up within a couple of weeks?
If you look at what the Gulf states are saying right now, they are very concerned about leaving an Iranian regime in place that's really functionally no different than the way it's been since 1979. Clearly, the regime has been significantly degraded from its ability to cause damage and mayhem around the region and the world at large, but much of the leadership does remain in place. And so I think that if we were to just pack up and leave, which, by the way, I don't think we're really necessarily going to do, but if we were and leave the regime intact, I don't think that they would appreciate that. So I think that's what you're seeing is basically words like, please get the job done.
And you're hearing, I imagine, some of the same, at least behind the scenes, from Israel.
Oh, absolutely. Look, we're dealing with people who are like a murderous death cult. They are a religious cult that believes that by their own actions, causing chaos and death and misery, that they can bring into the world the 12th hidden Imam, the Mahdi. This is not a group of people that you can reason with like a classical Westphalian European state. So they are a completely different category, and we need to treat them as such.
Unfortunately, that attitude is not something we simply hear from overseas. We're starting to hear it at times as well, right here in the United States of America. I want to share with you a Senate candidate in Michigan. His name is Abdul El Said, and he, on hidden audio, recorded audio that we're about to share with you now, refused to acknowledge or talk about the death of the Ayatollah Khomeini.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today. So, like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even touching that. Like, they're going to try, this is what we practice, but, like, isn't Khamenei a bad guy? Isn't it great that he's dead? My first amendment was 86 years old. He was going to be dead sometime soon anyway. Second, that doesn't justify, the fact that he was a bad man does not justify our breaking of international law and unilateral action outside of wartime. Like, this is a bigger question about the United States' responsibility to international law, and we have been breaking it wantonly. This is the second leader that we've gone after in a matter of months. We are not the world's policemen, and that's not what he got elected to do.
Chuck, I think the rest of that was justification for not saying something that he thought might hurt him in Dearborn, Michigan.
Absolutely. What you're seeing now is that the Democratic Party has a very large constituency in their primaries that is in the extreme left. And what I think you're going to see more and more is that Democrat candidates that somehow cannot win their primary are going to be so extreme that they're going to have a hard time winning in the general. The other thing that I believe you're seeing here is that we have had a significant problem over decades with immigration, with asylum law, with assimilation of individuals. Go back and think about the eve of World War II and amidst World War II. Was there a sizable contingent of German Americans or Italian Americans who were rooting for Hitler or for Mussolini? No, there wasn't. There may have been a few people, but there wasn't a sizable contingent. Why was that? It was because we assimilated the immigrants back then to love America and to appreciate the uniqueness of America. Clearly, we haven't been doing a very good job with a lot of these newer arrivals.
In fact, in World War I, a lot of German immigrants went so far as to change their last names in order to assure their assimilation into the United States of America.
Absolutely.
Not what we see in 2026. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
For us. Let's bring in now our House Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman, Florida Republican Brian Mast. Welcome to you, sir. First, I want to ask you about the breaking news that seems to be sending markets much, much higher at this moment. The Dow up 920 points. It's a big turnaround from where it was earlier today, and it seems to be hinging on this report. Two reports, one from the Wall Street Journal, one from the New York Post. First, the Wall Street Journal reporting that President Trump is telling aides reportedly that he's willing to end the war without fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz. The concern, apparently, from the president is that this would push the Epic Fury operation past its 6-week deadline. I want to get your thoughts and your reaction first to that.
A couple of reactions. Just number one, the president had outlined a goal from the beginning. He's trying to stay within the parameters of what he outlined. Number two, you have, of course, Gulf partners in the region that are unwilling to see the Straits of Hormuz be this toll road for Iran, where they can simply charge for anything that goes in or out of there. They're not going to allow that to take place. And so there's conversations, debate, everything going on with that as well. And if the United States accomplishes its mission of destroying every single piece of Iranian military hardware, the drones, the Navy, the Air Force, the ballistic missiles, everything that can reach out and touch us, as has been our goal, then we've essentially controlled the straits in the way that we decided from the onset that we wanted to control this.
Okay, so I want to also note that we're watching crude oil prices. This is a real-time price dropping, almost down $2, and that is a reversal on the day as well, and seems to be hinging on this new news. The president also reportedly telling the New York Post that his mission was to prevent Iran from possessing a nuclear weapon. He says he's succeeded. Also, there are reports that Iran's president says we're ready to end the war, but want guarantees. To be sure, this is what we're hearing from General Jack Keane on the Iranians that he believes are trying to deceive us. Listen.
The board found new ground to assimilate.
The Iranians are trying to deceive us as to where their launchers are. They're moving them around quite readily. They're trying to hide as many of the drones as they possibly can. This is a condition-based operation. We have to adjust to what the regime is doing. We've got the adaptability and flexibility to do that.
But this latest reporting seems to indicate that both sides may be coming together on something soon to end this war. Your reaction?
There's a direct correlation between how much ordnance we drop on Iran and how much more they want to have a conversation. That's just common sense. I think the answer to what you're getting at here, it's not a sexy answer, no offense against mathematicians, but it's basic math. We continue to subtract Iran's capabilities. And the general was speaking about this, talking about there are mobile platforms. Yes, we're hitting those. Some of them, they try to move around. There's fixed platforms. There's drone manufacturing. There's drones, caches, and stockpiles. There's other ordnance stockpiles. Every day we are subtracting more and more of that, which
about ending this threat for good. Listen.
I hear some people say, they weren't an imminent threat. A threat means I'm threatening you. I might do something bad. These people have been doing something bad for 47 years. I don't know what the military knows. I don't know what President Trump knows. I just think that now we've got to finish this thing and finish it right.
So if President Trump, as it's being reported from the Wall Street Journal right now, was to end this without fully opening the Strait of Hormuz, is that the right way?
he ends it when Iran is not a threat. I think that is the ending point. Now, that can come to be in a number of different ways, and that's why there have been ongoing negotiations and conversations, because there's an end goal: no ballistic missiles, no nukes, no terror proxies, no holding the Straits of Hormuz hostage. These things can't be the end goal. It can't be a toll road, as I've said already. But we can get to that point with weapons, with violence, or we can get to that point with conversation. The more we use weapons and violence, the more they want to have that conversation. And I think that's what you're seeing a reflection of right now. Jamie Dimon is correct in what he's saying. They've been a threat ongoing for 47 years. President Trump will be the first president in 47 years to bring that threat to an end. Even people like Stephen A. Smith and others were out there saying, hey, everybody across the globe has been complaining about the threat that Iran has been. President Trump, the first one to actually do something about it.
Quite a reaction happening in global markets to this developing story. We'll hopefully learn more in the coming moments. Mr. Chairman, appreciate your time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
advantage over the terrorist Iranian regime. More than 11,000 enemy targets have been struck to date, each strike further crippling the regime's offensive and defensive capabilities and creating more leverage for the United States and our allies. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also decimating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 150 of their naval vessels so far, including 92% of their largest vessels. The Iranian Navy has no vessels operating in major regional waterways and no ability to project naval power, which is why they've been assessed as combat ineffective. Our military continues to obliterate Iran's defense industrial base, with nearly 70% of their missile, drone, and naval production facilities and shipyards damaged or destroyed thus far, significantly reducing their ability to pose future threats in the region. U.S. and Israeli joint forces control the skies and have asserted air dominance over Iran, completing more than 11,000 successful combat flights thus far. The trend remains clear. Well, what is said publicly is, of course, much different than what's being communicated to us privately. As a result, President Trump issued a 10-day pause to postpone planned strikes on Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. This remains a truly once-in-a-generation opportunity for the regime to make a good deal with the United States, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and stop acting as the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. One way or another, Iran will no longer have the credible ability to threaten the United States or our allies, which is, of course, the overall objective and mission the president set out when he launched Operation Epic Fury. Unfortunately, even as President Trump is working hard every single day to protect the United States from foreign enemies, Democrats on Capitol Hill have failed to do the same here at home by keeping the Department of Homeland Security unfunded. Over the past 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have pushed our air travel system to its breaking point and inflicted massive pain on Americans with their reckless political games. 500 TSA officers quit their jobs. Thousands more were calling out sick at record rates due to the lack of pay. This resulted in security wait times exceeding 3 hours at major airports across the country, creating nightmares for millions of Americans. Overall morale among TSA staff plummeted as well, all of this creating an unacceptable heightened security risk. Because of the Democrats' unwillingness to do their basic job of funding DHS, President Trump determined that these circumstances constituted an emergency, compromising American security. That's why last week he accordingly signed a presidential memorandum directing the Secretary of Homeland Security to work with the Director of the Office of Management and Budget here at the White House to use those funds with a reasonable and logical nexus to TSA operations to provide TSA employees with the compensation and benefits that would have accrued to them but for the Democrat-led DHS shutdown. This bold and necessary action by President Trump will ensure our TSA workers receive their hard-earned paychecks. It should not have come to this point, but President Trump will always do what's right by the American people, and he found a way to do that to get TSA paid. Ensuring that these federal workers who perform critical public safety responsibilities can feed their families, pay their rent, and show up to work is something the president was honored to do. But this moment should be an eye-opening one for the American people. Let's be clear about what is happening. Democrat members of Congress are more than happy to put your safety at risk because they oppose the president's administration and his administration's efforts to enforce our nation's immigration law. Democrats refuse to fund ICE because they want millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into the country just like they were under the Biden administration. They want murderers and rapists and thugs to remain in your communities rather than be removed by ICE and Border Patrol agents. The Democrats created this mess. They are the reason for long lines at airports and tens of thousands of employees going without pay. Once again, President Trump is cleaning up their mess because he cares more about the American people than destructive, petty, partisan politics. With that, I will take your questions today. Here in our new media seat, we have Wid Lyman. Thank you for being here. And why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. Happy Easter.
Thank you. You as well.
2 questions for you. Thank you. There are some concerns the administration is starting to change its position on deportations, border enforcement, possibly asylum policies. What would you say to Americans that are somewhat concerned that the shift has happened?
Sure. Well, while there has of course, been a change in leadership at the Department of Homeland Security with former Senator, now Secretary Mullen, joining the president's thing. I know Secretary Mullen remains wholeheartedly committed to doing. And it's something that is overwhelmingly popular with the American people. And it's something that is necessary to protect our homeland and to prevent deaths of Americans in our country. Just last week, Sheridan Gorman, a young woman in Chicago, was shot and killed on the street walking with her friends outside of her university by a illegal alien from Venezuela who had no right to be here in the first place. And it's despicable that Democrats are currently defunding the department that's responsible for removing illegal aliens like that. And I would also add it's despicable that the lack of coverage of this young woman's case, of her life, and the way that it was tragically cut short. I saw a survey over the weekend that I'd like to bring to all of your attention. This is the media coverage of the case of Sheridan Gorman. You have ABC News has spent 1 minute and 19 seconds between 2 days when this case was first alerted. You have CBS 2 minutes and 1 second. You have NBC 23 seconds spent on the life of a young, beautiful American woman whose life was taken short by an illegal alien who should have never been here in the first place, when we are in the middle of a battle on Capitol Hill with a major political party, the Democrat Party, who wants to defund the agency that is responsible for protecting Americans. I think her life was worth more than 23 seconds on cable television. And I think the people in this room have a responsibility to report on cases like this, because it just exemplifies why the president believes so strongly in deporting illegal aliens from our communities. And thank you for the question. Dasha, go ahead.
Caroline, I have two questions, one on Iran and one on DHS funding. On Iran, the president has said that the administration is talking to a new and more reasonable regime. How confident are you that they are legitimate and have enough grip on power? Marco Rubio said earlier that he's not sure and it's not clear whether they will be in power. So are you also talking to other factions? As the president is trying to make a deal, how do you ensure that you're making a deal with the people who can actually implement it?
Well, that's part of the ongoing process that's taking place and the ongoing negotiations. Of course, anything that they say to us privately will be tested, and we will ensure that they are being held accountable to their word. And if they are not, the president has laid out the military consequences that the Iranian regime will see if they don't hold true to the words that we are hearing privately behind the scenes. When the president says more reasonable, again, these folks are appearing more reasonable behind the scenes privately in these conversations than perhaps some of the previous leaders who are now no longer on planet Earth because they lied to the United States and they strung us along in negotiations, and that was unacceptable to the president, which is why many of the previous leaders were killed. So again, this is another historic opportunity for Iran to do the right thing, to rid themselves of their nuclear ambitions and to come to a deal with this president and the administration. Or again, they will see the grave consequences of the United States Armed Forces, which they are continuing to see every day throughout this operation.
On DHS, how long can the administration keep paying TSA without action from Congress? And not to be hyperbolic, but given the airports were really the pain point that was pushing both sides to talk to each other. I mean, do you see a way for DHS to reopen? Is it possible this keeps going through the midterms?
Well, we certainly hope so. I mean, of course, not how it's supposed to work. They voted 7 times against funding DHS over partisan and political reasons. And so, again, the president has stepped in to do the right thing at this moment in time. But the president is also encouraging Congress to come back to Washington to permanently fix this problem and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security entirely.
Caroline.
Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions, one on TSA, one on Iran. On TSA, for ordinary Americans watching the briefing, how long until everything goes back to normal at airports after the president's action? And then on Iran, on the time frame, President Trump initially said about 4 weeks. Secretary of State Rubio on Friday reportedly said it might be another 2 to 4. Is 2 to 4 the current ballpark that the administration is thinking?
With respect to the timeline, again, the president, commander-in-chief, the Pentagon has, to your first question, Stephen, about TSA and airports, nothing will be truly normal again until Democrats do the right thing to fund this agency fully. Again, the president has stepped in the meantime to do what's right to end this crisis that we've had at air travel and at airports across the country in the meantime. But again, Congress needs to come back. Democrats need to fund the Department of Homeland Security so we can formally and fully get these great employees paid long into the future. Jonathan.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions regarding the financial costs of the war. Back during the Persian Gulf War, 1990, 1991, Arab countries paid for the vast majority of the cost of the war. Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. Who's paying for the cost of this war? Will those Arab countries step up to do just that?
Well, I think it's something the president would be quite interested in calling them to do. I won't get ahead of him on that, but certainly it's an idea that I know that he has and something that I think you'll hear more from him on.
And then secondly, the cost of diesel is averaging at $5.38 a gallon right now. What's the message from the Trump administration to truck drivers who are dealing with those high fuel costs right now?
Again, we understand, we hear you, we see you. We are fully tracking this short-term fluctuation in oil and in diesel prices. And that's why the president and the administration have continually announced robust actions to provide stability in the global energy market. As you know, political risk insurance, one of those actions, allowing countries to purchase sanctioned oil just to increase the supply. In the meantime, we've worked to release 400 billion barrels of oil and refined products as well. We issued the 60-day Jones Act waiver. All of this has, with the goal of increasing supply to create stabilization in the market in the meantime. But the overall message, as we've repeatedly stated, is again, these are short-term actions and short-term price fluctuations for the long-term benefit of ending the threat that Iran poses to the United States of America, our troops, and our allies in the region, and ensuring that this regime can no longer control the world's free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz, which is something the administration continues to tackle day by day as well.
Jennifer. Just two questions. Which Jennifer?
I'll go to both of them.
Go ahead. So two questions. One on China and one on Iran. On China, ahead of the president's trip to Beijing, will there be a working level meeting with Secretary Bessent, Jameson Greer, et cetera? And when will that be?
I do expect cabinet officials to travel to China ahead of time. I don't have a readout on their schedules for you, but this is something we typically do with international travel, as you know. So I'll talk to the Treasury Department and the cabinet myself, and we'll get you that answer. But we do expect them to move ahead of time.
Okay, and thank you. And on Iran, if Iran is kind of cherry picking what tankers get to go through the strait now and contemplating big tolls on those tankers, is that consistent, or how is that consistent really with the president's message about really wanting the strait to be fully open? Does the administration support a regime or system where Iran is effectively charging tolls on these vessels to access?
That's not something we support, and I would reject that they are cherry picking. In fact, as you know, these tankers that are moving through, the 10 that were previously announced, and now the new 20, the announcement of 20 additional tankers, which we expect to see over the coming days, are a result of the direct and indirect talks that are taking place between the United States and Iran. So you wouldn't have seen those tankers if not for the president's diplomacy and his team engaging on this matter, which we expect that compliance moving forward. And it's, again, something that we're working on very closely. Sure. And behind you, in the back right there, you put up your hand very excitingly. Go ahead.
Hannah from News Nation. Thank you. Thanks for taking my question. I have two for you real quick. There are reports that Republicans are weighing cuts to healthcare in order to make way for that $200 billion for the Pentagon and Operation Epic Fury. Is that a trade-off that President Trump supports?
I've seen these reports. I haven't spoken to the president about it, nor have I heard this being discussed in any high-level meetings here at the White House. I don't want to weigh in definitively because I just haven't heard that being discussed here in the West Wing.
And then secondly, I know President Trump says we're ahead of schedule in achieving his military objectives in Iran.
Are you on that?
Yeah, like others, one on TSA, one on Iran. On Iran, I know it's tough to engage in hypotheticals, but I feel like this is one that you could engage in. If the president does
Probably
seek,
not. But
if the president does seek, or the United States seeks a ground war, does he intend to get congressional authorization of that march?
Look, the president has been asked about boots on the ground or alleged ground operations various times. He's obviously declined to rule them out. It's the Pentagon's job to provide maximum optionality to the president. It does not mean he's made a decision, nor would he ever notify the media of such decision as not to tip off our enemy. With respect to abiding by Congress and the rule of law, that's something the administration will, of course, always do. And it's something that we have great respect for Congress. The president does with military operations. In fact, when prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury, as you know, the administration gave a courtesy notice to Congress in the Gang of Eight, and top-level administration officials and cabinet secretaries have gone to Congress multiple times over the past 30 days to provide those courtesy briefings to Congress when requested.
TSA quickly, I've been asked by multiple Trump supporters that have said, given the fact that the president on that Friday gave that memorandum informing DHS to pay TSA workers, I know there's a lot of negotiations involved in a shutdown of this size. Why did the president not sooner issue that payment to TSA workers?
Well, it's because of the Democrats voting 7 times against reopening the Department of Homeland Security that we came to a place of an existential crisis. I mean, you saw the lines at various major airports across the country, American travelers really paying the price for Democrats' partisan games. And so the president worked with his legal team here at the White House and the Office of Management and Budget to find a solution to take care of the emergency that we were seeing in air travel across the country. And it's because of the president that TSA agents are being paid. But again, he's calling on Congress to do the right thing, to come back to Washington and to fund and reopen the Department of Homeland Security fully. Sure.
Hi, Lindsay Ellis from the Wall Street Journal. I'm trying to square the 4 objectives laid out by the administration with the goal of reopening fully the Strait of Hormuz. Would President Trump declare victory and wind down military operations if the 4 objectives are met, but still passage remains quite slow through the strait?
Look, as I've said repeatedly and as the president has laid out, the objectives of Operation Epic Fury are as follows: destroying the Iranian Navy, destroying their ballistic missiles, dismantling their defense industrial infrastructure that produces those weapons that have long threatened the United States and our allies, and then, of course, preventing Iran from ever obtaining a nuclear weapon. The full reopening of the strait is something the administration is working towards, but the core objectives of the operation have been clearly defined for the American people by the commander-in-chief.
The president posted this morning about his threat that on leaving Iran, he said we might be blowing up and completely obliterating all of their electric generating plants, oil wells, Harg Island, and possibly all desalinization plants. Under international law, striking civilian infrastructure like that is generally prohibited. Why is the president threatening what would amount to potentially a war crime with the U.S. military? And how do you square that with the administration repeatedly saying that the U.S. does not target civilians?
Look, the president has made it quite clear to the Iranian regime at this moment in time, as evidenced by the statement that you just read, that their best move is to make a deal, or else the United States Armed Forces has capabilities beyond their wildest imagination, and the president is not afraid to use them. That's not what I said, Garrett. And you're saying the word potential for a reason, because I'm sure some experts are telling you that in your ear to try to ask me that question. Of course, this expects the Iranian regime to make a deal with the administration.
To that end, which of those objectives would destroying a desalinization plant most help?
Haley, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. I want to follow up on Iran. When you're describing that the Iranians you're in contact with are being more reasonable this time around in discussions, what specifically are you hearing that is leading you to that conclusion, and how are you defining what's reasonable versus unreasonable in that regard?
I'm not going to detail the private and sensitive conversations that are taking place between the United States and Iran right now.
But generally speaking,
the president gave you the answer. What we're hearing from them is more reasonable. They have agreed to some of the points the United States laid out, as the president said last night aboard Air Force One. But again, as for the specifics, as these negotiations are ongoing, we're not going to broadcast them to the world unless the president chooses to do so, which he has the full right to do as the leader of the free world.
On Cuba, the president threatened to tariff any country that would send oil to Cuba, but now the U.S. is letting this Russian tanker to Cuba. Is this a policy change, or is he willing to let more tankers into Cuba now?
This is not a policy change. There has not been a formal change in sanction policy. As the president said last night, we allowed this ship to reach Cuba in order to provide humanitarian needs to the Cuban people. These decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis. And as the administration has said, Cuba's non-functional economy cannot be fixed unless they undergo dramatic political and leadership change. But there has been no formal change with respect to sanction policy.
So you could expect more tankers to go to Cuba?
Again, these decisions are being made on a case-by-case basis right now.
Thanks, Caroline. You addressed this a little bit in the opening, but just to follow up, because Americans are sort of seeing these conflicting messages between the United States and Iran. I know the president insists that negotiations are underway. As you just mentioned, he's also said that Iran has agreed to most of the 15 points. We just heard from Iran again. They're saying no negotiations are taking place. They're calling the proposal excessive, unrealistic. So how do you square that? How do you explain that discrepancy between the two?
I think the American people are smart enough not to take the word of a terrorist regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years at their word. And I hope the journalists in this room are wise enough not to take an Iranian regime that has repeatedly lied about our country, about our values, about everyone in this room, frankly, for nearly 5 decades. So I think the American public are smart enough to understand that.
And just to follow up on the objectives, you've laid them out, but I know the president has set a deadline for April 6th in just 1 week. What does the president need to see to not move forward with those strikes by April 6th?
Well, I think he said it in his Truth Social post this morning. He wants to see a deal over the next 10 days. That timeline is waning, several days left, and we'll see. I won't get ahead of it. We'll see what happens in the end of the 10-day period.
Caroline, thank you. One on Iran, one on the shutdown. The president continues to say the U.S. is in conversations with a more reasonable regime, but there are now hundreds of U.S. Special Operations Forces, including Navy SEALs and Army Rangers in the Middle East, as well as thousands of other troops already deployed. So is he trying to end or intensify?
He remains focused on ensuring that the Pentagon continues to achieve the objectives of the operation that was launched 30 days ago, and we're well on our way to doing that.
So if an American sitting at home hearing him say, I want to talk, but I keep seeing them send troops to that region, what are they to make of what's going on?
There's 2 tracks here. The president has always said that diplomacy is his number one option and priority. Again, he tried earnestly in good faith to engage in diplomacy with the Iranian regime prior to this operation being launched in the first place. He wanted to strike a deal, and he sent his top negotiators to do so. They spent extensive amount of time and effort trying to strike a deal. And unfortunately, the previous regime, again, many of those leaders no longer with us here on Earth because they faced the consequences of the United States military. So if there's ever a chance for a deal, again, the president is open to listening, but it does not deter him from focusing on the military objectives that he set out 30 days ago and that our military is continuing to achieve day by day.
On the shutdown, he signed the national emergency order last Thursday, making sure TSA officers will be paid. There's still other civilian DHS employees, however, who are not being paid.
Yes.
He signed something similar to ensure they also get paid.
Look, the president will always look into ways that we can make sure that the American people are being taken care of and doing what's right by the American people. But again, it's ridiculous that the president even has to go to the length of working with the legal team and the Office of Management and Budget to identify these funds. It is the job of Congress to fund these agencies. And Democrats in Congress have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security. Congress should come back and they should get it done. The president, again, made the decision to prevent this existential crisis we were seeing at our nation's airports across the country that was only going to get worse. And that's why he wants Congress to do his job.
Thank you, Caroline. Since you mentioned,
I'll go to you as well.
Okay, you're welcome. Since you mentioned Easter and prayers, I wanted to ask you about something the Pope said yesterday. So Pope Leo said yesterday, and I quote him, "God does not listen to the prayer of those who wage war." Can you comment on that?
I think our nation was a nation founded 250 years ago almost on Judeo-Christian values. And we've seen presidents, we've seen the leaders of the Department of War, and we've seen our troops go to prayer during the most turbulent times in our nation's history. And I don't think there's anything wrong with our military leaders or with the president calling on the American people to pray for our service members and those who are serving our country overseas. In fact, I think it's a very noble thing to do. And if you talk to many service members, they will tell you they appreciate the prayers and support from the commander-in-chief and from his cabinet.
Caroline, thank you. President Trump told the New York Post that a response is coming shortly to Tehran attacking Israel's largest oil refinery. Is there a timeline on that? Is that tied to the success or not of the negotiations?
I don't have any updates for you on the president's comments.
Does it consider the IRGC in control of Iran?
Well, look, as Secretary Rubio said today, the leadership is very fragmented. We have really neutered their intercommunication systems, and that's part of this process of diplomacy to continue figuring out exactly who's in charge. I know they appointed a new Ayatollah, haven't seen or heard much from him. And so that's part of this diplomatic process that's underway right now. I'll take a few more. Dolan.
Thank you. You listed the described humanitarian reasons for allowing that oil tanker to reach Cuba. Just to clarify, why was the administration okay with Russia sending that oil to Cuba and not other nations?
Look, again, this was a decision. It'll continue to be made on a case-by-case basis for humanitarian reasons or otherwise, but there's been no firm change in our sanctions policy.
President Sheinbaum of Mexico also said that Mexico is exploring different ways to restart some of those shipments to Cuba. Is the administration okay with that at this time?
Again, there's been no change in our sanction policy. We still reserve the right to seize vessels if it's legally applicable that are headed towards Cuba and that violate the United States sanction policy. But of course, the president and the administration also reserve the right to waive those seizures on a case-by-case basis.
And to clarify, just any more Russian oil tankers going to be allowed to reach Cuba at this time?
Again,
I know you say case-by-case, but for the case of Russia, is it pretty much green light right now?
No, that's not what I said. It's a case-by-case basis.
Sure,
Jeff, go ahead.
Switching topics, the president has always attended CPAC. He did not this year. Why did he not attend, and does he believe CPAC is becoming less relevant?
No, I don't think he believes that at all. In fact, he loves CPAC and has a very good relationship with the great people who run it, Mercedes and Matt Schlapp. It was just simply for scheduling purposes this year, with it being in Texas. It was best for the president's schedule and what he has on his plate right now not to go.
Carolina.
Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. If and when
Michael.
a deal is finalized with Iran, how does the U.S. provide protection to who it's negotiating with to ensure that they can carry out the president's peace plan?
Again, that's something I'm sure our national security team is discussing. I don't have anything for you on that today.
The ballroom. Can you tell us more about this massive military complex underneath the president's new ballroom?
I cannot tell you more about that, actually, as a matter of fact. However, the military is making some upgrades to their facilities here at the White House, and I'm not privy to provide any more details on that at this time. Go ahead. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Question on the Middle East and then a question on Antifa. Netanyahu said Sunday that Cardinal Pizzaballa will be able to hold services for Palm Sunday in the Church of Holy Sepulchre after he was initially blocked by Israeli police. Did anyone from the administration or the president call over to Israeli officials to assist the cardinal in this?
Yes, I did speak with Secretary Rubio this morning, and we did express our concerns with Israel with respect to these holy sites being shut down. We want worshipers to be able to access these holy sites. Of course, safety is a top priority, but we understand Israel is working on those security measures to reopen the sites throughout Holy Week, and that's something that we're appreciative of.
Antifa. In Texas, 9 people have been convicted by a federal jury on domestic terrorist charges connected to Antifa. The White House has previously indicated that you guys are investigating Antifa, who's funding them, who's leading them. Can you provide an update on how that investigation is going? And do you think we're going to see more charges against people connected to Antifa?
Well, I do know that there was an entire task force that was set up, an interagency task force to focus on the threat of Antifa, which, as you know, Reagan, this president declared a domestic terrorist organization rightfully. And we will continue to look into it. I don't have any updates on those specific investigations, but I'd be happy to have my team get those over to you today, as this continues to be of the utmost importance to the president and his domestic policy agenda.
JJ. On one question on landmines, there's been some reporting that American-made landmines have been spotted on the ground in Iran. Did President Trump sign off on using U.S.-made landmines in Iran?
I don't have any comment on that report today.
Caroline, whether they're being used at all?
I don't have any comment on that.
Karen.
Two on DHS. You said that the president is encouraging Congress to come back to D.C. You also said yourself. How has he done that? Has he told leadership that they should cancel recess and come back?
He said it repeatedly. I think you recall, he said that he'll host a big Easter dinner here at the White House if Congress will come back and fight the Democrats on this issue, which we should do. Because again, Democrat Party is in the wrong here. They have voted 7 times against funding the Department of Homeland Security, which is completely egregious with everything we have going on in the world. And these brave men and women who serve DHS deserve to get their paychecks. President wants to see that happen, and he wants Congress to come back to get it done.
On the paychecks, Caroline.
Have you ever wondered how the world's currencies are traded? The foreign exchange market, also known as the
Introducing Iron Beam, the best choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is the industry.
If you're a man who makes at least $150K a year and you feel self-conscious about your gut sticking out, I'll get you shredded or you...
All right, here...
It's Monday Night Raw.
I'll do the show. Good evening, everyone. So golf legend Tiger Woods was arrested on DUI charges after he flipped his car. Police say the crash could have been worse, but Tiger is only half Asian. Despite his repeated crashes, Woods says he won't hire a driver because he doesn't want anyone to know his whereabouts, meaning his girlfriend and his other 3 girlfriends.
All in one.
Court documents revealed that YouTube employees admitted their goal was to get viewers addicted. Well, they'll never be able to accuse Fox of that. Not with this guy on the payroll. He's our Narcan. Trump spilled details about a massive doomsday bunker being built under the new White House ballroom. It's not for a nuclear war, he says. It's for Don Jr. to shelter in place in case Kimberly returns. Oh, wow. Hey, she's in Greece. To aid the war effort in the Gulf, the U.S. is considering deploying SEAL Team 6. And if that doesn't work, they might even send in Whale Team 4. For Easter, Costco is offering a 10-pound chocolate bunny for $140. It's apparently so expensive because it takes 3 workers to hold the bunny down while it's smothered in chocolate. That's my favorite joke. The Bidens have adopted 2 rescue black labs, while their son Hunter has rescued a meth lab.
Totally redeemed yourself.
And finally, Women's History Month is approaching its end. Women claimed it was a great month, except for 4 horrible days. What? Anyway.
On flow?
So, the No Kings protest popped up across the country this Saturday. It's the only place where a man in a dress can scream, "My body, my choice," next to a Hamas supporter who would gladly trade him for 3 cows. There were hippies, Marxists, Hamas lovers, Antifa thugs, shrieking geriatrics, and assorted pervs playing dress up. So what got all of them there? Well, money. At heart, these anti-capitalists still get out of bed for a buck. According to a Fox Digital report, this grassroots movement is actually backed by 500 groups with a combined $3 billion in revenue. George Soros' pet project, the political advocacy group Indivisible, took the lead. But also behind the protest was a network of radical socialist and communist organizations funded by an American commie tech tycoon living in China, which means those grassroots are as organic as that thing on Maxine Waters' head. Not very. But still, after all the dancing hippos and aging singers have gone home, Trump is still president, and Biden and Harris are still not. And even those protesters know Trump didn't inherit the throne. He became only the second president to serve non-consecutive terms after Grover Cleveland.
Even Cleveland.
But it's not about being right, it's about being seen. And what did you see? 3 groups: celebs, politicians, and the crazies they egg on. From the first group, a has-been actor has to look down 10 times at recipe cards to give what was supposed to be a 30-second heartfelt speech. I mean, how can this be happening?
Here's our pledge to you, our Somali Minnesotans. Your great-grandchildren will still be here when that orange clown is in the dustbin of history. You will be here.
Well, you will be here. That's great news. I guess your great-grandchildren will still be learning the alphabet. But I know what you really want, the required montage of future MS Now anchors.
No death camps on American soil.
No cats?
No death camps. So they can shove it up their little tushies and smoke it.
It's a takeover. It's a takeover. A hostile government takeover. Sacrifice yourself. Attack. Put your white supremacy back. We are resistance grannies, tearing off their panties.
These people are crazy.
Holy What is that? I mean, I'm not even sure Sherrod would hit that.
Did I really just see that woman crawling on the ground? I posted a picture. I found 9 women with, it was women and dudes with blue hair crawling on the ground in the middle of Times Square with no king signs on and binkies in their mouth. That's not mental health or nothing. Nothing.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't even hit that with Sherrod's.
All right.
It could reach.
Of course, there was violence. In LA, protesters hurled rocks at cops and tried to breach the gate of a jail. One sprayed a federal building with a message that advocated killing ICE officers. In Portland, they broke through ICE facility gates and burned American flags. And everywhere, the communist hammer and sickle was proudly waved, which is no surprise. The Communist Party of America was a co-sponsor of the event, along, of course, with billionaires overseas. So yes, this entire movement is backed and cheered on by celebs, media figures, billion-dollar organizations, politicians, and our global adversaries. But somehow this protest is the little guy fighting the king? Right. Here's the truth. Life in this country is so good that its resident goofballs can don costumes and scream about it being the worst country ever. Sorry, there are no kings here, but there are elites who support democracy only when they win. And when they lose, they throw a tantrum and dress it up as revolution and hope nobody notices the billion-dollar machine behind it. And when that doesn't work, they throw rocks from the ample supply located within their own heads. Let's welcome tonight's guest. She's worth her weight in gold, which is $12. Financial analyst Heather Zamaraga. His comedy makes people LOL, i.e. leap off ledges. Comedian Sherrod Small.
I'm back, baby.
As a libertarian, her child considers the baby monitor a violation of his civil liberties. New York Times bestselling author, Fox News contributor, Cat 2. wrestler, comedian, podcaster, actor are all jobs of people he beats up. Former NWA World Champion and host of the Planet Howard podcast, Cyrus. Heather, always a pleasure.
I thought I needed to inject TRT to raise my testosterone, but I was wrong. These are the top 3 ways to restore.
To see you.
Thank you. You too.
Oh, thank you. Stop flirting with me. What do you make of like the financial underpinnings of this event where, I mean, it's almost like the $3 billion is designed to create something that generates more money for this.
Right, there's a lot of money behind it. 3,000 of these planned around the country. I haven't seen one or been a part of one yet. It was interesting to me to see that they were dressed up as frogs. I hadn't seen that yet. I'm wondering what the meaning is behind the frog outfits. Do these people not have a job? Like, if I told my job, hey, I'm going to go stand outside today for whatever reason and hold a sign, I'm pretty sure that I would be fired.
But it's on Saturday.
Still.
I think I plugged a hole in your theory, Heather.
Not allowed. No, they have me working like 7.
Most Americans work weekends.
24/7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just maybe not you, but and you're lucky. You used to have your show on Saturday night.
That's true.
So if they're mad saying that he is a dictator, I believe Joe Biden was president between 2016 and 2020, right?
Yeah.
So you had Trump the first time, voted out, voted back in again by popular demand. And if he was actually a king, I'm pretty sure you actually would not be able to protest.
That is so true. An obvious point, and I salute you, Sherrod. There were quite some available women in that march there.
I'll bring a frog too. I'm not. But a lot of people came out, Greg. You can't front on that. It was a lot of people out there. But here's the thing: white people, y'all got to get better at protesting.
Yes.
Y'all ain't got it. Y'all ain't got that, that swag.
Why is that? What do you think is wrong with us?
First of all, the rhythm was off on the march. Y'all was all over the place.
Yes.
I mean, and this was pretty much a white people's march. This was y'all thing.
Yes.
But we did enough protest. We got our steps in already. We got in our steps. This was you.
Did you? Okay, you got to be honest with me.
Yeah.
You don't know a single person who was there.
I know a couple people who were there.
Yeah, who?
They don't want white people.
Yeah.
But I know a couple people who went out to it, and plus you couldn't help but be at it.
Their ex-girlfriends.
Well, they don't know their exes yet, so let's throw that out. But the one in New York City was right in Midtown.
Yeah.
Right by the Trump building. So even if you're walking around and then they walk down to Washington Square Park, so you're going to be at the parade, at that protest, if you like it or not, at some point.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And it is entertaining, Kat.
Got to get the rhythm together, though. They got a 1-2
No,
step.
they're just a bunch of old white people, and they don't have anything to do, Kat. This is kind of like, this has replaced mall walking. Remember mall walking?
I guess.
Do you remember malls?
Yeah. No, I do. I was alive for malls.
Oh, good.
Yeah, absolutely. I got fired from a Ruby Tuesday in one, but that's a different story.
There's only 2 kinds of malls, Greg. You know that. White people mall and a mall white people used to go to. Chris Rock.
I do think it wasn't just old people, though. I think for young people, I think it was maybe a social activity. Go out, get some fresh air. And it's like 2 social activities in one. Like night 1, you make a sign.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Night 2, day 2, you carry the sign around.
Right.
And then you take your sign, you go to the bar, you meet other people with signs. That's really, I think it's a social gathering. It's a social event.
They don't go to the bar, though, do they?
Not enough. But here's the
they
thing.
should. You know why, Kat? They should go to the bar and somebody goes, "Hey, what's your sign?"
Yeah, they.
Let him have it. Let him have it.
I will say that I don't really understand the no kings.
Yeah.
If you want to do an anti-Trump rally, then do that, because no kings doesn't make sense. Because if this were really a protest for, hey, the government has too much power, I agree with that. But do you agree with that the government has too much power? Because so many of these same people, they voted for Zohran Mamdani, who talked about wanting to seize the means of production.
Their solution is more government.
So do you want no kings, or just really it's you don't like the current president?
Yes.
I know it doesn't have the same ring to it, But your solution is more government. You want bigger government.
You know, it kind of blows my mind. Homie says we have no freedoms. I can agree with some of what you're saying. Have no freedoms. Like, yeah, we've gotten a lot of our freedoms taken away. Yes, they're tightening the noose on us. But to say we have no freedoms is absolutely crazy, dude. The freedom to have blue hair, be overweight, and crawling in the middle of Times Square while cars are driving by is freedom. The freedom for me to go sit out on my front porch and do a live stream and mod while I'm smoking a incense stick and nobody cares, that's freedom. I have the freedom to do that. A lot of countries don't have that freedom. The freedom to go get pew-pews and do what we please. We have plenty of freedom. So to say that we don't, what freedom do you really have? Like, the only thing they're stripping from us is our freedoms that you can't, like the freedom to breathe fresh air. The freedom, like that's the stuff that we can't control. But as far as a lot of stuff, dude, we got a lot of freedoms, especially compared to a lot of countries. So don't sit there and act like we're like completely just out of everything, because I'm telling you right now, I'm living a good life. You know, it's not the way it could be better, of course, but I'm living a good life. And as should anybody else be able to. You know, you've got the freedom to make your life what it is. And that's just it. I'm going to finish this. I got a Hegseth press, and then I got new Sheriff Grady, and then I'm a body yada yada. The damn House and Congressman and Senator have lifelong terms. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole nother part. You know what? I'm going to skip the rest of this chick and just go to Hegseth. But yeah, I mean, dude, we've got freedoms. I understand some people could go, yeah, we don't have freedoms and stuff like that. But dude, we got freedoms. Trust me, you've got the right to do whatever you want. There's repercussions, but we've got until 2030 and you have nothing and you'll own nothing. Right now, you know, they're making it very hard for us, but you still have free will.
The weekend, I had the opportunity to visit our troops fighting in Operation Epic Fury. We were on the ground, in CENTCOM on Saturday for about half the day. For reasons of operational security, so those troops are not targeted, the places and bases will not be named. Suffice it to say, the trip was an honor. I had a chance to bear witness, and I witnessed the best of America. I witnessed warriors, a brotherhood of men and women, warriors all, active duty, guard, and reserve, united in their love for each other, their shared purpose, and their commitment to the mission. I witnessed sheer competency. I watched a private first class confidently calling out an enemy missile trajectory to a room full of officers. Everyone focused. The room was locked in. 2 enemy missiles successfully shot down. I spoke to Air Force and Navy pilots on the flight line who every day both deliver bombs deep into Iran.
This thing, do these things. Want this thing, do these things. Want this thing, do these things.
But also shoot down drones defending their base. Many had just returned from the skies of Iran and Tehran. I put on a headset and spoke to one crew in the cockpit, locked and loaded each and every day. I witnessed ingenuity, American ingenuity. I met the young Army officer who figured out how to neutralize maneuvering enemy missiles, saving countless lives. His commander confirmed that the whoops and cheers erupted in the Tactical Operations Center when his new approach was first successful. I met the Air Force intel analyst who refines target packages faster than the enemy can adapt. I actually gave him my card and told him to keep me posted on the ground truth. I did the same with his boss, a colonel with a heart the size of Texas and a beautiful deployment mustache to match. I witnessed lethality. I met a junior airman as the sun, their fighting position plastered with images of sunken enemy ships. And I witnessed urgency. Right when we landed, another C-17 landed just minutes after us. And within 30 seconds of the aircraft coming to a full stop, a team on the ground pulled up and the cargo was being uploaded. Wartime speed. To a man and to a woman, on the ground, in the air, on the flight line, and in the talk, I heard, we want everything faster, higher op tempo, wartime speed. The feeling was the exact opposite of the rotational units year after year in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan that we're so familiar with. In those wars, it was always about the next rotation, never knowing when the mission would end or exactly what the mission was, year after year. Not with epic fury. I witnessed urgency to finish the job, urgency to achieve mission success, not looking at the next rotation, only moving as fast as possible to win. I got a chance to troop the line, to witness firsthand what we already know is true. Spoke to all ranks and all services, none of whom knew we were coming. It was not rehearsed or scripted. Sometimes we just wandered. What I witnessed was motivation. It was sheer mission focus. It was the American warrior unleashed. It was the kind of warfighting American spirit that comes with a clear mission against a determined enemy. A crew chief we flew with summed it up nicely. He said, "It's been a busy few weeks, sir. Tough stuff, but I'm so honored to be called up. This fight is long overdue. We need to address it for our kids. We cannot pass the buck. Please thank the president from us." I heard that time and time again. These men and women live the Iranian threat every day, incoming missiles and drones, and know what a world looks like, what the world would look like if Iran had the most dangerous weapons in the world, a nuclear weapon. As President Trump has said time and time again for years, and in this administration, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and they won't. These troops, they want to finish this fight for their kids and their grandkids. This is about history. This is about legacy. Success matters. And because of this president and these Americans, we're closer than ever before.
The Borg found new ground.
He's all action.
Hold on. I'll get right back to this. I need to answer this question real fast. Do not allow yourselves to be deluded by the abstract word freedom. Whose freedom? Your freedom, bro. Is it not the freedom of the individual in relation to another, but the freedom of capital to crush the worker? Dude. What? What, bro? You have the freedom to start your own company and do what you will. What are you talking about, you weirdo? I can't believe I even stopped it to answer your question. That was the done. Go to New York and get on your hands and knees and crawl. We.
We'll still shoot some missiles, but we will shoot them down. Of note, the last 24 hours saw the lowest number of enemy missiles and drones fired by Iran. Just last night, we had 200 dynamic strikes alone. Dynamic strike is a strike where a pilot leaves and during their flight, they get a new target set based on real-time intel given to them. A new launcher, a new location, a new troop formation. A dynamic target is one that changes into the pre-planned targets. The video the president posted last night of Esfahan, an ammo depot struck by U.S. bombers. You see, you don't get to see many of those videos because, as a reminder, Iran has still shut off the internet to 99.9% of its population. But if Iran is wise, he does not back down. You can ask Khomeini about that. The new Iranian regime should know that by now. This new regime, because regime change has occurred, should be wiser than the last. Standing here this morning in this briefing room, in my mind's eye, I'm actually looking out at the groups I met this weekend. The pilots, the logisticians, the intel analysts, the targeters, the sustainers, the flight crews, the air defenders, the base security, those maintainers who we walked up at sunset with the chill in the air on the flight line. May God watch over all of them each day and each night. May his almighty and eternal arms of providence stretch over them and protect them and bring them peace. In the name of Jesus Christ. And amen. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. And thank you again for being here. As operations continue, I remain deeply grateful for the service and determination of 2.8 million members of our joint force, each of whom are serving something greater than themselves. Every day, those deployed, and in many cases, those at home who are deploying forward, and bomber pulses and others put themselves in harm's way, and we owe them a deep debt of gratitude. I remain especially grateful for our fallen who gave the ultimate sacrifice. We'll never forget their valor and their determination to do something greater than themselves. And each day we continue to earn what they've given to us. This morning, I want to share that yesterday the Joint Force had the honor of participating in the burial of Colonel Clarence Emil Bud Anderson, who passed away in May of 2024 at the ripe old age of 102. He was laid to rest in Arlington Cemetery yesterday morning alongside his wife of 70 years, Eleanor, who he married on February 23rd, 1945. She passed away in 2015 at the age of 92. Bud, yesterday, a legend to our Air Force and fighter pilots everywhere, was honored with a combination flyby of F-35s and a four-ship of P-51 Mustangs. He was one of the most prolific flying aces of World War II and the highest scoring P-51 ace with 16 and a quarter kills in his squadron and in his group. And he served from 1942 to 1972. And his last combat tour was flying F-104 Thunder Chiefs over North Vietnam.
Getting hard and getting turned on are not the same thing.
That is why Blue Chew Gold was created.
For anyone that had the chance to meet Colonel Anderson, you knew what an incredibly special man he was. And that's true for each and every one of our World War II vets who become fewer and fewer with each passing day. They are the greatest generation and give us the gift of an incredible example as we execute Operation Epic Fury today. And Colonel Anderson, we mourn for your loss and remember that smile on the right side as you went out to do our nation's business. I'd like to now share an operational update. Our joint force continues to focus on our military objectives as we systematically continue to degrade and destroy Iran's ability to project power and threaten stability beyond its borders. First, the joint force continues to destroy Iran's ballistic missile and UAS capabilities. We remain focused on interdicting and destroying the logistical and supply chains that feed these programs. And this remains a truly joint effort prosecuted around the clock from air, land, sea, space, and cyberspace. Long-range bombers from U.S. Strategic Command are coordinating with tactical fighter aircraft from our joint force launched from bases around the region and the continental United States, while simultaneously Navy fighters from the sea and sailors continue to project power from the sea, while Army and Marine artillery units continue to execute long-range precision fires deep into enemy territory against high-value targets. Meanwhile, on the defense side, our Army and air defenders and aviators, as the Secretary talked about, remain vigilant, forming a shield to protect our forces and our partners, intercepting missiles and drones. As the Secretary talked about, switch towards more and more dynamic targets, servicing mobile targets around the battle space. We've continued to do the work against Iran's missile, drone, and naval production facilities, and we continue the multi-domain pressure that we've talked about. Second, on the Navy front, we continue to assert dominance over the Iranian Navy. We remain focused on targeting their mine laying capability, their naval assets, and we've now, as I mentioned briefly last time, started to work attack helicopters and other close air support assets into the naval domain. CENTCOM continues to identify and work against naval depots and storage areas. And we've taken out, again, more than 150 ships, including all Jamaran-class frigates inside their Navy. Third, I'd like to continue my theme of highlighting the incredible contributions of Americans to our joint force. Today, I want to talk a little bit about a different front line, a line that doesn't have bunkers or guard posts, but is just as critical to our nation's security, our National Assembly lines. Today, I want to recognize a group of Americans who live at the beginning of our nation's combat power, the Americans who actually make our weapons, both inside our defense industrial base, but even more broadly inside our national industrial base. In every military option, we could not and cannot do our jobs without the men and women across our country who show up every day around the clock to a factory floor, a workshop, a laboratory, who build the weapons and capabilities we need to project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing. These great Americans, and I've had a chance to spend some time with them when I was in the private sector, are the core of American combat power. They're the machinists running high-tech CNC machines, cutting raw blocks of metal into incredibly precise parts. They're the assembly workers painstakingly taking a kit of parts and turning that into a complex guidance system or precision munition or a rocket motor or building a jet or submarine. Or they're the quality assurance technicians who ensure that when a warfighter pulls a trigger, the weapon works every time. This can be and is tough and gritty work. It's not a quiet office and a desk with paper, and there's nothing wrong with that, but this is exactly the way this group of Americans likes it. I know this. I've seen it myself, and I remain deeply honored by that gift. It's often loud and dangerous work, demanding, requires absolute focus for hours at a time with deep commitment to get it right every single time. It's hands-on work where one uncaught mistake or deviation can put an American's life at risk. A single misplaced wire, a microscopic flaw in a weld, incorrectly calibrated sensor could mean the difference between mission success or mission failure. The difference.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Matt. You're absolutely adorable. I had to come over and say hi. I'm tempted.
Difference is measured in the lives of our sons and daughters who we put out around the field and on the field of battle. We rely on and trust in these great Americans, and it's not just their manufacturing skill, it's their innovative minds and their entrepreneurial spirit. From those who build exquisite capabilities down to the mom and pop machine shops all over this great country, they live at the beginning of and the core of America's combat capability, constantly adapting, constantly improving, constantly learning. And there are examples of this throughout history and current days, to include building things like the F-117 stealth fighter, the B-2 stealth bomber, making our combat capability undetectable over the enemy, to today's B-21 and F-47. It's work like in the shipyards of the East Coast and Northeast side of the United States that go out and build America's nuclear submarines that allow us to patrol around the world at the time and place of our choosing. These innovators, these workers, these incredible Americans don't get the same glory as a fighter pilot returning to a carrier deck at night or an artilleryman sending rounds downrange. And yet they show up every single day. And without them, we could not do the work that we are tasked to do. 24/7, they build the tools that we need to do our business. The skill, the commitment, the patriotism, the dedication poured into every piece of combat capability and hardware is seen and felt out at the edge of the force, as the Secretary talked about those young bomb builders out in the desert that he had the chance to see. You can see it, you can feel it. and it's real, and we're deeply grateful. So to the American workforce out there, both inside our defense industrial base and in our national industrial base, thank you on behalf of the Joint Force. We carry the weapons that you build. We rely on the systems that you create, and the distance from that factory floor and that assembly line to the front line is incredibly short. Thank you. Keep it up. And to our adversaries out there, I remind you to beware of the American workforce. We continue to press forward in our military objectives. The Secretary and I remain deeply humbled by the spirit, tenacity, commitment, and grit of our 2.8 million member strong joint force. I want to, as always, thank the force and their families, and as always, remember our fallen. We carry with them and their names every day. Sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. He didn't note it, but in memory of Colonel Bud Anderson, the chairman himself flew his F-16 to honor him recently. And thank you for highlighting the defense industrial base, the arsenal of freedom. It's worth noting no one has rebuilt that defense industrial base faster and with more purpose than President Trump in his first term. And now we're rebuilding the arsenal of freedom. Our defense industrial base is more vibrant today than it's been since World War II and growing rapidly. Contrast that with Iran, whose defense industrial base is nearly completely destroyed. Their ability to reconstitute the weapons of war they're using now that they're hiding in underground facilities and attriting over time, their ability to rebuild that is negligible. And I think that contrast is an enduring legacy of this as well, right here.
We've had some signaling that the U.S. will retake control of the Strait of Hormuz. At that point, what military posture will be imposed to guarantee safe passage for our allies, deter our enemies, and demonstrate U.S. dominance in the region? And also, can you speak to how much America's adversaries, Russia, China, North Korea, how much they're supporting Iran's war machine at this point with arms and intelligence, and what we are militarily doing to punish the enemy coalition?
Appreciate both questions. On the Strait of Hormuz, there are many more vessels flowing through today than there were, as the president has arranged. The president's been clear to Iran, open it for business, or we have options, and we certainly do. And when you look at what the chairman laid out with the Navy industrial base, with coastal cruise missiles, with UAVs, with counter mine capabilities, we've been focused from the beginning on attriting and defeating those capabilities and limiting their options. There's lots we're doing as well, some of which is known, some of which is not known, to set the conditions. And I think the president was clear this morning in his truth that there are countries around the world who ought to be prepared to step up on this critical waterway as well. It's not just the United States Navy. Last time I checked, there was supposed to be a big bad Royal Navy that could be prepared to do things like that as well. So he's pointing.
Do you have any timeline for operability in the Strait?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Zier, Real America's Voice. And I witnessed that enthusiasm on the lines and our submarine builders and the ironworks. It's unbelievable. But I just wanted to ask you, what's the status of the delivery of any hardened bunkers for additional protection for our troops? And without getting too specific, what kind of measures are we taking to protect some of the larger, more strategic aircraft like the Sentry and other?
Well, it's great question. I'll say what I witnessed where I went was
Introducing Iron Beam, a bright choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is an
completely locked in discipline of bunker use and bunker improvement. So from the beginning, as we stated very clearly, the first thing we did was set up a defense and make sure our defensive capabilities were maxed out before any of this even started. That included fortifications as much as possible, but it also included disbursement. If all of our people are in one place, you could imagine why that's a big problem. So dispersing is part of that defeat. Alongside that disbursement is more and more bunkers. And I can tell you, talking to base commanders, talking to our allies in Israel, talking to others, rapidly fielding that and then improving those positions is a theater priority, no doubt, as are the air defenses and the layered air defenses. It's not just Patriots and THAADs, it's fighters and defensive caps, it's other kinetic defeat systems, it's electronic warfare. So the defense of our troops and our assets is max. I will say on some of those other assets you talked about, air wings, airframes, there's some things adversaries are doing to provide info and intel that they shouldn't. We're aware of it. And ultimately, we move things around and don't. One of the biggest principles you learn in the military is to not set patterns, predictable patterns. And so commanders are working hard to adjust in real time with those systems and make sure they're in the right places and not easily targetable. Jillian.
Strategy, does it have any bearing at all? And General, the president wrote yesterday that the U.S. might destroy Iran's electricity generating plants and oil wells. Those are his words before ending this operation. Is there a way to do either of those things without like seriously jeopardizing or seriously harming civilians?
So on the talks, I can tell you, having been with Steve and Jared and the vice president and Marco and many others yesterday, they are very real. They are ongoing. They're active. And I think gaining strength. And we appreciate that. As I said in my remarks, our job is to ensure that we compel Iran to realize that this new regime, this regime in charge, is in a better place if they make that deal. And so we'll continue. We're working hand in hand, but the primary effort is a deal. We want that deal to be accomplished if at all possible. If not, then we're prepared to continue.
Secretary, what happened at
Go ahead,
Mr.
Chairman.
Yeah. Thanks. So.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know you slightly addressed this already, but just on the Strait of Hormuz, is opening the strait an essential objective to Operation Epic Fury, or is that the job of those other countries? And then secondly, without asking you to comment on things that you can't talk about, what is your message to Americans who love the president and strongly believe in him, but are very worried about this notion of boots on the ground?
Well, first on the Strait of Hormuz, our core objectives from this podium, from day one, from me, from the chairman, from the president, from the vice president, from Secretary Rubio and others have been clear. Defense missile production and missile programs, so their entire missile program, defense industrial base and production ability to build, and Navy and power projection. So those have been, and then of course, wrapping it all is Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. So those have been very clear. Defeating the Navy is a core part of ensuring they can't project that kind of power. But ultimately, I think the president's truth this morning lays that out very well, that this Strait of Hormuz issue, which we've set the conditions for success, and we will make sure Iran knows that very clearly, is not just a United States of America problem set. We've been willing to lead. President Trump's led the entire time, but it's not just us. So ultimately, I think other countries should pay attention when the president speaks. He's proven that when he speaks, he means something. And he's pointing out, you might want to start learning how to fight for yourself. It's something some of us have been saying for quite some time. You can't just have flags. You have to have formations. You can't just have a few ships. You have enough to affect change. Those things matter in a dangerous world with ascendant adversaries. That's why the chairman's talking about our industrial base. That's why we're launching the Arsenal of Freedom tour to revive our defense industrial base. President Trump doing it in a way that nobody else has. As far as President Trump and boots on the ground, I don't understand why the base, which they have already, they understand, wouldn't have faith in his ability to execute on this. Look at his track record of pursuing peace through strength, America first outcomes. What he's simply saying, and it's exactly true, and I've said from this podium too, we're not going to foreclose any option. You can't fight and win a war if you tell your adversary what you are willing to do or what you are not willing to do, to include boots on the ground. Our adversary right now thinks there are 15 different ways we could come at them with boots on the ground. And guess what? There are.
Bob told us that they were going to test the alien craft that night.
I have seen extraterrestrials face to.
So if we needed to, we could execute those options on behalf of the President of the United States and this department. Or maybe we don't have to use them at all. Maybe negotiations work, or maybe there's a different approach. The point is to be unpredictable in that. Certainly not let anybody know what you're willing to do or not do. But if anybody has internalized the lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan as the first one, President Trump, to call them out for what they are, he's not going to repeat those lessons. And I think I've been very clear about that from the podium. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. A question for you and then a question for General Kane. You said we're a month into the Operation Epic Fury. How long until the objectives are achieved? And is there a scenario where a deal is struck before the objectives have been achieved? And then for General Kane, there's been lots of media coverage that suggested a ground invasion is imminent. What other purposes might the soldiers and the Marines who have been
deployed over to the Middle East serve in this conflict?
Well, just like the previous question, it's sort of military 101. Don't tell your enemy what you're willing to do or not do, and don't tell your enemy when you're willing to stop, especially an enemy that likes to hide in bunkers and try to hoard their missiles and hope you'll wait you out. So that's not a.
Okay, chat. I gotta talk to you real fast, bro. Randall. Trump doesn't give a crap about the Iranian people. And I say he does. If you go watch his interview from 1989, you will hear the same sentiment from 1992 to 1997, 99, 2001, 2004, and so on and so forth. He's always cared. I don't know what to tell you. What has he been lying for 40, 50 years? My whole entire life? I don't know, bro. I think that's not true, dude. To be honest, he's been saying we should topple their government way before he was ever running for president. So did Hillary Clinton and every other person that knows anything about it. But he said, and then Randall also said, is what really made me stop it. He said, they live in a crap hole country. Yes, they do. So do the Somalians and all the rest of them. Yeah, they do. That's why you see my question. What was the question of my poll? Something about, do you value your freedoms? Because all these other places that he did call a asshole don't have any freedoms. So you're making my point. Thank you. You're literally making my point for me. And Hugh, yes, I can't wait for this to be over so that we can watch Sheriff Grady. Got some new ones. He said they do under a dictatorial regime. Exactly. What do you want us to say, dude? What do you want us to say? It's a dictatorship. There was just a march over the weekend about dictators. Like, either have it one way or the other. How do you want it? It's not Burger King.
Question I'm going to answer, or the president has said definitively, we have our own goals and guidance and things military objectives that we're moving toward and things that we look at. And as he's articulated, he's said 4 to 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, 3. It could be any particular number, but we would never reveal precisely what it is because our goal is to finish those objectives. And we're well on our way. And the chairman and I look at this every single day. It will be the president's determination and the president's determination alone when those objectives are complete and when it serves the interest of the American people to cut that deal, to make sure that Iran doesn't have a nuclear capability and ultimately that our objectives, our interests are advanced. I don't know if you want to add anything.
No, just to answer your question, Reagan, the range of military options that those forces can offer are extensive, not just limited to what you mentioned in terms of forces on the ground. And I wouldn't want to take away the president's decision space, but there are a multitude of things, not the least of which is Iran should note that they're out there and that they are a pressure point. And so they should carefully consider, I think, at the diplomatic level, not my job as a chairman, but at the diplomatic level to consider what's in front of them.
Jerry.
Okay. Mr. Secretary, the U.S. government, I see, assessed for many years that Iran is protecting al-Qaeda senior leaders, including the current Emir Saif al-Idil. Does the U.S. assess that he's still in Iran? Has he fled to Afghanistan? Is he on a...
Like what? Like I'm able to spark up right now and tell you that we have freedoms and that you could go F off if you don't like it. Whoa, that's freedom, huh? I could go sit on my porch and do anything I want to do right now besides, things that are not right. I could go walk to the store. Dude, I'm sorry, but you rainbow people can do nasty things that none of us approve of. There's a lot of freedoms y'all have. Women can go do things, come on, bro. What freedom do you want that you don't already have? Please, you dumb liberal.
Target list and Mr. Chairman, Based on CENTCOM figures and open source, Iranian daily missile barrages and drone launches have indeed dropped dramatically since the start of the war, but they're not at zero. And they seem to have maintained some level of low but stable numbers. Perhaps they've dropped a little bit more in recent days. How do we get that closer to zero? And what impact is Iran's degraded but still very real capability impacting current and future operations?
So I won't speak to a particular target. I'll just say that Al Qaeda remains our enemy, obviously. And there are a lot of people on our target list in Iran. And if they were to be harboring Al Qaeda, they would certainly fit that list.
Just quickly, the mobile targets that they have that we continue to service, as the secretary talked about, the 200 hits that were done last night. That's one component of continuing to lower that. The second and more long term impact that we're having is the strikes against their defense industrial base at scale, which will not allow them to reload after that. So we do continue to see a trend down. They are still shooting, and we do continue to exert significant pressure against both sides of that system.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for the question. Do you still believe, you said previously that the Iranian leadership would surrender? Do you still believe that? And is the United States still committed to NATO's collective defense? And to Chairman King, could you give us a sense of your thinking about the legality of striking desalinization plants if the president were to order that?
I will just say that any mission that ends on our terms, you want to call it a surrender, call it a defeat, call it what you want, we remain committed to it. A conflict that ends on our terms and the president's terms. There's no doubt about that. And as far as NATO is concerned, that's a decision that'll be left to the president. But I'll just say a lot has been laid bare. A lot has been shown to the world about what our allies would be willing to do for the United States of America when we undertake an effort of this scope on behalf of the free world. These are missiles that don't even range the United States of America. They range allies and others. And yet when we ask for additional assistance or simple access basing and overflight, we get questions or roadblocks or hesitations. And the president's pointing out, you don't have much of an alliance if you have countries that are not willing to stand with you when you need them. He's simply pointing that out. And ultimately, it'll be his decision of what that looks like after this is complete.
I'll just won't talk about any particular target. This really builds on Jillian's question too, that I don't think I completely answered. But the joint force is the most professional force in the world, and we have numerous processes and system to carefully consider the whole range of considerations, from civilian risk to legal considerations with any target. And as targets come before us, we run them through the same process that we always do, and always strike lawful targets in accordance with the normal procedures that we use.
No quarter, no mercy for enemy combatants. As ISAF has said.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you. I appreciate it. On Sunday, President Trump said that Iran's first regime was all destroyed and the second one is mostly dead. And the third regime that we're on right now has been much more reasonable in negotiations. Do you agree with that assessment, and why?
I would defer to the negotiating team there. They're the ones talking to him, but they're getting a back and forth on terms, which is a productive development. We stand right there next to our negotiating team, always willing and prepared to put them in an even better position. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay, first off, let's talk about what you're saying. Hold on. Homies talking racist comments. I mean, what I read was, if you're a black troop, you need to get out. That's what I read. Now, I'll go back and unlook and I'll read it again. I don't know if he said anything before that. I can look at his activity. He said one comment, and it was black troop. Oh, it says black troops get out. Now, what does that mean, bro? Are you saying they need to get up out the war? Or are you saying they need to just get out? No, it said black troops get out. Now, I don't know if he means like black troops get out, like the movie Get Out, You know, like that's where my brain went. My brain goes like I think a million different things. I'm always thinking in like, you know, other types of terms than just like, was he really saying like all black troops just don't fight for America? Is that what he was trying to imply? Like, don't fight for America, your country? Man, how do you think the black troops feel that you're saying that to? As a matter of fact, that's so damn disrespectful. I'm about to get pissed. We have our flags at half staffed here in Ohio because an American, a black American, 21 years old of age, unalived in a plane crash, heading to Iran over Iraq, trying to refuel. Why would you disrespect him and his family? That's crazy, bro. That's absolutely crazy, bro. I don't see the disrespect. Like, I don't even see that being racist. I see it being disrespectful. You could say a white anybody. That's just disrespectful. Like, I don't really go down the whole racist path because, you know, words are words. But when you start to don't like somebody for a certain reason, yeah, bro. Yes, what do we get from America? We get the ingredients for yellow pound cake. Well, pound cake is fire, and America's fire. What do you want from America, you cuck? What do you want, bro? What do you want, cuck boy? Huh? What do you want? What do you want that you don't have right now, cuck boy? Little Adam Maxwell. What do you want, Adam Maxwell? Do you want a London pound cake with your name on it, fat boy? Is that what you want? You think you're Afro Man and you think you're funny? Is that what you're trying to do? We be smoking lemon pound cake, homie, like the real lemon pound cake, not the food. In this beautiful country of America, we do a lot of beautiful things here. Lots of beautiful stuff. Like, it was just 80 degrees and I was walking around the park with my nephew. I was able to do whatever I want to do. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Yeah, thinks he's Afro Man, dude. Dude's had one too many tall cans. Let's go. Colt 45 and 2 zigzags, baby. That's all we need. But USA can't stop this war. Even if Iran makes the deal, Iran will still go after Israel. They say we made a deal with you, not Israel. And that's how you know Trump's full of S. Booney. Why are you still here? You deranged, stupid F. Bye. You're so low IQ. You're so damn low IQ. I mean, why did you make me read that comment? But USA can't stop this war. Even if USA can do what we want, you dummy. We haven't even put our feet on the ground yet. We do what we want to do, bro. We run this. What do you mean? Y'all must have just forgot about history. But we do run this shit until somebody takes it from us. We still the champions. All you dumbass warmongering, oh, you think you got all the strategy, y'all don't know nothing. You know little. I know little. And yet I know a hell of a lot more than you, and I know nothing. But I do know. I sit here with you. I sit here with Damage. I sit here with a lot of these cats. Bill, we sit here and watch all of this. We watch Congress hearings. We watch it all. We know what's going on. You people just come in and spew nonsense because you're low IQ. And when that stuff is on, you can't sit through 6 minutes of it because you're not smart enough. So When we're watching like headset talk, it's boring. It's monotonous. But if we don't learn, dude, they might lie to us. And a lot of it could be lies. But see, there's truth in every lie. And it's called discernment. When they're telling you stuff, you've got to be able to discern what's right and what's wrong. We're not over there. Because I effing want to. You got an effing problem with that, bro? Get out of here. So, you know, we're not over there. We're only being told what's being reported to us. There's no internet. And I know that for a fact. When they say there's no internet in Iran, there's no internet in the Middle East for the most part. Like, I have friends throughout the Middle East. I do. They've got no internet. They are down. So whatever news that dude, Ryan, get this bitch out of here. Bye. Anyway, so whatever news we get, it's through somebody. I don't care what source you use. Nobody's on the ground. We haven't even stepped foot on the ground yet. So I don't know what to say. I know this, that we are well informed of what's going on, and none of us sits well with us. I don't know one person that I chill with every stream, dude. We talk for hours and hours. Hugh's one of the, Bill, bro, we sit there and talk for hours and we watch this stuff. You don't think we've got a decent grasp on what's going on? And do you think any of us really want this to be going on? No. And do you not think that I know for a fact the people that I rock with want the best for America and the world? You people want the worst, and it's sad. It's sad. Y'all are like, just like doom and gloom, like low IQ, low vibrational, low energy, no information having ass losers. Like, really coming up in here like, bro, why are you yelling? Bro, why don't you do this? Bro, why don't you do that? How about this? Why don't you go get a laptop, go live, and see if you can talk to people and put your message out? Because I'm doing one step more than most people. Straight up. And people like don't understand that in order to get your message out, you have to kind of, beat around the bush sometimes, because this is YouTube. So when you want to talk about freedoms, yeah, you don't got freedoms when it comes to social media. But when I get up off of this laptop and I close this laptop, I do what I want. I do what I want. There ain't nothing stopping me. When they said, oh, it's lockdown, you can't leave to past midnight, guess what I did every night at midnight? I got up, I got dressed, and I went out every night. Every night. Walked around the town, walked around the city, went to my brother's, we chief out on the porch. I did everything. Everything. You can't stop us. And when you do decide to stop us is when it really hits the fan. I'd just be waiting for it. I'm sitting here trying to spit game to you guys because I actually we need to be able to vibe out. We need to be able to spit this stuff to each other. And yeah, yell Italian. You hear Mussolini yell? You hear them yell over there in Europe, bro? We got passion. If you ain't got no passion, why are you talking? What the hell makes me any special if I can't even do bro, passion means a lot. Being genuine, being honest. Yelling is necessary because I can't swear. If I were to sit there and swear at you guys, then it's not the way to go. So I tend to start to get loud when I want to start cussing y'all out. And I don't mean all you guys. I think, I say this all the time, dude. I've got 250 people in here. And I would say that 200 of them are cool, bro. I think 200 of y'all out of the 250, maybe even more than that, are cool, legit people. There's just a small amount of y'all. It's not a lot. It's not like, you know, you guys are the majority. You're not the majority. So when I'm talking to people, I'm aiming at the dumbasses in the chat, or when I start to yell, it's for those in the chat that want to yell. Because I do read, like Irene said, you're great. She's saying that because she's thinking the same thing, just like the rest of us. We want to be able to get this out. You know, we all are thinking this right now. So damn it, if I can have my voice and let y'all hear it, I'm gonna. And I can't stand war. So like, bro, it's not my thing. I'd much rather talk about ICE and immigration, or about, you know, GMOs and food, or anything. There's a lot of stuff. Y'all really on that gas thing. It's like $3.88 here in Ohio, $3.87 right now. $3 in Cali. You tripping, bro. Ain't nothing $3 in Cali. I don't even think you could take a, yeah. What can you do anything for $3 in California? You can't even get a damn cheeseburger from McDonald's for $3. It's like a regular cheeseburger. Cali is $6 a gallon for super prices. Should drop soon. That's not, look, bro, $6 isn't the end of the world if that's it. $3.89 in North Texas. It's the same here, Anthony. I'm with you. It was $3.87 today. It was $3.87. Being a critical thinker is rare for the younger generation. I mean, you know, the whole goal, my whole entire point of doing a show that I've been doing forever, having a podcast. I've switched up my format 100 different times because my whole point is I'm a critical thinker. I love to learn things, and I love to share it. I mean, I love to share it. I love to be able to share what I know and knowledge. And I love to learn from other people. My views change constantly, as they should. The older you are, the more things you come across in life, the more experiences you have, you tend to change. And that's okay. That's fine. That doesn't make you a hypocrite because maybe 1 week you were cool with the war and then 2 weeks later you're fed up, or the other way around. You have a right, dude. That's your right. Or any matter at that. I mean, hell, some people might have hated ICE and now they're like, dang, I see what's going on. I like them, or vice versa. Some people might have been all about ICE and now they're like, I'm not really cool with it. I mean, people change their opinions. But the one thing that we should all kind of be on the same page is our freedoms. Like, our freedoms are important, you know? And like, we do have them. And it's like, I put that question out to see how many people would say we don't have freedom, and to see how many people would actually say no. And it's like, look, bro, like, you're trolling at this point. It should be 100%. There shouldn't be one person in this chat that would say, no, I don't value my freedom. Like, really, dude? You're either trolling or you like being locked in a cage and told what to do. I don't know what to say. You know, it is what it is. I support ICE 100%. I need to get a legal aid. Yeah. I'm with you, brother. I mean, that's why we voted for Trump, not for war, but to get these people out, these illegals, to get them out. And now they're here. So now we've got potential war on our own land because we've got so many damn illegals in here. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks about the fact that at any time, nothing could happen to us, you know. Maybe ain't nothing going to happen to us from another country, you know, but what could happen here on our own home soil is a whole nother thing. And they keep letting Iranians in. Dude, did y'all not hear? Hey, to my people that really know what I'm talking about here. Did y'all not hear about the cartels now smuggling in Iranians? That's another thing. That's another thing. They're bringing in Iranians, bro. You're so freaking ignorant. Yeah, and you're gonna get, hey, your dog, yeah, I can't even say it, bro. I can't even say it. While you're eating that pork chop sandwich, you're gonna get bent by a Islamic in your own damn town, bro. I'll laugh. I'll laugh when you're not ready for it. But don't worry. One of us will save you. Don't worry. You'll be calling us. You'll be standing behind me. I promise you that. You would want to. You definitely don't want to be in front of me. I promise you. What's your source on that? What's your source? Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. You gone. You gone. You gone. Who else wants to say something stupid? Come on. I'm on a run. Who else? Say it. Say something dumb so I can kick your ass out of here. Your doctor's Islamic? Oof. What kind of doctor, may I ask? Yeah, but I'm leading the discussion. And you said Trump to 20-something years in jail. That's not a discussion. That's just a dumbass comment. That's not a discussion. Tell me why he should get that then. If you want a discussion, explain to the chat why he should get 20 to 27 years. Huh? Oh, that's why I blocked you. Operation Epstein Fury, because you're a cock. Get out of here, bro. You're dumb. Oh, I know. I'm trolling them back. Operation Epstein Fury. That's what we came up with to troll the people that are trying to do the right things. We come up with Operation Epstein Fury, and then we call them Bad Man Orange and Taco Trump. That's what we do. We show those bad guys. You dumbass. Dummy. Dummy. You stupid. You dumb, bro. Thank you, Ultramag. I know. Look, this is for the people. But this is for the people that want to hear this, because I know a lot of people do. A lot of people read your comments right now and are like, "Man, F this dude," and they're just, "What do you want me to say?" So, you know, at the end of the day, man, we are losing rights. But we have a lot of rights, which is the free will. And there's a lot of things at our accessibility here in the United States of America, and we've got it made. So anything short of that, you're just fooling yourself. Now, are we slowly losing them? Yes. If you cucks don't get off your ass and fight, then yeah, we're not going to have them anymore. But like I said, dude, I could roll up and I could go outside. I could go to the store when I'm done and eat. I could come home and listen to what music I wanted to. I could watch any game I want. The girl and lady next door could go get knocked up and go get her kid unalive. Yo, what do you want to do? The dude next door can hump his buddy right there in public and wave his flag around, and it's okay. That's more rights than any country in this world, bro. Straight up. Go butt slam your buddy at the bus stop, bro. Only in America can you do some stuff like that. Maybe Iran, since they do have a Ayatollah cardboard cutout running their country. Maybe them too, I guess. But, you know. So here's some new Sheriff Grady. This is from 2 days ago. This will be a good one. This one's about unaliving.
Working, they saw this significantly injured person and discovered that, in fact, what they had was a murder. We were guarded with our information on Friday morning when the chief and I met with you because there were a lot of moving parts. But here's basically what we told you. Here's our victim, Jeffrey Blevins. He's 56. He lives in that apartment complex with his sister. He was outside of his sister's apartment talking on the telephone to his mother. They lived in apartment 108. And the mother heard a sound as if he had fallen down, and she called out to Jeffrey, and he didn't respond, and he didn't respond. So mom hung up, called the sister and said, go outside and find your brother. He's fallen down or something's happened to him. He won't talk to me. They found him just outside of the fitness center, which is the wall next to where the apartment was. And it was obvious that he died a violent death. Now, here's what's interesting about Jeff. He is known by family and friends as being non-confrontational. He's easygoing. He's liked. And he's just not a problem person. So that created extra problems for the chief and his detectives and our detectives, because we have what is a nice guy here outside smoking a cigarette, talking to his mother on the phone, just about, reminiscing on historical events in the family at that time. But the investigation went on. And as the investigation went on, just as a matter of routine, we talked to David Richard Morris, who's 48. David lives above the victim's apartment, directly above the victim's apartment, in kind of catty corner in number 114. David Richard Morris, so I can give you some background on him, he has, for all intents and purposes, lived with his mother his entire life. He lived in that apartment complex with his mother. He has been described to us as a conspiracy theorist. He's what they call a flat earther. He still doesn't believe the earth is round. Well, the floor in the county jail is flat anyway, and that's where he is. So we first interviewed him, and we asked him during the first interview, the detectives, do you own a firearm? He says, yes, I own a 9mm handgun. They said, okay. And so it was a preliminary interview as they were going through talking to everyone in that particular area. And little did he know, and what we didn't release to you, is we had a 9mm casing from where our victim had been shot. So the investigation, and he described David Richard Morris as a suspicious guy that when he was high on meth would brag about his gun. But when you look at his criminal history, he apparently had arrest for a DUI and was found not guilty, and was not a problem person. And he really wasn't a criminal according to the record, but the investigation went on. When we do a criminal investigation on a murder, especially what appears to be a whodunit, the first thing we do is flood resources to the area. So I'm going to give you a quick timeline. From the time the shooting occurred and 911 was called, Bartow Police was there in 2 minutes. So people didn't have an opportunity to move around. Bartow Police was on scene with EMS, and they started the investigation. And then when they discovered they had a homicide, they asked if we would assist them, and we are always glad to help. Now, the beauty of it is Bartow Police doesn't have many murders. And it is, in order to get a case through the criminal process today, it's very technically difficult. So when you don't have a lot of experience at work in those kinds of death investigations, the brilliance of the chief is to call in people who have more experience. And that's what we did. And we were glad to help. So we had dive teams there. We had drone teams there. We had intelligence teams there. We were checking, and we were like running into a dead end until we encountered this one person who was in possession of meth and talked about how he had provided meth for this guy in the past. But still, there was no connection for all of this. Then we found another person who admitted to us, well, this guy he's kind of an irritating guy. Doesn't cause a lot of problem, but he's just really strange. So we were able to put enough information together to ultimately do a search warrant on the apartment that he lived in with his mother. And when we did, voila, we recovered this firearm. And the detectives were really excited when they unloaded the firearm, and it was the same exact casing, brand, and stamp as the murder casing. And then upon closer examination, they were really excited to find out that David didn't do a real good job cleaning the gun, because we found evidence, blood evidence on the gun. And then we were real excited when we found that there was blood evidence on some shoes he had in his house, as well as a towel. We collected all of that.
Imagine being able to reach 15 million views on the first video of a new YouTube channel. You start at 0 subscribers. Imagine that.
We're in a full court press now, because now we can process the firearm. We can do a test fire of the firearm, which we did, and we entered the information into NIBIN. But it's Saturday morning by now. We worked with FDLE and we worked with ATF, and we asked ATF, can you send somebody to work this morning? We need some help right now. And they're located, their headquarters for this NIBIN is in Alabama. They roll somebody out of the house on Saturday morning to help the Bartow Police and the Polk County Sheriff. They did an immediate check and said, yes, that the test fire cartridge belonged to this gun, and this gun was found in a backpack in a closet of this guy's house. And the case came together. We still have a lot of mopping up to do. Of course, our DNA evidence is being rushed over to the FDLE labs, and we will have this tied up as soon as possible. We have charged second-degree murder at this point in the investigation, because that gets our suspect in jail on a no bond. However, the state attorney's office and our detectives are going to push hard. We believe at grand jury we'll have him indicted for first-degree murder. But this is an example of how a case rapidly came together that could have slipped through our fingers, because there was no camera footage of the shooting. There was no obvious conflict that we've been able to find between these two guys, like they hated each other, they've been fighting. There was no fight that night. This guy's just weirdo personality who's not a real criminal. And why in the world he decided to shoot this guy, we don't know, because he did lawyer up, is still unknown to us. But we know this, that this kind, non-confrontational, easygoing, decent guy who was living with his sister in the same complex as David Richard Morris, who was living with his mother upstairs. For whatever reason that we have not discovered at this time, he decides to shoot and kill him late on Thursday night. Was he on meth? Was he bragging? That's still unknown. But let me turn this over to the chief. Chief, I appreciate the opportunity to work with your professionals, and together good things happen.
Thank you, Sheriff. First and foremost, our thoughts and prayers go out to the family for their loss. It's unfortunate, and it seems can't figure out why it happened. But most importantly, the work by the detectives was outstanding. These guys worked tons of hours to take this case that initially had really nothing to go on, it seemed like, and end up making an arrest. Again, great work by both departments. The partnership we have with the Sheriff's Office is tremendous. It's great to be able to have that kind of resource you can turn to when you need help. And they've always been there for us, and we truly appreciate that. And we continue that relationship as we go forward. So,
and as an example, Chief, you know, you called on us, and we called on FDLE and ATF. So it took 4 agencies to get this wrapped up. But I'm so proud of the detectives, because when you think about this, we had the suspect identified and charged within 23 hours of the detectives engaging in this. In less than 1 complete day, we had this guy wrapped up because of a lot of great work by a lot of great detectives. But once again, ATF, this big national federal organization, called people from home on Saturday morning to rapidly help us. So it takes all of us in this day and age to bring cases to successful conclusions. Are there any questions?
Did he have a confrontation that evening with those two, or did he just walk up to him and just shot him?
That's all we know right now. We see no evidence of confrontation. The victim was talking to his mother on the phone. So she was listening, and all of a sudden she heard what she described to us as he fell to the ground and was making noise like he was laying in the grass, rustling around in the dirt. So she heard no argument, no fight, no hi, how are you? What are you doing? Nothing.
Did she hear the gunshot?
She did not, but he had a set of maybe noise canceling ear pods that he was talking through, and we're still looking through that. All she heard was he hit him apparently hit the ground, and then he wouldn't respond to her any longer.
Describe the injury or the event as violent.
Sure. He had 1 wound to the top of his forehead about the hairline, and it traveled down and out the left side of his head, and he died immediately. I mean, there was no pain, there was no suffering. I mean, he was immediately deceased as a result of that horrible injury. Yes, ma'am.
In the release, it says that one resident claimed there was a confrontation the night prior on Wednesday night.
We're still trying to confirm that. We don't know that for a fact yet, that there might have been an argument, but we don't know. Both of these folks, you got one guy, the victim, who's kind of chilled out and easygoing. You got this guy who's just kind of a loner, no criminal record, but he does get boastful, according to another witness, when he uses meth, which is about the only time that he is amped up. So was he amped up on meth on Thursday night whenever he ultimately shot our victim? I suspect something was wrong, but
Was any meth or any drugs found during the search?
not of our victim's house. Our victim's house was totally clean, neat as a pin. The suspect's house, no, we didn't see any there as well.
Was there any kind of balcony or second level that he may have got from in the
I wish my man would just
Sniff the hole. I'm talking about Dr. Squatch's soaps, of course. Every box.
Say that again.
Was there, it seems like when you describe the injuries, is it possible this was from up above?
No. It was a close contact wound.
Where did the shooting happen exactly?
It happened outside.
I have to stop to say, did you just hear that ad? It's like, you want to sniff the hole. Get this soap. Like, what is going on, man? These ads are off the hook. Hims, hole sniffing soap, foot stuff. Lord, oh.
To the fitness center, and as if he came out of his apartment to the north and was in the breezeway between the wall of that that string of apartments and the fitness center.
And then Mr. Marsh just returned to his home after that, after he shot him and killed him?
Went back upstairs. He really didn't have a chance to get away. So the response was so rapid that he ran upstairs, cleaned up his gun, put it in the backpack, and there he was. Because of the initial response, because of us then flooding the area with resources, we were able to lock down everything. I mean, here's how great this response was. Not only was Bartow PD immediately on it and pull fire rescue with ambulances and Bartow fire services, we got resources there. We got the garbage trucks stopped before they were able to do their morning rounds in that particular area in the event we needed to search all of that. So the response was absolutely incredible at every level.
Has the suspect shown any remorse?
No, not at all. He's not confessed. He cooperated in the very beginning, but even when we were just having a casual conversation with him, he decides to lawyer up. But I must tell you, there are folks that are in this social media world that are enabled and emboldened by watching things on social media. For example, we see people we encounter during our normal course of business that want to buck up and create problems and ultimately end up arrested because they did that someplace else in the country and they saw it and thought, well, they did it there, we can get away with it here. Well, the same thing with this. He goes online and he sees it's big and it's bold to have a gun and he's using meth, and then who knows what happened if in fact he was on meth that night. But he goes from, I say this with all due respect, he goes from an absolute nobody to a murderer. And for the normal person, we can't explain that. I suggest to you that we go back and find his social media stuff. He was looking at some kind of crazy stuff online, and that enabled or emboldened him, or he thought that was cool. But this guy literally has lived with his mother for all intents and purposes. He's 48 all of his life. He's a slow pitch in a fast game at best of life. And so now he makes his statement by killing somebody.
Sheriff, you mentioned that he lived with his mother. Has she said anything regarding this investigation or regarding her son?
She is in her 80s. She is a wonderful lady. She is a former probation officer, and she is absolutely like devastated. She cannot believe it happened. We did not and do not test people for their drugs. Okay.
Can you say anything about his demeanor when you guys conducted the search? It says in here, it sounds like he was not cooperative.
Well, here's what occurred. He resisted us in the beginning when we went in. That's some more evidence of watching something on social media. I mean, we go in with a search warrant and he wants to get brassy with us. So we end up arresting him for that. And then he also had some traffic control signs in his house, which is against the law. And those two arrests made sure that we knew where he was while we conducted the rest of this investigation. So those very minor arrests in the beginning, and he helped us by resisting when we went in with a search warrant, gave us criminal charges to lock him up in jail so that it's like, well, we don't have to sit here and babysit you until we get this figured out. Now we have you locked up in jail. So those minor charges worked very, very well for us. Okay. Thank you all very much. God bless you. See you next time somebody does something really stupid. And find out.
I just want to say this one is Operation Fool Around and Find Out, but this one is Operation Fool Around and Find Out again too, which means it's a new, they do one every few months. And this one's actually got the guy in the back with the gray suit where you see my mouse going around. That guy right there is the Attorney General. And he's starting to do stuff that Grady does. If you remember, we did the social media Snapchat Discord. It was that guy who did that press conference like last week or the week before. It was this guy. When they team up, it's a lethal dude. Florida's no joke, you guys.
Again. And we're going to introduce you to some of the big bosses that were involved in this. And by the way, for the big bosses who don't know, this is our NIA Academy. We have representatives from all over the United States. Part of their class was to be there to not only see the undercover operation, but the technology, and then to be here today to see how the press conference goes. Our focus was to rescue the victims of human trafficking and to also intercept child sex predators, pedophiles, deviants before they could get to children. And that's what we're going to talk about today. But first off, I want to introduce to you Florida's Attorney General, James Othmeyer. He's a dear friend of mine. He was the chief of staff for Governor DeSantis. And now he is our Attorney General. And we really, really, really like the support and the work that he does. He's going to speak with you. Then we have our Chief Financial Officer, Blaise Ngoya. He's here with us today. He was appointed to fill that position of CFO only 2 months ago. And the energy and enthusiasm that he has brought, the vision for the state of Florida that he has brought is remarkable, and we're glad that he's here with us today. And of course, my friend, my state attorney, Brian Haas, and I say my state attorney because I can tell you that I've had the opportunity to be the Major County Sheriff's of America president. I've had the opportunity to be the president of the Florida Sheriff's Association. So I've been around the United States. There's never been a finer state attorney anyway, any place, anywhere than Brian Haas. He gets after the bad guys. We arrest them, he prosecutes them. In fact, as we speak today, his prosecutors, for which I'm grateful, Mr. Haas, are having a lady sentenced to life for causing the death of one of my law enforcement officers. And because of your great work and that of your team, she was convicted as charged. So thank you very much. And creating the environment that caused my deputy to be shot and killed in the line of duty. In addition to that, we will have speaking today, One Name, One Voice, Dr. Mary Ann Thomas, One More Chow, will be Sine Dresler and Stacy Ham. We'll have speaking with us Heartland for Children, Katie Ann Parchment, our Osceola Sheriff and my friend Christopher Blackman, The Bloomington, Minnesota police chief, Booker Hodges, he's a dear friend of mine, and he's here. His team came down to participate and to learn. What's important to understand with these human trafficking operations, we were able to identify what we believe are victims of human trafficking. And as our goal, we have resources. Our NGOs are embedded with us so that we can immediately turn them over for services. And you'll hear more about that in just a few minutes. But let me give you the highlights of what occurred. There were 246 arrests in only a 7-day operation. 230 human trafficking arrests included 99 Johns, 111 prostitutes, and 20 other arrests. One of the things that I'm going to camp on and begin with my comments in a few minutes was the fact that we arrested 16 travelers. That's right. They were sexual deviants that thought they were coming to a home to have sex with a child. And many times, wonky, crazy, nasty, vile, ugly sex. Not that all we arrested 67 was the oldest one. We also had people on government assistance. Now, I have to point them out. You know, our CFO is really interested in waste. Well, think about it. You, the hardworking people, were out making money, earning money, paying taxes, and they were being paid to violate the law. And I imagine there were more of them but this is the ones we identified. Of course, we arrested 9 that had a military background. One was active Army, 5 previous Army in addition to the 1, 2 Air Force, 1 Navy, 1 National Guard. 15 firearms were brought to the operation by different suspects. One of the 15 firearms was stolen and we recovered it. Of course, what would an operation be if we didn't arrest theme park employees? We had 2 from Universal arrested and 2 from Disney arrested. 32 people were charged with drug possession. 3 individuals had active warrants. 16 individuals had prior prostitution charges. And 7 of those were from previous operations we've done. They showed up again. They like us so.
If you watch this with me enough, you will notice that there are a lot of Disney workers involved in these things. They do a lot of them, and you'll hear at least 2 to 5 every time.
So much. They liked the jail so much, they wanted to go to jail again with us. 2 of them were from the Fool Around and Find Out that we had just a few months ago. 2 of them came back for a second trip. Well, you know good and well that they got 2 brain cells, okay? And they used 1 on the first one and 1 on the second. They have 0 brain cells left now. March Sadness, 2 came back that we arrested in that operation. Operation Traffic Stop in 2023, we got 1 of those back. In Operation Fall Haul in 2022, I guess they have a short memory. We have those back. Now, some people would say, oh, they're not such bad people. Well, these folks had a total of 706 previous charges, 317 felonies, 389 misdemeanors. And we lodged against these folks new charges, 371 new charges. So let's go through really, really quick with our child sex predators. These are the nastiest of the nastiest. This is Trey Taunton. He's 40 years of age. He lives in Mineola in Central Florida. He's a psychological therapist, and he worked for Family Life Counselors in Lake County. counsel at-risk children. And at-risk children are those that are the easiest and the most vulnerable to be groomed. Family Life Counselors has fired him. And before that, he was a swim coach at the Mount Verde Academy in Lake County, where he was around pre-K to 12, from pre-K to 12th grade. Now, I underscore, he did not work for Mount Verde Academy when this occurred. They fired him, or he left their employment in 2024. And you know what his profound statement was when he was arrested? My husband is going to divorce me when he hears about this. Well, not only does he hear about it, he gets to see it right here. He told the undercover male who was 15 that he loves oral sex and kinky sex. Now, this guy shows up at a house thinking he's going to have kinky sex with a child. Now, here's the interesting part. When he was working through a time, he called the undercover and said, my counseling appointment has canceled, so I can be there about 4 p.m. I can get off work early. Well, he arrived and went to jail because we were there protecting the community. And then there's Christopher Williams. He's from Orlando. He's 31. He works for Positive Behavioral Specialist Coordinator. I'm not sure what that means, but I do know what child sex predator means, and that's what he is. He was immediately fired. And he talked to the father, thinking that the father was negotiating a deal for there to be sex with a little 13-year-old girl. He's charged with human trafficking. And we could tell by the way he conducted himself, this was not the first time he was in that position. And of course, this person did not actually travel, but he engaged what he thought was a child on the internet. This is Robert Hill. He's 56 from Lake Placid. He's a sergeant with the Department of Corrections. He had worked for them since 2019, so he was on the outside keeping people in, and now he's on the inside of the jail, and we're protecting children from him. And he's wearing this shirt that I really like. I used to be a people person, then people ruined it. Well, the reality, he was trying to ruin children's lives, but our detectives stopped that. He used extremely graphic language, very, very graphic language, and he was also trying to groom the parent to have sex with a child. And then there's Louis Macalino. He's 62 from Davenport. He's a CEO for Heritage Assisted Living Facility in Plant City. Now, I want you to think about this. The assisted living facility in Plant City Heritage, he's the CEO, and he's out grooming and trying to have sex with 15-year-old boys. He's been married 35 years. Oh, by the way, he resisted. But we do appreciate the fact that Louis' vehicle was paid off because we've seized that. And our plan is to use it in future operations to catch more bad guys. And then there's Jamel Jones. He's a manager of McDonald's. He wanted to have sex with a 15-year-old child. Why does he worry us? He's in a management position, a leadership position, and McDonald's hires a lot of kids. He confessed. And he also confessed that on a previous occasion, he had sex with a 17-year-old male in Osceola County. We have the very fine sheriff with us today from Osceola. His team's looking further into this. They did say he was polite. I guess McDonald's taught him well to take care and be nice. But he's in jail because he was trying to have sex with a child. And then there's Hugo Dos Santos from Kissimmee. He's 39. He's a legal assistant at Grand Vacations Timeshare. He's married. He said, "Oh, I hate this because now I'm not going to be able to adopt children." Well, duh. It's going to be difficult because we're going to try to send you to prison for a long time. He was extremely graphic and wanted to have sex with a 15-year-old boy. Grand Vacation says they've suspended him, but they didn't say they'd fired him. I don't know. We don't allow cell phones in the jail or the prison system. I don't know how he's going to continue to work. And then there's Spencer Engelhardt. He's 26 from Mineola. He once again was talking to undercovers, thinking he was negotiating with a father to have sex with a 13-year-old female. He was very graphic. And then when we arrested him, he said he was doing his own investigation and he was going to notify law enforcement later. Wink, wink, nod, nod, right? Oh, he had a gun in the car. He was charged with human trafficking. But it's important to point out that that is the worst of the worst of the worst, because they're trying to attack your children. But let me go over this group. This is our human trafficking arrest, and we've just pulled a few of them out. Then I'm going to turn it over to our Attorney General. This is Jabaz Lowe. He's 24. He's from Point Siena. What's interesting about Jabaz is he was a member of the Orange County Sheriff's Office. He was a recruit and in the academy. Now, he didn't tell us that, so he lied to us during the investigation. I can't imagine why he didn't want to tell us that he was a recruit for Orange County Sheriff's Office. But you know what? Orange County Sheriff's Office came here and fired him really quick. I believe it's safe to say that his law enforcement career was over before it began, and he didn't get it. And it's shocking to all of us because this is a guy that passed the background, the polygraph, and the psychological. He was an Army veteran. But the good news is we caught him soon when he was soliciting sex, because otherwise, had he been able to keep his composure, he would have been a law enforcement officer, but no more because of the great professional work. And then there's Kiera Marie Johnson from DeLand. This is a guy. He's 33. He's a DoorDash tech support as his employer. He wanted to have sex. Oh, by the way, we caught him in May in another operation exactly like this. He was adjudicated guilty. Our state attorney prosecuted him, got him a 6-month sentence, which is a sentence of probation, which is a pretty good sentence for a quote unquote first-time offender, on September 10th. We arrested him on September the 11th when he came back. He's what we call a slow learner. But he's also in jail on top of this for a violation of probation. And Mr. Haas says, I believe we can deal with this guy. Now, you understand some of these deviants will not change their way, and the only way to keep them from trying to attack victims is when they're locked up in jail. That's the only way. Then there's Brittany Finney, 37. This was an online ad. She says, I do in-call only. And here's what she said in her advertisement. No affiliation with any type of law enforcement of any kind in any way, and F Shady Grady. Now that just warmed my heart. She's got a long criminal history. She had 28 previous arrests. Sweetie, welcome to the county jail. Stephen Saul de Jesus Colon. He's 34 from Kissimmee. He's a former corrections officer for the city of New York. He currently owns JJ's Auto Towing, and he arrived in his tow truck. And he wanted to have sex with a female. So he arrived in his tow truck, and then we hooked his tow truck up to our tow truck, and we towed him back this way. And then after we got his tow truck out of the way, then we put him in our van, and we took him this way to the county jail. Now, I guess maybe he had a friend or either an Uber, because he didn't have a tow truck to ride away from the county jail when he got out. And then there's Richard Gashaw. He's 54. He's from Dayton, Texas. If you're ever in Dayton, Texas, he owns Rooster's Bar there. But he was here visiting his mother, who was very sick and in the hospital. And even though he owns Rooster's Bar there, he wanted to come here and have sex with a woman. So let me picture this for a second, okay? He's married. For years, he's married to this lady in Texas. She's probably there running the bar while he comes to visit his mother. That's what good wives do. And now he's laid up with a prostitute, or at least he tried to until we caught him. Well, I bet that made the old rooster cock-a-doodle-doo. Any old, I won't finish that. And then there's Waymo from Oviedo. He says he's a nuclear engineer and he's self-employed, and he wanted to have sex with a female. We may be a nuclear engineer. We don't have any call for those at the jail, but hey, he may be able to learn a new trade while he's locked up in jail, like trustee, handing out food service or something like that. Then there's Samuel Dew. He's from Apopka. He's 43. He's a retired software engineer. He's a coder, okay? But as my guy said, he might have been a coder in software, but it didn't compute very well for him here. And he said, well, I don't like going to a bar to chase women. He just wanted to save money, just get, cut right to it, just pay for it and let's go on. What he doesn't understand is he was coming here, and many of his victims may very well have been the victims of human trafficking. Now, I want to camp one more second on this, illegal aliens. There were 46, I believe, illegal aliens that we arrested in this operation. Now, you would think if there was ever a time that you were in a foreign country illegally with a president of the United States and Governor DeSantis saying, if you're here illegally, starting with the worst first, we're going to deport you. The last thing you'd want to do is commit crime and draw attention to yourself. But they showed up to violate the law. Now, all of them have ice holes on them. Several of them have already been picked up by ICE. The others are with us until ICE picks them up. And ultimately, when they finish their business with Mr. Haas, then they will be deported. So it's nice that we were able to scoop up 46 in just 7 days. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to look out for the victims of human traffickers, and we arrested those. We're going to look out for the children. And now I'm going to introduce to you our Attorney General, who gets it, who understands that when we all work together and he ensures that we coalesce with each other and work together, that we can keep Florida safe and make Florida even safer. General?
Well, it's great to be here. Polk County and our great sheriffs doing what they do best, working together to combat evil and put bad guys away. Today, 240 or 40 plus arrests. But I think what's really significant here is that collectively, all these guys that are being arrested, they combine for over 650 prior charges. Charge after charge after charge. And yet they get out and they keep committing crimes. They keep victimizing people, victimizing children. We saw this recent case in North Carolina, this brutal murder on a train. Again, a guy that had been released 14 different times. Soft on crime policies do not work. I'll tell you what, you got a great state attorney here and our team of statewide prosecutors. We're not giving out get out of jail free cards. We're going to put these guys away for as long as we can. We're going to get them off the streets, and we're going to protect our kids. When I took the oath of office at the beginning of the year, I made a promise to Floridians that priority one would be protecting our kids, combating human trafficking, and getting as many child predators off the streets. And we've worked up and down the state with law enforcement convictions. We will continue to get every one of these sick people off the streets. Parents at home need to wake up. In today's world with technology, evil people are finding new ways to get to your kids. It's real. This is proof of that. 240 plus arrests in one sting. And it keeps happening over and over and over again. Every time we do one of these criminal takedowns, there's a disproportionately high number of criminals that are here illegally. It shows the nature of what's happened under the open border policies that President Obama and Biden promoted. You've got drug trafficking, human trafficking, and tons of crime coming in through the border and impacting local communities across the country. We see in sanctuary cities like Chicago, LA, New York, we see continued crime rates increasing, murders. And here in Florida, we got big cities. We don't have those. We support them, and ultimately we arrest bad guys and we lock them up, and we're not going to let them out. So I appreciate the work of everybody here. Our prosecutors are going to bring the heat to put these cases to bed. Thanks to our sheriffs, our law enforcement, and Sheriff Grady Judd for having us.
Blaise Ngolia, Chief Financial Officer of the great state of Florida. First up, thank you, Sheriff, for what you're doing and you continue to do. And I want to personally thank everyone here who has been involved in this operation. I wish we didn't have an opportunity to do press conferences like this. In a perfect world, we wouldn't have this situation. I will tell you that my office, we have a law enforcement division. Our office contributed hundreds of hours of man hours to get this done. So if they're listening to me right now, thank you for being involved in that also. And I will say this, is that if there is any law enforcement agency out there, Sheriff, you have my commitment. Sheriff, you have my commitment that if you are going to run these operations in the future, which I know that you will do, I am committed to helping you guys. So please call upon us to help you so we can continue doing this. I have seen these stings happen firsthand. As a member of the legislature, if you've tracked some of the bills that I've written and laws that I have passed, yeah, a lot of them had to do with spending. A lot of them had to do with illegal immigration, trying to stop this particularly from happening. But a lot of them had to do with protecting kids. We had written a bill, a law that gave grants through FDLE to local law enforcement agencies, giving them the tools to run these sting operations. I had an opportunity to be inside the rooms with the detectives and law enforcement, communicating as if they were children. And the most amazing and disgusting thing happened as soon as they turned the switch on. They were getting flooded with offers to have sex with underage kids. And this is some of probably the most heinous conversations you will ever hear an adult have with a child. I'm seeing some of the heads bobbing in the front, so you've probably seen some of this. It is absolutely disgusting what our kids are subjected to. I'm going to talk to the people at home right now. because I've seen this. They have seen this. Our AG has seen this. Our sheriffs have seen this firsthand. Protect your kids, because you have no idea the depravity that is out there waiting to take advantage, take hold of your children, and to abuse them and turn their lives upside down for things as seemingly innocent as a coloring book app. These kids are being targeted by online sexual predators for the purposes of destroying their souls. If you were able to see some of the things that I have seen, what law enforcement have seen, you would double and triple and quadruple the time that you watch your children, because they are unrelenting. We as parents, we need to continue being unrelenting. But I'm going to talk now specifically to one group of people, because I think this is very, very important. We have led on this issue at the state, and that is a lot of these tech companies are in a state of either de facto protecting these predators or just outright protecting these predators. It is very difficult for law enforcement to get the proof that they need to prosecute some of these online sexual predators in a court of law. And the reason being is a lot of these tech companies, social media companies in particular, don't get me wrong, some of them wind up with good relationships with law enforcement. They attempt to try to police themselves, but a lot of this stuff is now going away in the form of disappearing messages, in the form of encryption. These social media companies really need to be held accountable in destroying evidence. And I'm saying that I believe, in my opinion, they are destroying evidence. Because if you have a conversation with the 63-year-old man communicating with the 12-year-old boy online, when the 12-year-old boy is thinking that he's talking to his 14 to 15-year-old online friend playing some online games, and there's a 62, 65-year-old man grooming this person to have a sexual encounter with later, it should be a slam dunk in a court of law. But what's actually happening is the social media companies are hiding behind privacy in disappearing messages so law enforcement can't get the information. And the conversation goes something like this: that is absolutely heinous. We're going to put that SOB behind bars. Show me the proof. And then when they go back to try to get the proof, the messages are gone. They're disappearing, because now there's new disappearing messages on a lot of social media accounts. Social media companies should, in my opinion, stop the encryption of any message that has a minor account, so law enforcement can have the tools that they need to put these scumbags away for life. So with that, just want to reiterate, if you're a parent out there, watch your kids, because I think it's pretty obvious you don't know where they're coming from. You don't know what jobs that they hold. It may not be online. Protect your kids as if their lives depend on it, because it actually does. Thank you, Sheriff.
Just want to take a moment to recognize Sheriff Grady Judd for this operation. These things don't just happen. They're a result of a lot of hard work and dedication. And I see some of the folks in the room that worked the long preparation for this, the late nights all the way through into the morning. And there's a reason why we do this. And it's because of our victims and to protect our society. So it's an honor of a lifetime for me to serve alongside with folks like Sheriff Grady Judd and our wonderful law enforcement partners as we make sure that we do everything we can to keep our community safe. And we'll be back here again and again and again. This is not the last one. This is certainly not the first one. But, you know, I began my career as a prosecutor 25 years ago this month. And one of the things I learned very quickly was that there's not a whole lot of people that stand up for some of these victims. And oftentimes when they become victims in cases, it may be the first time that someone has an opportunity to advocate and help them. And that's what we're going to do for our human trafficking victims, make sure we're doing everything we can to get them the services they need and hopefully get them on the right path to making sure that they have the best life that they can. So my prosecutors and I stand ready to pursue these cases, hold these defendants accountable, make them pay their debt to society, and ensure that we continue to have a great place to live, work, and visit. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Mark Brutnell, the FDLE specialist in charge for FDLE Tampa. I'm honored to stand here today with these amazing professionals. I just want to also thank the investigative team. Great job on this. The state attorney mentioned a lot of long hours, a lot of investigative techniques went into this. To arrest 246 people, that's a big undertaking. Job well done. Commissioner Mark Lash with FDLE, our AG and our CFO, our Florida cabinet, kids are their top priority. They don't just talk the talk, they walk the walk. And I want to thank you, General, for your support on that. I think one of the takeaways today has been parents have those hard conversations with your kids. It's tough, but you have to do that. Set some guidelines and some guardrails to save your kids from monsters like this. If you need some help with those conversations, there's plenty of places to go. You can go to secureflorida.org. There's tips to have those conversations with your kids, but also the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is a great resource to have those hard conversations. Again, I just want to say on behalf of FDLE and Commissioner Glass, excellent work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Mary. And we are a network that bridges community service providers with law enforcement so that we reduce harm in these spaces. First, I want to begin by thanking Sheriff Grady Judd and the entire Polk County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Judd does something that many law enforcement agencies overlook. He connects service providers directly with the people who need them. That partnership matters. It saves lives, restores dignity, and creates pathways to real change. The recent undercover operation focused on human trafficking. Our goal was not only to identify victims and help them exit exploitation, but also to meet every person caught up in this operation as a human being.
Bro, you sounding very, very suspect. Chat. Before I block this dude, check out this dude's comments. You sound very, very suspect, bro. Very suspect. Anybody that's gonna get mad about this and try to sit there and make it sound like, bro, you are suspect, bro. You're defending the bad, bro. I gotta delete you, but I want everybody to see the sick mother. Charles, you, bro. You, bro. You're disgusting. You're disgusting.
At My Name, My Voice, we believe everyone, whether victim, buyer, or seller, has a story, a history, and a capacity for change. Some people do need long-term confinement for the safety of society and children. Others, though, can change when given the opportunity to understand the harm they've caused and the trauma that shaped their choices. We hear people say, it's my choice. But when the choice is do this or lose your home, we have to ask ourselves if that's really a choice at all. Trauma and desperation narrow options until they become chains. We exist to widen those options again with compassion, resources, and accountability. During this operation, My Name, My Voice spoke with over 180 individuals. Of those, several asked for follow-up services or referrals. In total, My Name, My Voice assisted 28 people with post-release needs while maintaining a sense of individuality within the holding area. Each of these small connections matters because each one creates a doorway to a different future. This is why lived experience advocates are so important. Survivors know the terrain. We know how to meet people where they are without judgment, and we know how to bridge the gap between
I want to thank and commend Sheriff Judd and his team for their ongoing leadership and deep commitment for ending exploitation in our communities. They continue to be one of our most trusted and impactful law enforcement partners. They continue to be the strong leaders in the community that allow agencies like ours to meet survivors where they're at. That week, we were able to communicate with over 60 individuals, of which 36 have already accepted services. We were able to engage them in services such as emergency shelter, mental health counseling, survivor mentorship, and ongoing advocacy. Throughout the operation, our team was able to encounter people that were deeply vulnerable, living some serious, hesitation in their life, but full of hope at many times. However, many of them were just focused on surviving. We understand that not everyone is ready to identify as a victim in that moment, and that is okay. What's important is that we are present, consistent, and ready to offer support whenever they are ready to take that first step. At One More Child, we are committed to providing more than temporary assistance. We offer survivor-informed and long-term support, whether that journey begins during an operation, weeks, or even months afterwards. No one dreams of a life in exploitation. There's always a deeper story behind how they got there. Our role is to help create an opportunity for a new story to begin. Partnerships like this one are essential, but we know that we are only one piece of the solution. We need broader community engagement, tougher consequences for those who are fueling the demand, and a united commitment across every sector to say clearly and firmly, human trafficking will not be tolerated. Finally, I want to recognize the true leaders in this work, our survivor mentors and lived experience experts. These individuals bring a unique and irreplaceable perspective to everything we do. Their stories, their presence, guide us in the services that we're providing. At One More Child, we make it a priority to have a survivor leader during every operation because their insight is valuable and essential. It is now my honor to introduce one of those incredible leaders, someone whose strength, voice, and lived experience continues to inspire change every day. Please welcome Stacey Hem. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to take a moment to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone involved in the Polk County sting operation. Each operation serves as a powerful reminder that our work to fight exploitation and support survivors is far from over. Throughout this operation, our team was present each night, standing along survivors in their most vulnerable moments and offering immediate care and support. It's an honor for me and other survivor leaders to contribute our lived expertise to law enforcement, helping bring a deeper understanding and a more trauma-informed perspective to these efforts. As someone who personally experienced human trafficking, removal from my biological family, and time in the foster care system, these operations continuously remind me how deeply rooted cycles of exploitation can be and how so many are still caught in those cycles today. Many of the individuals that we encountered during the operation bravely shared their stories, describing how they were misled into exploitation through false promises of safety, stability, and better opportunities. Their stories echo the true reality that traffickers are continuously preying on those vulnerable, especially our youth, those who have aged out of the foster care system, and those who are simply trying to survive and be seen. This work is not easy, but it is so necessary. Every conversation, every connection, and every act of compassion plants a seed of hope, and it reminds survivors that they are not alone. I'm beyond grateful to be a part of a team that shows up with empathy, strength, and an unwavering commitment to helping survivors break these cycles. As a survivor, I have faced fears of speaking up, fears of not being believed, and fears of what might happen if I share my own personal experiences. But through it all, God has given me the strength to keep it going. Choosing to speak has brought me freedom, healing, and the chance to turn my pain into His purpose. My survivor story is just one of so many. There are countless others whose voices are waiting to still be heard, whose journeys matter, if not more. Each story carries not alone. To any survivor who may be watching or quietly following along, please know that you are seen, you are valued, and your life does carry a greater purpose than the pain that you've been going through. If you are a survivor seeking support or need someone to walk alongside you in your journey, please know that there are safe people here ready to listen and be that support in your journey. Please know reaching out for support is not a sign of weakness. It's a courageous step towards healing and reclaiming your life. Only together can we continue to shine a light in the darkest places and create pathways to freedom, healing, and dignity. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katie in Parchment. I am the program manager for the Prevention and Diversion program at Heartland for Children. Heartland for Children is a lead community-based care agency under the Department of Children and Families, and we oversee the child welfare system for Polk, Highlands, and Hardy counties. Thank you, Sheriff, for having us once again. Human trafficking is one of the most devastating crimes that someone can be subjected to. Victims are often left with deep physical, emotional, and psychological wounds that often take time, many years to heal from. While Polk County Sheriff Department works diligently to investigate cases, rescue victims, and hold traffickers accountable, we are honored that we are able to walk alongside the Sheriff Department early on in this process to help victims start their healing journey. By working alongside law enforcement, we are able to provide specialized care and support to survivors. Survivors need truly to rebuild their lives, from helping survivors to connect to emergency housing, social services, counseling, medical care, and many other services through a trauma-informed lens. Our organizations help to ensure that survivors are not just rescued, but restored. The men and women of law enforcement that work tirelessly to make this operation run smoothly are always an excellent example of professionalism, empathy, and determination. Together, we collaborate to create a safe net that supports victims and those at risk of being victimized by providing them with the tools needed to help distance themselves from their abuser. Together, we bring justice, compassion, hope, and community members to the community members of Polk County. If you are listening right now and you are being trafficked, please know this: you are not alone. You are stronger than your current circumstances. There are people ready and able to help you, believe you, and walk with you towards freedom and healing. Your life has value, your story matters, you are loved, and there is hope for a new beginning. If you or someone you know needs help, there are resources available in our community. The Florida Abuse Hotline, 1-800-96-ABUSE. The Florida Human Trafficking Hotline, 1-855-FLA-SAFE. United Way 211, and findhelp.org are just some of the organizations available to help families through rough times. We are honored to continue to strengthen our partnership with the Sheriff Department and community service providers focused on serving victims, because together we can ensure that every survivor has a chance to reclaim their freedom, dignity, and a future. Thank you very much.
We don't have the opportunity to look at things simply through a philosophical lens. We have to look at the common sense approach when it comes to immigration. Let me say this clearly and unequivocally. 76% of the immigration detainers my agency has placed has been because of accompanying criminal charges. Let me say that again. 76% of the immigration detainers that we've requested from ICE is based upon other criminal charges. 24% are collaterals. And what I say in most of those cases is they hung out with somebody committing crime when we had the opportunity to engage them, and they were in the country illegally. If you enter this country illegally, you accept the inherent risk that goes with that. Now, the United States of America has decided to deal with the first-time illegal entry as a civil offense, which is, in effect, a violation of federal law, but it's a civil violation, not a criminal violation. When we started down this path,
have you ever wondered how the world's currencies are traded? The foreign exchange market, also known as the Forex market,
we didn't do, and we're not doing at this agency, anything different today than we did during the Biden administration, the last Trump administration, or the last Obama administration. Nothing. We're simply doing what we always do. When we engage someone, and I'll use traffic stops as an example, we run warrants checks on everyone because we're looking to see if there's any warrants for their arrest. Prior to this Trump administration, the 1.5 illegal warrants for deportation were not in the National Crime Information Center. So when we engaged these people, we had no way of knowing that there was a federal ICE warrant for them. We do now because ICE has put those warrants in our system. There's approximately 1.5 million existing deportation warrants. Depending on whose data you want to look at, there's between 10 and 18 million illegal aliens in this country. Listen, folks, and this is where our conversation tipped over. All of this is Congress's responsibility to sort out. And what we suggested yesterday, there needs to be a path forward for those that are in this country. They came here illegally. They violated the federal law, but it's a civil violation. Currently, they have no criminal history. They're not committing crime. They're employed. They're not on government assistance. They're not creating problems. Their children are in school. They need to be required to speak English through a program. There needs to be evidence of positive community integration into our society. But those people who are adding to the American dream and enjoying the American dream that came here illegally, I might add, but they're doing good and they're not a drag on society. They're in fact helping society. We need to find a path for them. And the reason for that is simple. They're doing what's right. And they're helping the economy. They're helping the community. They're adding to the wonderful society that we have in the United States. But there's a lot of folks that are here illegally, that are committing crimes, they're violating the law, that are being incorrigible, that are dangerous, that are violent, that don't care what the laws are. Listen to me, folks. There's 2 lifetimes worth of work for law enforcement to deal with them. And for the law enforcement agencies that aren't appropriately dealing with them, get on board and get with it. That's important. But at the same time that we literally are overrun with arresting those that are violating the law, that are here with illegal, that are here because there's warrants of deportation, because they've been ordered out of the country, because they've not done what's appropriate. That's a full-time job for all of us. But the illustration, one illustration that I give, there's a lady that's about 40 years old. She was brought here illegally as a teenager by her parents. She's married to an American. She works. She doesn't violate the law. She has no criminal history. She's not currently violating any laws. She's adding to society. That's not the problem person. There's millions of problem people we need to be dealing with. Our conversation yesterday focused on a path forward for those that are here doing what's right other than being illegal. Set up a system. You waive any further due process if you don't comply in 5 years with learning to speak English. You're not taking any government handouts or money. You're working, your kids are in school, you're socially interacting in the community, then if you meet these standards, that you can move up to the next level. Why is that necessary? Because the way our system's designed, we can't get 18 million people out of this country anyway. So we need to set a priority and focus on the ones, which is what we're doing, by the way, and let me underscore that, which is what we're doing, is focus on the ones that are a drag on our society, that are committing crimes, that are being a problem. But there's some areas of the country that are defending those people. And that's a real problem. So we support that. Interestingly enough, only one member of the Immigration Enforcement Council could not be on the call yesterday. 100% of those in attendance believed we should find a path forward for those that are doing good but crossed into this country illegally, violating a civil federal law. They should be fined. They should be held accountable. They should pay whatever that fine is. But if the Congress will do their job, and they're not, and they haven't, if Congress will do their job and deal with this group, then it frees us up to focus on those that are committing crime, those that are dangerous, those that are violent, those that are paying no attention. That's what the conversation was about, and it will continue to be about. Since that conversation yesterday, I've received calls from other sheriffs and from throughout the community, and they said, that's exactly the common sense we want. That's what we want. So for the media who's trying to create walls and divisions, that's not what we're saying. I listened to President Trump in the very beginning say, from the worst first, and those that are here illegally that have warrants for deportation, and that's what we're doing. This is a large country with 10 to 18 million illegal folks. You can always find an individual event that conflicts with the general mood or spirit of the enforcement efforts. But by the way, we don't need a hair on fire approach to all of this. What we need is a thoughtful approach. We've got a lifetime, a law enforcement work lifetime worth of work to do as it is. So we don't have the luxury to sit back and analyze. Our deputies and police officers are face to face with the folks that are committing the problems. Make no mistake about it. Any illusion that we're not supporting the president or the government is absolutely false. We're providing input. We're providing feedback. One of the illustrations that I provided yesterday, as conservative Republicans, I've talked to business people in this community. They met with me and said, wait a minute. We see people that have been here 10 and 15 years that are not violators of the law, that are working every day, that are being focused on, and why you're picking you, law enforcement, not necessarily the sheriff, not necessarily ICE, but whoever, or dealing with them. Nobody's taking care of the criminals over here.
With our cutting-edge chart trading feature and 300+ indicators, you can now trade directly off.
That's what we're saying. And we're providing input. Quite frankly, why are we in this position? Because Congress is sitting in Washington with their political battles against each other. I'm convinced if one party or the other found the cure to the worst cancers, the other party would vote against it. They can't agree to go to the bathroom when they need to. And who suffers? The American people do. Congress needs to go to work. They need to sit down in a room, and the Florida sheriffs can show them how to solve this problem and get rid of those in this country that are illegal, that are problems, that are dealing dope, that are hitting vehicles and leaving the scene, that are running over people, that are creating these problems. We can show you how to get rid of those folks. And those who came here illegally in violation of federal law and are charged civilly, how to find them appropriately, how to give them a path forward, how to ensure that they are and support their efforts to live the American dream. And while they add to society, it frees us all up to deal with the other issues with the criminals. It's not complicated. It's not rocket science, but quite frankly, it's much more important than rocket science. I really don't need to know what the dirt composition of the moon is or how far we can get into outer space. But I need to be able to deal ethically, morally, and legally with the people in this country and keep them safe. And Florida's crime is low. Unincorporated Polk County and our service cities is at a 54-year low on index crime because we do what's right. And it's right to find a path forward for those that are adding to this country and not detracting from them. Understanding, once again, and I close with this, we can't deal with 10 to 18 million illegal people all at once. All we're doing is setting priorities and giving an exit ramp to those who came here inappropriately and illegally, but to enjoy the American dream. That's what we're saying. And that's only input and feedback. The Immigration Enforcement Board is going to hear from us because we're on the ground, eyeball to eyeball. But to suggest that this is a break, to suggest that we're opposed is offensive. Our job is to provide ideas and input and data, not create conflict, but to calm the waters and say, hey, there's a better way to do all of this. And that's what we're recommending. And that's the feedback we provide. And then it's up to Congress. It's not up to the Florida Immigration Enforcement Board. It's up to Congress to deal with this issue. And quite frankly, right now, Congress gets an F- if you can get worse than an F in dealing with this issue. If Congress was on the market today, I'd like to buy them for what they think they're worth and sell them for what they're worth. They couldn't work for me because they don't do their job. Okay, any questions?
Sure. Speaking of Congress, have you talked to local representatives, Scott Franklin, or Dana Webster?
Do you know, I have had conversations with Congressman Scott Franklin. I've had conversations with our U.S. Senator Rick Scott, who's a friend of mine as well. And I've provided input. And what I've told you here, not only did we talk about it yesterday, I talked about it at a meeting with a immigration think tank, policy think tank, 2 or 3 weeks ago down in Davie, Florida. And I've also said this before to Univision as well. So, but they know this. I understand, so at the end of the day, we just need to get congressional movement on this select piece. It's like, how do you eat an elephant? Because this is an elephant-sized cancer, this immigration malfunction that Congress has kicked down the road and ignored. You eat it one bite at a time. Fix this piece of it, then we'll fix the next piece of it, and then we'll fix the next piece of it. But my deputies, we're here seeing it face to face. We're not watching it from halfway across the country. And I am tired of ICE being beat up. Our cooperation with ICE could not be better. They're game on. Are they perfect? No. Is anyone perfect? No. Is anyone working any harder than ICE right now to try to make sense out of a convoluted set of laws that Congress has created and patchworked over the years? No. ICE is doing a remarkable job here, and they're being thrust into unfortunate circumstances across the nation where there's these states that are protecting these illegal aliens that are criminals and dangerous and violent. So there you go. I could go on with that forever. Yes, sir.
Path forward you described, would you use the word amnesty or another word?
Starting a podcast isn't rocket science. Get a mic, hit record, and tell your story. But to reach...
No, I'm not using any words other than a path forward for those that are adding to the value of the United States and adding to the economic value, the social value, the cultural value. The people who you all are going to church and sitting beside on Sunday that are good folks. They saw a wide open border. Now, quite frankly, let me give you this illustration. If I'm in the United States making $1 an hour to roof houses, and they go, hey, if you'll cross over this imaginary border into Mexico, you can make $20 an hour, 20 times what you're making. And then I go, well, where do I apply? Well, you apply to get your permits to go into this other country, and it's about a 10-year wait. Now, am I going to wait 10 years, or am I going to walk across that open border? Well, they walked across the open border. It's illegal. It's a violation of law. They need to be held accountable. It's not appropriate. But why is it a 10-year wait for them to get here in the first year, or a 5-year wait, or a 15-year wait? Why is it that way to begin with? And quite frankly, the border needed to be sealed, and President Trump did a remarkable job sealing the border. You seal the border first, and then you systematically deal with the issue. A lot of the people need to go. There's 2 lifetimes worth of work to get them out of here. A lot of them don't need to go. They need to pay a fine, pay a penalty for coming here illegally, but they're adding to, or have for a long time.
Sheriff Grady, I appreciate your fight for immigration. You don't care what side it is. He's now calling out Trump in Congress. He praised Trump in Congress. So to the people that think he just rides him, I would say that's kind of not the truth. I'm kind of bored with the topic. I like to hear him roast people, so I'm going to go to the next one. This one might be really interesting. I don't know. Let's see. Hit the like, share, sub. I'm only like less than 100 subs away from my goal of 15K, y'all. Let's get this. Let's make this happen. Let's go. Let's go.
As I always say, when we release information to you quickly, it's certainly subject to modification. You already know that our suspect is Stanley Eric Mossberg. He's 35 years of age. He's from Spartanburg, South Carolina. Stanley without a doubt, is a spree killer. We know that he's killed one person in Greenville, Tennessee, and he's killed 2 people in Winter Haven, Florida. And I'm going to go back and do a chronology, the best that we have it put together after just a few hours from the event beginning and us working through the night without any sleep to get this chronology the best we know right now. Let me take you back to Greenville, Greenville, Tennessee, October 1st, about 11 o'clock at night. There is a man there that is doing the laundry. He's all by himself in the laundromat. When the video in the laundromat shows that a white male walks in all alone, pulls a gun, and forces our Tennessee victim into a bathroom. About 4 minutes later, the Tennessee victim comes out of the bathroom, followed by our suspect, Mossberg, who's holding a gun on him. He's bound. His hands and arms are bound against his body, as it's described to us. The suspect then picks up the victim's cell phone and follows the victim out of the front of the laundromat and out of view. About 2 o'clock in the morning, the victim's wife becomes concerned because her husband's not home from the laundromat, so she tries to text him. She gets a phone text back from her husband's cell phone that is a very vile, ugly, nasty text, leading her to believe, according to the text, that he's out with a girlfriend. The wife says, that ain't happening. And she immediately dials 911. The Greenville police go to the laundromat because the wife says, I know my husband, he didn't do that. He's not doing that. And she was exactly right. They go there, look around. They don't see anything. But at that point in time, the victim's car is gone. Underscore the fact that it's a stolen vehicle. And I'll wrap back around to that in a minute. So they don't see anything. The Greenville police leave. About 7 o'clock the next morning, which is now October 2nd, customers are starting to come into the laundromat. It's warm in the laundromat, so they open the back door or they go out back. And what do they find? But they find this man, this husband, in a pool of blood, dead. Of course, during this time, they begin to look for the victim's car, which has been reported stolen. It is a Buick LeSabre. The suspect has stolen the victim's car, killed the victim, and is now driving to Spartanburg, South Carolina. That's where he's from, and he's well known by the police in Spartanburg, South Carolina. So on October 4th, the Spartanburg police locate the suspect on some videotape while they're assisting Tennessee, and they see the suspect in the Spartanburg area. They subsequently, on October 5th, find the victim, the Tennessee victim's car, at a scrapyard. Now, let me back up. On October 2nd, the sister to the suspect buys him a ticket because he says he wants to go to Orlando, Florida. So follow me. He is driven from Tennessee back home to Spartanburg. Even though the car is not discovered until the 5th, the sister buys him a ticket to Orlando because that's where the suspect wants to go. So Mossberg wants to go, who is our suspect, wants to go to Orlando, And we, at this point in the investigation, have no idea why he wanted to go to Orlando. But she buys him a Greyhound bus ticket, takes him to Atlanta, Georgia, where he gets on a bus and comes to Orlando, Florida. So from October 2nd to now we're at October the 11th, when we start getting information that, hey, a murder suspect by the name of Mossberg has pawned property at a pawn shop in Auburndale, Florida. So the marshals are helping the Greenville police. We start getting broadcasts to look out for our suspect Mossberg, who's wanted for a murder, and he has apparently arrived here. We don't know where he's been between October 2nd and the 11th until last night, when we find out that on October 9th, he has stolen a truck, a black F-250 dually truck from Seffner, Florida. So let me back up. He's gone from Tennessee to Spartanburg to Atlanta, where he gets on a bus, comes to Orlando. We don't know how he gets from Orlando back through Polk County to Seffner and Hillsborough County, but he steals a black Ford F-250 dually.
This machine could change t-shirt printing forever. I printed this t-shirt with the back neck label.
October 13th, at about 4 in the afternoon, the suspect is seen on Ring video on 16th Street Northeast in Winter Haven. Ring video notifies the owner that someone's prowling around in your yard. The owner goes out, confronts him, says, "Get out of here." And the guy leaves. That residence is contiguous to our victim's residence. So the suspects run off of the property at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon on October 13th, which is a Sunday. Now it's 10:30 p.m. on October 13th, when I'm going to refer to 3 victims. Our live victim arrives home. When our live victim arrives home, he hears our female victim number 2 say, "Just do what he says and he won't hurt you." So the first he knows there's problems, our live victim knows there's problems, is when he walks into his home, and he lives there with 2 friends, a male and a female. And he sees the victim, female victim, bound in a chair. The suspect Mossberg approaches our live victim and says, "I have guns and knives, and I'll kill you if you resist me." The suspect begins to take our live victim through the house, and that's when he sees the female tied to a chair with her hands behind her back. Our suspect Mossberg tells the live victim, "Don't look in the master bedroom. You won't like what you see in there." He takes our live victim into, if you will, kind of an office where there's a small safe, there's computers, and he begins to rip the cords out of the computers, and now he's tying our live victim into a chair. He demands money and valuables. They give him the combination to the safe. There's very little in there other than important papers such as passports. Now we're into a period of hours where the suspect is now threatening our live victim. I know you have more. I know you have more. The victim saying, we don't have any more. Then during this conversation, our suspect Mossberg says that victim one, who is the male in the master bedroom, tried to fight back. So I made him suffer before I killed him. The suspect stays, Mossberg stays at the residence all night long. A period of time later, through the night, understanding that our victim's elderly and sick and on medicine, our live victim, the suspect comes back to the live victim and says that he's killed our female victim, number 2. But he did it quick because she was cooperative. He knows how to kill people quick. He has slashed and murdered both of these victims. He slashed and murdered the victim in Tennessee with knives. Then our suspect Mossberg poured bleach on our victims, got a mop bucket, put a solution together, and started cleaning up the residence, mopping the floors. Sunrise occurs. Our live victim is still totally cooperating, is trying to do everything he can not to excite this obvious evil murdering person. So the suspect unties the victim and allows him to sit on the porch. I'm sat in the living room. Our suspect describes that he is panicked beyond all description, as you can imagine. He tells our live victim, tells suspect Mossberg, can you turn the air conditioner up? I'm freezing to death. He says, nope, I turned the air conditioner down. I need to keep it cool so that these victims don't start to smell. He stays there all through the morning, loading up stolen property into our victim number 2, our female victim's car. At about noon, 12 to 1 o'clock, he said he's going to leave. I'll be back for the bodies, but I'm leaving. If you call the cops, I'll kill you. Our victim, our live victim, says, I'm afraid he's just outside or hiding around the corner. This person, they understand, is evil in the flesh. So he stays on the couch from about 12 to 1 o'clock through the afternoon. At about 6 p.m., he breaks and runs to the neighbor's house and dials 911. When he dials 911, of course, we respond and we determine what's another stolen vehicle. So we're now at 3 stolen vehicles. So, but he's stolen the vehicle and he's left. That's when our live victim tells us that he walked into the house and the lineage of what occurred. So our deputies are there And Captain Horseman, who is in charge of that district, is in his patrol car riding the perimeter because we're looking for the suspect. We're trying to tend to our live victim and do the best we can for our dead victims. We've got broadcast and bolos out. Everyone's there. The command staff is there because it's clear we have a spree killer. We're all there. The captain said, found victim two's, our female victim's car. It is like less than 2 blocks, block and a half from the murder scene. Did you hear me? The guy drove back within a block and a half of the murder scene, and there are 50 deputies if there's one in the area. I walked over there thinking that the captain had just discovered the vehicle. He said, that vehicle there, the victim's vehicle, wasn't there 2 minutes ago because I just made the block. I went up, put my hand in front of the grill thinking, you know, certainly this car had to be here. No, it was just parked there exactly as the captain said. We don't know how many lives the captain might have saved by finding that vehicle that quickly, because obviously we set up a perimeter. And where is our black F-250 dually? It's behind the gate, spray painted with cans of white paint. The perimeter is set. We have 4 deputies and detectives that try to go in the house and clear the house. We found witnesses, people that live in the house. They're outside. They're cooperating with us. And as we go through and clear the house, because they said the suspect ran through the backyard, they come to a locked door. They try to kick the door open. It's dead bolted. As soon as they kicked it, they were shot at twice. They said, we didn't see the bullets come through the door, but we clearly were the victim of an attempted murder. We repositioned around the house, called in SWAT, introduced chemical agent, ended up poking holes in the residence with our MRAP to introduce more chemicals. Obviously, we're trying to talk to him through the night. We're trying to hell him on our equipment through the night. And all we receive in response is to be shot at again. We don't have the exact total number of rounds that was shot at our deputies, but it's going to be someplace around 7 or 8, and we'll get you an exact. So the MRAP gets there with what we call the doorbell, which is a long piece of metal. We knock down the garage door. We can see into the garage, and there's a pool table. Our suspect is underneath the pool table. When we attempt to lift the pool table up, it breaks and falls down. We send K9 in because we think we saw an arm. K9 goes in, engages our suspect. The suspect reaches down and grabs the dog. With both hands, we can clearly see he doesn't have a gun in his hand. Our SWAT team members, at great risk, along with our K9, secure him, arrest him, and subsequently we take him to Winter Haven Hospital, where he receives treatment for his dog bites. And he's now currently in the Special Operations Center here being processed before we transfer him to the county jail on the warrant from Greenville, Tennessee, and also 2 counts of first-degree murder for our 2 victims here in Winter Haven, as well as our attempted murder charges against our deputies. Our deputies put their life at extreme risk last night to protect the community. I'm exceptionally proud of them once again, as I am every day, because of the quick work of our deputies work and the fact that for whatever reason, instead of fleeing, we anticipated he would take this stolen vehicle and flee to South Carolina. He didn't. He came back and then said that he wanted to engage. Through the evening, as we talked to our live victim, he said, oh, by the way, this guy said he wants to be a serial killer. Suspect Mossberg, did you hear me? Suspect Mossberg told our live victim, I want to be a serial killer. I like killing people. And he said, our suspect said, Mossberg said, the two victims in Winter Haven were 7 and 8, but his goal was to kill 11. Now, quite frankly, we have not found 2 through 6, nor do we know if they exist at all. The question is, if you have a murder in your jurisdiction and possibly a stolen vehicle that's missing, let us know. So why do I keep referring back to stolen vehicles? This guy has a proclivity and a history of stealing vehicles.
Odometer fraud could cost you thousands, but here's how you can detect it easily. It's easier than ever for sellers and dealers.
Now, once again, I'm not going to let the people who try to tell us that low-level, nonviolent offenders shouldn't be locked up and we're too tough on them. The overwhelming majority of the more than 30 charges, do you hear me? 30 charges against Stanley Eric Mossberg, known as Woo Woo, are nonviolent charges, or as our friends who want criminals to prey on your communities and in your homes, in your neighborhoods, low-level nonviolent events. He just likes to steal cars and steal and use drugs. Okay? Oh, by the way, he's a spree killer, but hey, let's don't concern ourselves with that. So here's another message. Here's your sign, legislators. When you start talking to me about low-level, nonviolent crimes, gag me with a spoon. That's BS. And if you buy into it, shame on you. This guy, to our knowledge, prior to Greenville, was what some want to say is a low-level, majority of his crimes were low-level, nonviolent crimes. This is a spree killer. This is a man that said he enjoys killing. When you kill people with a knife, it's up close, it's personal, it's based in anger, revenge, evil. He didn't shoot him from a distance. He was in stabbing and cutting, and all of the victims that we're aware of had multiple cut wounds as a result of this evil person. Make no mistake about it, you can't legislate evil out of society. This guy needs the death penalty if there's ever been a person that needs the death penalty. But at the end of the day, we have wonderful people. A man trying to do laundry in Tennessee is dead for no other reason than he's in a laundromat doing the week's laundry. We have a man and a woman murdered in their home on Sunday night by this despicable human being. You know what they were doing? What people do on Sunday night at home in a working class neighborhood. Wonderful, decent people are now victims of this evil this absolutely evil person. The one some want to call low-level, nonviolent offender. The investigation's ongoing. We hope and pray there are no more victims, that he's just bragging. We know that he killed 3 over 2 states, and certainly he has the proclivity to have killed others. Questions?
Does he came here from Orlando. He came here to Orlando from Atlanta.
Yes.
Does he have any connections to this area that we know of?
Not that we've been able to establish at this point in time. At this point in time, he stayed with the people in the house who ended up being our witnesses. I don't know where they met. They did not know him previously. He just needed a place to crash. And to check their veracity, we said, well, was he here last night? Oh, no, he wasn't here last night, but he was here the night before. Well, the reason he wasn't there last night is because he was in the victim's house. But he, for whatever reason, we have not even established that he knew anybody in Orlando. But Orlando, and we don't know how he got from Orlando to Seffner in Hillsborough County, but we do know that he broke into a used vehicle lot to steal the vehicle that got him over here to where he pawned the property in Auburndale before he killed the people in Winter Haven. We're attempting to interview him at this time. I don't know if he's talking or not.
He told the people that he was staying with that he just got out of prison. Do we know that he had spent time in jail for another murder charge?
I don't know that he told people that he just got out of prison.
I spoke to the woman whose house he was in. She said that he said he just got out of prison for being there for 8-9 years.
I have no idea at this point. Understand, this all started last night, and we were involved in a manhunt. Your colleagues were there. You know what I told your colleagues last night after they did their 11 o'clock stand up? Get in your truck and leave, because we didn't know where he was. But we knew that we had all of his vehicles, and we knew he liked to steal vehicles, and we knew he liked to kill people. And the last thing I wanted is for him to take one of your vehicles, kill you, and say, I got a camera. I can video this if I want. So I don't know about that. That's investigation that will happen in the next few days, because we have been in a full court press to, one, find him. When we found him, then to safely get him into custody. And now we'll do all the background. That were F-250, our victim's vehicle, and the Buick LeSabre out of Greenville that we know of. That's just what we know of. There's a lot we don't know at this point in the investigation. Okay? Thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Sheriff's Office, where Sheriff Grady Judd moments away from speaking on Operation Trifecta, a record drug bust in Polk County. Nearly 150 pounds of drugs obtained in a multi-state operation, 137 pounds of meth, 5 kilos of heroin, and 7 arrests total. Hey there, everybody. JB Buno here with you live on WFLA Now. We are streaming live to the WFLA app, WFLA.com, and of course the WFLA Facebook page. This right here is a live picture from the Polk County Sheriff's Office, where they have just set up the display for a press conference that's about to be getting underway here momentarily. Sheriff Grady Judd is going to be entering the room here in just a couple of moments to speak on this operation. There you see the enormous amount of drugs that were seized in this operation coordinated by the Polk County Sheriff's Office. As you see here, we're getting some details here just from the display, that being Operation Trifecta. You see there that there is a map set up on the right side of your screen just showing a little bit of how the drugs have managed to get their way into Polk County, Florida. I believe that Sheriff Judd is about to step up to the podium here. We're just getting some shots here of the display that was just set up by deputies. Here's some of the mug shots that are now going to be made public by the Polk County Sheriff's Office in this massive drug bust. Again, I'm going to read through some of the stats that we have here, folks. 7 arrests total. And this is the largest seizure ever of heroin by the Polk County Sheriff's Office. Largest seizure ever, it being a total of 5 kilos of heroin. That's about 11 pounds. Of course, heroin being such a potent drug, that amount is considered to be a substantial amount. Again, a record haul by the Polk County Sheriff's Office. Also worth noting, 137 pounds of methamphetamine. That's what you saw that was packed up there. Sheriff Grady Judd enters the room here. We'll be going live to him. Again,
we had a happy Thanksgiving, and we want to share that with you today. Our Thanksgiving was happy because we wrapped up and have completed an investigation that we started in April. As I lay out the details, you'll see we seized 139 pounds of methamphetamine and heroin, and we wrapped it with the single largest seizure of heroin in the history of the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and that was on Thanksgiving Day. Our folks from our undercover units saved a lot of lives when we seized this much, not methamphetamine, but heroin. But let me go over the details, and I'll give you a timeline, and then we'll go into some specifics. This all started in April of this year.
You know what, Aries, man? Whatever your name is, bro, you keep trying to point out like, oh, there's no black people committing crimes. There's no black people unaliving people. There's no black people selling drugs. Are you kidding, bro? Why are you like pointing out like a single person? Because, dude, I can sit here and do nothing but black people all day long, but I don't, because it's everybody. And you're over here like, not black people, though, because we're perfect. Dude, stop it. Stop it. Nobody's perfect, bro. Stop playing it. You wrong. You're not even right, bro, at all.
When we received 7 pounds of Mexican methamphetamine from Los Angeles. As you know, we have a porous border. The methamphetamine and heroin flow freely into this country because we don't keep out illegal aliens involved in trafficking in drugs. On May the 22nd, after the successful seizure of 7 pounds of meth in Los Angeles, we flew out to Los Angeles, where our undercover agents with our colleagues from California purchased another 22 pounds of methamphetamine. Then during July, our undercover folks received from California, Los Angeles, another 10 pounds of methamphetamine. Then on August 1st, we flew into Ontario, which is a suburb of Los Angeles, and there we, with our colleagues from California, arrested 2 individuals and seized 100 pounds of methamphetamine. That's right, Alvaro Carrillo, who is 34 on the right here, and Tafola Navarrete, who is 30. Both of them are illegal. Did you hear me? They're illegal. They're in this country in violation of the law, trafficking in 100 pounds of methamphetamine. No small amount of drugs. So for those who want to tell you that drugs are once again a low-level, nonviolent felony. Understand that these guys illegally in this country were trafficking in 100 pounds, almost 50 kilos of meth. They were arrested, taken this to the San Bernardino jail. Albero is still in, and we have conflicting information whether he's in under a $2 million or a $5 million bond with no ICE hold. Tofola has been released from the jail. That's right. He's been released from the San Bernardino jail. Even though he's an illegal in this country, trafficking in 100 pounds of meth, he's been released from jail. Can you believe that? Not released and deported, but released. This guy has not been reported to ICE as of this morning, and we're going to report him to ICE from here in hopes that we can get a hold placed on him in San Bernardino, California. That in itself is a train wreck. California is a train wreck. If you want to see how not to deal with criminals, go to California. If you want to see a place where criminals have more standing than victims, go to California. If you want to see where traffickers of methamphetamine are not held responsible why they bring this poison into the country to distribute all across the country to our children, go to California. It is terrible to think that you've got two folks here illegally and they're not both locked up on ICE holes right now for trafficking in methamphetamine. When you look at our social problems in this country, you can tie the vast majority of that back to illegal drugs and either directly obtaining illegal drugs or the theft and robbery in order to get money to buy illegal drugs. We dealt with the international ring, and I'm proud to say in this state and in this county, we hold people accountable for trafficking in drugs. Heck, we'll even come out on Thanksgiving and arrest you because it's that important. So let's fast forward. So our methamphetamine deal is over. That's done. And along the way, we hear, hey, there's a connection in Chicago that will sell heroin. And then we heard, well, there's another connection in Houston, Texas that will sell heroin. Well, guess what? About November the 7th of this year, we bought 1 kilo of heroin. And we bought that from a fella that we'll call Don Juan. He delivered to us in Polk County, Florida, from Houston, Texas, 1 kilo of heroin. This is a huge amount of drugs when we're used to seeing it by grams, by hits. And we know how dangerous heroin is of its own nature. And then along the way, it gets cut with fentanyl. Well, in addition to that, we know that on Thanksgiving Day, he brought us another 1.25 kilos of heroin with his brother, Rene Juan Gonzalez. Rene is 32. Julio Don Juan is 34. So we arrested them at Walmart in North Lakeland. But this was the second deal of the day, not the first deal. That's right. We took down these folks from Houston, Texas, after earlier in the day, we took down the Chicago connection. Now, keep in mind, we're working 2 separate heroin connections on the same day from different parts of the country. Susana Salgado Solis, we believe, drove the 3.25 kilos of heroin from Chicago. Francisco flew here in advance to set up the operation. So we know he flew in because we had conversations with him before Thanksgiving. Susanna drove here with her 5 and 6-year-old little girls and left them in a motel room while she went out to traffic in heroin. Now, it took us 3 hours because she didn't want to tell us anything before we figured out where the children were. By the time we got there, there was a Hispanic male with the children. We don't know if he was there the entire time because at first she told us her kids were by themselves. But in any event, DCF is taking custody of the children. We arrested the other male for false dialing of 911. We can't tie him to the dope case, so we're not speaking of him today. But anyway, the dope was driven down here with her 5 and 6-year-old children in the car. She's not talking to us, but she's a drug courier. Francisco is the guy who operated and coordinated and bragged of being able to make multi-state deals of heroin. And sure enough, that's exactly what he did. So here you have a California piece or operation. And then we did a Texas and Chicago, Illinois operation. This investigation is wrapped up. We don't anticipate any further arrest, unless, of course, we can find out where our fella is that's no longer in custody for an ICE hold. But let's talk about what this represents on the street, and let's talk about what this deal represents as far as the hierarchy. We're in the top end of drug dealing whenever you're dealing in kilos of heroin. When you break this drug down, when you cut it and break it down as it's passed down through the cell process to the street user, what the street user is paying for this, it is approximately $4.6 million worth of meth after it's cut or stomped on and passed down and sold at the street level. $4.6 million. The heroin, the street value is approximately $4.9 million when you look at $30 a hit on the street. All of this operation represents $9.5 million, approximate value on the street. So what does that tell us? That tells us that somebody is going to steal or rob or sell drugs in order to get that $9.5 million to use drugs on the street. Oh, by the way, they're not paying any taxes. No federal taxes, no state taxes. That's just pure profit as it moves in and out of the drug community. Oh, did I also tell you that when I ask, what are these people's other jobs? They don't have other jobs. All they are is drug dealers. Drug dealers and illegal entrance into this country. That's right. 3 of the people we arrested were not supposed to be in this country, but they were in this country trafficking millions of dollars worth of drugs that will eventually kill or addict people in this country. Now, why is it hard to take action against those kinds of folks? It's not for me. It's not for Brian Haas, our prosecutor, because we care about the people that are going to be addicted. We care about the people that would die because of the heroin. Now, we save some people's lives. We don't know how many, but there are people alive today and will be people alive Christmas Day that otherwise, by the time they got this heroin and overdosed on it, and or had a fentanyl overdose that was blended with it, would be dead. I'd love to tell you how many lives our detectives saved. I can't. I can just tell you that we took about $9.5 million street value worth of drugs off of the street. I can tell you that we seized the largest amount of heroin in a single seizure in the history of the sheriff's office in Polk County. I can tell you that this is a violent drug. It's a dangerous drug. Aside from the robbery and the theft and the burglary in order to obtain the drugs, people kill each other over this drug, and the drug itself is killing people. So, why there are those that want to decriminalize abusive, dangerous drugs, shame on you. It's addicting and killing our kids. And we're going to continue to battle against the people who want to addict our children, who want to illegally enter this country for the specific purposes of trafficking in drugs and committing crime. It's not okay. It's against the law. And while the majority of this country are law-abiding citizens, there are people like this who don't care if your children die. All they care about is the money they can generate. They don't care about who dies. They thought they were slick. They thought the cops don't work on Thanksgiving. Well, it was Thanksgiving for us. And it's Thanksgiving for a lot of families who will never know that they are going to celebrate the holidays this year with their loved ones who is alive, because we took the drug that would kill them or addict them and have them in the streets, creating hardship for them and their families away. Any questions?
Sheriff, do you think that people in Polk County were buying from these specific dealers?
These specific dealers were operating way up here. They were selling to us thinking we were major dealers. So the reality is all of this eventually trickles down to the street. But it starts in Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston. We think this is Mexican-made dope. Where it comes from, we don't know. But we know there are huge traffickers that are smuggling this deadly stuff across the border every day and killing people by the thousands in this country. And despite a few that want to say it's a low-level, nonviolent event and write it off, people dying from drug overdoses are still very important to us in Polk County. And people who sell this drug that causes overdose deaths, we're going to continue to lock them up where they should be locked up. So will it end up in Polk County? Sure it would if we trickled it down here. But at this level, theoretically, if we were a criminal doper, we'd be breaking this up and sending it all over Florida, Central Florida. We'd be sending it to our contacts in New York, to the Midwest, wherever we wanted to pass it back down, because from the kilos, we would sell ounces. And then the ounce people would break it down a little further. Okay?
Do you know if Francisco or Susanna had ever been to
I have no indication that they had been to Polk County before other than, talking dope with us.
How did your people connect with them?
They're very good at what they do.
Who else were illegal here? You said Alberta and Juan, but who else? You said there were 3 illegal.
Yes. Francisco is illegal. Okay.
Bro, you've got to be the most low IQ dude in the chat, bro. I'm trying to rock with you, homie. But you just hear what you want to hear, not what you really is, what he said. Redistribution. He's saying they take the kilos and they give it to other dealers and they redistribute it. What did you think he said? That the police do it? Are you dumb, bro? Man, you've done nothing but give us low IQ comments, homie. I'm trying to give you game, but bruh, not everything is which, dude, bro, that's why liberals aren't conspiracy theorists. Y'all don't know everything. Y'all don't know nothing, bro, at all. Yeah, corruption everywhere, bro, but what does that got to do with what we're watching right now? You must be that damn corrupt, bro. For real. Oh, blacks don't kill people. Blacks don't do serial crimes. Blacks don't do this. What are you talking about, bro? Who are you trying to prove to, bro? Yeah, cops are corrupt. You can't deny it. No, I can't deny that they're corrupt. But this dude's showing you the evidence, bro. And you're still like, yeah, dude, he's going to break it up and sell it. Dude, you're like 12 years old, aren't you? You clearly don't know how the game works, dummy. Stupid.
And our 2 that we arrested in California, Tofola and Albara. Now, folks, these folks didn't come across the border in search of a better life for their family. They came across the border illegally.
Bro, you haven't been right not one time since you've been in this chat. Not once. And the fact you're still in here is crazy to me. I'm just wondering what dumb thing you're going to say next. Literally. What are you going to say to me, bro? What's next dumb thing can you come up with? SJWS, bro.
To traffic in drugs, to make money, to not care whether or not your children die, but to make money. These are the folks I'm talking about. That after they spend a very long time in prison, at our expense now, need to be deported and never, ever, ever allowed back in this country. And why in the world we accept people coming across this border from other countries to prey on and commit crime against innocent people? It's beyond me.
When you say we arrested these men in California, was it your detective?
Our detectives were there when we took them into custody with the Inca Task Force, INKAR, Inca Task Force. And it was, the arrests were in Ontario, which is a suburb area of Los Angeles. Largest single seizure of heroin, it was, we got 3.25, 1.25 plus 1. What's that? A little over 5 kilos?
3.25, 1.25,
and 1.
So that's about 10 pounds.
About 10 pounds of heroin.
So the next step for Francisco Reynolds Grant is going to be reported to ICE to be deported.
We are going to report them here if they haven't been reported in California. What ICE does from there is up to them. We learned this morning, we started searching around to get the update because they were arrested a while back. And we find the one guy is not even in custody anymore. And he had a $5 million bond, and he's not in custody. The other one's in custody. But even if he made the $5 million bond, even if that's what happened, why didn't ICE have a hold on him? Why didn't he go to ICE custody? And why isn't there an ICE hold on this one? We'll see.
Is that a sanctuary city?
No, I don't think so. I think San Bernardino does hold.
What happened with the kid that was found on the
The kids, they're in DCF custody today. And they will look for relatives in Chicago or someplace to turn them over to.
Sheriff, I'm hearing the frustration when you talk about the two that were taken to California. You wish they'd come to Polk County and you would have been the ones arrested?
Oh, brother, different story. They would have eaten pressed turkey on Thanksgiving in the county jail if they'd been here, and ICE would have had a hold on them once they were finished with the Florida prison system. Upon conviction, they would have certainly been deported. But the reality is this is huge criminal violations, federal, state, and I suppose that traffic in 100 pounds of meth, heck, in California ought to get you 6 months or so. I don't know. I don't know what their deal is out there. They don't know what their deal is out there. I am dear friends with a lot of sheriffs in California who are very frustrated with the inability to appropriately enforce the laws there. But that's another story for another day.
Sheriff, do you believe there are bigger fish to fry than these people?
Well, obviously, they're not the ones that created the meth and the heroin. There's always somebody else.
Was this all on Thanksgiving Day?
The 100 pounds was before. The last two arrests were on Thanksgiving Day. That's where the Houston connection came. That's where the Chicago connection came.
Is there any relation with any cartel from Mexico? Do you know that?
I have no idea, but I have no idea about what cartel or where this dope came from in Mexico, but I know this dope originated in Mexico because that's where the overwhelming majority of all of our meth and heroin is originating from. It's pouring over the porous borders like water through the Rio Grande.
Were these drugs seized in those other states or was it driven here?
The 100 pounds was seized in California. The other was seized here. Except I think 22 pounds, no, the 22 pounds might have been taken out there as well.
I'm guessing it was driven, not flown.
No, they do fly it.
Question, you have three different couples here from three different places.
Yes.
Are they connected or did they just happen to fall under an operation?
No, what happened, the Texas, Illinois, and California people are not interconnected. They were just part of, when we did the California connection, that was kind of the end of that. But we talked to some Texas people who talked to some Illinois people, and that's how how we got onto Texas and Illinois.
So starting with California led to Texas and Illinois.
No, California was a totally separate deal. And then we heard of some heroin. It's kind of like when you go to your stockbroker and he says, well, we have this stock and that stock and this stock, and you buy this stock and then you go someplace else and they go, well, there's this better stock, and this is a illegal market world. And that's what happens. There is a market for drugs like there is a stock market for legal enterprise of money. There's an illegal enterprise world out here, and it deals with millions and millions and millions of dollars a day. And then it settles down. Like I said, obviously, we didn't pay these street prices for it at this level, but by the time it settles down on the street, That's where your 9.5 million comes as an estimate.
They were surprised that, we all here know, like, if you're ever going to commit a crime, don't do it in Polk County. Apparently these guys don't use Google.
Oh, it's a news flash to them, but they're learning the hard way.
Can we talk a little bit about the level of heroin and meth in Polk County? Is it a bad situation here, and is it getting worse or better?
The Chicago people wanted to open up a pipeline into Central Florida. They thought we were their pipeline. So they didn't have this group didn't have a connection into Central Florida, at least that they told us of, because they said, we want to open up a pipeline into Central Florida. So we were the Central Florida pipeline. Surprise. Newsflash. Happy Thanksgiving. Eat some pressed turkey at the county jail. But I'm telling you, folks, we were operating really high up in our undercover capacity, and they thought they had struck gold. I mean, the first trip down here, they bring us 3.25 kilos of heroin. I mean, in our world, that's huge. That is huge.
What would you say to people that say, at this level, you should be letting the federal government agencies dealing with these big sharks? You should be out on the street getting the small guy. What do you say if someone said that to you?
Yeah, I'd say if I did that, they've been home eating turkey on Thanksgiving. We're out working. We arrest them no matter how big they are. And then we challenge our colleagues and hope they can go out and make a case bigger than ours, because we all work together in this world. We deconflict to make sure that this was not another law enforcement agency working the case too. So we all work together. We challenge each other. And I would tell them, y'all chose to eat turkey. We chose to seize dope. And that would be our challenge to them, to go out and make a bigger case, because we're all buddies. We ate turkey too, just later that day. Okay? It was a great day. Lives are saved.
Everybody hit the like, share, subscribe. This is probably my last day. Moving over to new. This is just what happened. I don't know. This is some news. Let's see what it is.
Says he plans to move forward building the new White House ballroom despite a federal judge blocking.
Hit the like, share, and sub. I'm almost at 15K. Y'all help me out. Help me out. Much.
We head to the moon. We're monitoring NASA's countdown to Artemis 2's launch. The 4 astronauts, 3 of them American, are seated in the capsule, getting ready to go. And we're going to bring you updates throughout the hour. But while that perhaps dictates the future of man here on Earth, we have another Fox News alert asking what it is to be an American, specifically a citizen of the United States of America. Is it enough to just be born here, or does it require something more? That question over birthright citizenship is now sitting in front of the Supreme Court. And in a historic moment today, so was President Trump. Raising the stakes in an already closely watched case, Trump stayed for a little over an hour, hearing the government side before returning to the White House, where he issued this on Truth Social. We are the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship. Now, birthright citizenship is an issue that we've talked a lot here about on the Will Cain Show. And it is one that hinges on the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Let's get into it. The amendment reads as follows. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens. For over 150 years, that's been understood to mean if you are born on American soil, then you are a citizen of America. The part of that amendment that we should center on is the subject of disagreement. It reads, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Both sides agree those words matter. They just fundamentally disagree on what they mean. One side says if you're born in the U.S., You are under U.S. law, period. That means it doesn't matter if your parents are citizens. It doesn't matter if they're here legally or illegally. It doesn't matter if they're temporary visitors. The administration, on the other hand, says, hold on. It doesn't mean everyone born here is a citizen. Rather, subject to the jurisdiction thereof has limits. And if you are subject to the jurisdiction of another foreign country, how can you be subject to the jurisdiction of America? So far, though, that argument is being received with skepticism by the justices.
You obviously put a lot of weight on subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But the examples you give to support that strike me as very quirky. You know, children of ambassadors, children of enemies during a hostile invasion, children on warships. And then you expand it to the whole class of illegal aliens are here in the country. I'm not quite sure how you can get to that big group from such tiny and sort of idiosyncratic examples.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett took it one step further.
Let's talk about its applications. So, you know, there are some, I can imagine it being messy on some applications. So what would you do with what the common law called foundlings? You know, the thing about this is then you have to adjudicate. If you're looking at parents, and if you're looking at parents' domicile, then you have to adjudicate both residence and intent to stay. What if you don't know who the parents are?
President Trump says, if you want to talk about messy, look at how birthright citizenship has been abused. And to Justice Roberts, does this seem quirky? Trump writes, birthright citizenship has to do with the babies of slaves, not Chinese billionaires who have 56 kids, all of whom become American citizens. One of the great many scams of our time. That right there is a huge part of the argument. Times have changed. We all know the story of illegal immigration. And now we're learning about birth tourism. It's booming. In 2023, over 300,000 babies were born to unauthorized or legal temporary immigrant mothers. Add that in total. It's 9% of the U.S. births in that given year. When we look at how that shakes out over time, a clear spike in the number of births to unauthorized immigrant mothers in the United States from 2019 to 2023. That's unprecedented. It's unforeseen. It's undeniable. But Chief Justice Roberts, unconvinced.
It certainly wasn't a problem in the 19th century.
No, but of course, we're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out to, where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
Here's the counterpoint to that. In Justice Alito's argument, the Solicitor General was referring to.
Scalia had an example that dealt with this situation. He imagined an old theft statute that was enacted well before anybody conceived of a microwave oven. And then afterwards, someone is charged with the crime of stealing a microwave oven. And this fellow says, well, I can't be convicted under this because the microwave oven didn't exist at that time. And he dismissed that. There's a general rule there, and you apply it to future applications. And what we're dealing with here is something that was basically unknown at the time when the 14th Amendment was adopted, which is illegal immigration. So how do we deal with that situation when we have a general rule?
I, for one, am fascinated stepping inside that room, hearing the arguments, hearing the questions from United States Supreme Court justices. It's a peek behind a curtain we rarely get to see. No matter which side you fall on, you're hearing a substantive debate. That is much more than you would get from MSNBC.
You read the 14th Amendment, it could not be more clear. Like, the Supreme Court threw out this racist argument in 1898. 1898. I will tell you truthfully, the reason I am actually excited about this is because I want to know if Clarence Thomas and Alito both decide they're going to have the guts to side with Donald Trump in abolishing the 14th Amendment.
All right, we got it. You don't have to keep yelling at me. I get it. You think everything is racist. But let's talk about the case referenced there on MSNBC. United States versus Wong Kim Ark. It is from the year 1898. An individual born in the United States to Chinese parents denied re-entry after traveling abroad. The court ruled He was a citizen, clarifying the 14th Amendment grants citizenship to almost all people born in the United States, regardless of their parents' citizenship or nationality. The ACLU says that case sealed the deal and called out the Trump administration in the process.
It's crystal clear from Wong Kim Ark and from the debates that the framers of the 14th Amendment meant to have a universal common law rule of citizenship subject to the closed set of exceptions. And we can't take the current administration's policy considerations into account to try to re-engineer and radically reinterpret the original meaning of the 14th Amendment.
So we know the question. Is birthright citizenship an unshakable constitutional guarantee? Or is it a doctrine that's been interpreted, like many constitutional provisions, too broadly and now needs to be reconsidered? The answer could redefine citizenship in America for generations.
For the first time in U.S. history, a sitting president attended arguments in person. It was all about the legality of his day one executive order, ending birthright citizenship for the children of illegal immigrants. The president says the goal is stopping Americans from getting ripped off.
The reason was it had to do with the babies of slaves and the protection of the babies of slaves. It didn't have to do with the protection of multi-millionaires and billionaires wanting to have their children get an American citizenship. It is the craziest thing I've ever seen. People are making a big living, getting hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars from bringing people in and saying, congratulations, your whole family is going to be a citizen of the United States of America. That's not what it was for.
And the numbers back up the president. Nearly 1 in 10 babies born in the United States in 2023 were born to unauthorized or temporary status mommies. But that fact is lost on liberal freaks like this guy in a pink frog costume. And check out this Democrat's foul mouth meltdown. You ready? Rep. Susie Lee posting and then deleting. It's a whole lot of F-bombs. She's defending her comments, saying that Trump's attack on the Constitution struck a nerve. Dana, do you want to take on the birthright citizenship, or you want to talk about Susie?
Susie, I didn't even know who she was. Susie Lee. No, I won't. I'll let her go.
She sounds like you after a few drinks.
She's just totally irrelevant. What is relevant is a few things here. So, for a long time leading up to this, people have been saying, people as in legal scholars, that President Trump was likely to lose on this. It's not that the issue isn't an important one. It's that going about it through an executive order might be the wrong way to try to achieve a policy goal. Over and over again, what do we face? Congress just abdicates its responsibility, walks away, and presidents get frustrated. And they said, we want to solve something. So on day one, President Trump, who has thought about this issue for many years, he's run on immigration. He says, this stops today. And it's interesting because all of a sudden, the Democrats are strict constitutionalists and they love the originalism argument, of which they have hated from Thomas and Alito, Barrett, Kavanaugh, and Roberts. But now all of a sudden, they're like, that's not what the Constitution says. And so as somebody who I have always believed that let's stick with the Constitution. However, I also think that there's nothing wrong with the Supreme Court saying to the Congress, this issue should be fixed, but it's not going to work with just this executive order. Now, maybe it'll turn out that the president wins on this one, but this is the last point I'll make on this that I thought was so disturbing because I don't really understand it. Maybe somebody here is going to explain it to me. In 2006, I was deputy press secretary, and the average poll of how people felt about this issue was that 45% of Americans thought that everyone who was born in America automatically became a U.S. citizen. 45%. Today, it's 69% think that anyone who was born in America, even after all of these things, all of these stories, people coming here just to have their babies. And I'm not sure where public opinion changed on this. I could maybe take a guess, but it's gone up steadily since 2006. And so if Congress were to take it on, I'm not sure how it would turn out.
Well, if you're a green card holder, Jessica, you come here, you have a baby, that baby's an American citizen, and that's fine. What you're saying is that if you're a legal alien whose allegiance is to Guatemala and he crosses over and dumps a baby out, then all of a sudden they're a citizen and so's the mother, or a tourist from China to come in, have a baby in like American Samoa and then go back to Beijing. It's being abused. You'd agree with that?
Not completely.
You wouldn't
I think
agree
but
that
it's
that's
also,
abuse?
some degree of it, yes. But the numbers, and Chief Justice Roberts was batting the government back on that particular issue, saying that you are picking a few isolated incidents for then a sweeping judicial theory, and that he wouldn't go along with it.
That 9% of the births are from people that aren't really American citizens. That's not.
But I'm saying, which I'm not on the Supreme Court. All I can do is ingest what I saw the exchanges were and then report them. And the evidence that the government was using, talking about birth tourism, talking about how kids of diplomats don't get citizenship, so why should this be different, et cetera. Justice Roberts was poo-pooing it. That's what was happening. Dana's totally right about the close 70% of people who approve of birthright citizenship right now. I think you get into very sticky territory if you're talking about people who are on even temporary visas. If someone overstays it by a week or two, you have people in the U.S. government right now, Marco Rubio, Kash Patel, Usha Vance. These are people who have their citizenship because of birthright citizenship. And you know that today didn't go well because Donald Trump's Truth Social post, once he left, was we are the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship. He didn't say the government kicked butt. He didn't say we're going to win this thing. He said, basically, I'm throwing a temper tantrum. And a couple
That
of
was a fact. Is that not a fact?
It doesn't.
It doesn't matter?
No, it actually doesn't matter because you know how he behaves when he's excited about something. You know how he
You're
behaves when he's
focusing on
upset.
emotion and not the fact that he said the absolute
Hold on one
truth.
second. The government did not seem in certain exchanges to be prepared to come and talk to these justices. Like Neil Gorsuch is going to ask you about Native Americans. He always talks about Native Americans.
Yeah.
No response about what was going to happen there. Justice Barrett talking about...
It's already been adjudicated. Native Americans.
He said, oh, I
have
don't think so.
citizenship.
No, did you hear him? Did you listen to how he responded? He said, I don't know. I don't think so. Justice Barrett, another time that happened.
You're ignoring some of the facts that were laid out today. You say this is a small sliver. False. Go check out the data from the Government Accountability Institute, which they made reference to today. 1 million people, they believe, went to the Northern Mariana Islands from China and became U.S. citizens. There are 500 firms, this was listed today, in China that make this a cottage industry, inserting the Chinese Communist Party into our country. Now, what this could translate to, according to Eric Eggers, is 1 million new voters by 2030. I think we can all agree that that is a perilous state. If you have people from China coming over, giving birth, 1 million new voters by 2030, that is a big problem. And it is inconceivable to think that the framers of the 1868 14th Amendment, that's the year it was ratified, had an idea that 4 billion women in the world could come here, give birth, take a plane ride, and boom, you're a U.S. citizen. It's inconceivable on its face.
Greg.
Yeah, you're an illegal and you come here and you have a baby that is not a citizen. And it amazes me that by saying that, you are somehow portrayed as harsh. By saying something that is so obviously sensible that, like, if you, it makes it, as Donald Trump says, and it's so mean, and I'm going to get to that. No other country does this. No other country does this. And why? Because nobody wants to do it in those countries. There's nobody clamoring in to try to game the system to have babies in Haiti. All right. So you're saying they're all coming here. What does that tell you? The system is being gamed. So how did this happen when you're talking about these polls? I don't think the polls are real, but I do think that there has been a shift due to redefining in the last, I would say 15 or 20 years, redefining common sense, patriotism as intolerant, xenophobic, but most important, mean. So if you think about every segment that we do or every position we're on, we are always portrayed as mean. So when you say men cannot be women, men cannot be in women's sports, you are intolerant and you are mean. If you say illegals need to be deported, all illegals, I think the worst first, but in the long run, you never know who the worst is first because you let them all in. Yes, that is so mean. You think this guy should go to prison? I mean, he had a terrible upbringing. Yes, he should go away for 25 years. That is so mean. Every single policy that the Democrats try to shove down your throats is based on the fact that somehow when you take a stand to protect your country or your family, it's somehow mean. This is like, I really do think this is a dangerous culture. Now, I keep thinking to myself, what if the supporters of birthright citizenship were gung-ho patriotic Americans who said, we need to do this, and we align it with a dedicated citizenship assimilation path. So we have the American ideal protected, valued, cherished. I'd be like, wow, that's pretty amazing that these people feel that way. But the problem is the people that are pushing birthright are the people who reject American culture, who reject assimilation, who embrace the so-called tenets of diversity and identity politics, who believe that America as an idea is not just flawed, but evil and in need of radical change. So I don't trust. This is why all the arguments about birthright citizens are what ifs, analogies. Kenji Jackson Brown, my favorite artist, was comparing it to getting your wallet stolen in Japan. They cannot live in the real world where you see the incentives and you see the actual data. So instead, they live in analogies. And then they look at you and they go, you're just mean. And everybody said so. We have this poll that says you're just really mean for believing this way. I don't care. We're right on this. Anybody's, if an illegal has a baby in your country and that makes that baby a citizen, no.
But
duh.
Does Justice Roberts then fall into the category?
I don't know. He's got.
No, I just think that also
He's not right about everything. And Supreme Courts have made decisions, and so have politicians that have been wrong, and we're left that way for a century. I can think of a couple of them, Jessica, that were then overturned.
But we let Congress off the hook over and over again. Britain did have birthright citizenship, and in the late 1800s, they changed it by law. You can do something without an executive order that's going to fail in the Supreme Court. It just takes a little gumption.
Gumption.
Watch your mouth.
Wow, man, you and Susie.
Wow, gumption.
Let's now bring in Carrie Urban, Fox News legal editor, and Chad Wolf, former acting DHS secretary, now Homeland Security and Immigration chair at the America First Policy Institute, the perfect panel to break all this down for us. Chad, we were a moment ago starting to get into some of the real world implications that this case, that these arguments will have once the justices make a decision one way or the other for generations to come. From a Homeland Security perspective, what is most important to you coming out of today?
Well, it's really what the president tried to do in his executive order to say that folks that come here illegally, so illegal aliens that then have children here, should not get this right, because they have broken the law coming here illegally to begin with. And so as I was at DHS, this is an incentive for folks to cross that border illegally, which the Trump administration has done a really good job of shutting down over this past year or so. But as we look ahead, you're not always going to have President Trump in the White House. And so should the border start to explode again, this is an incentive. And I saw this firsthand where women were trying to get across that border who were sometimes 7, 8, 9 months pregnant because they wanted to have their child here in the United States so that they could become a citizen. And then once that child reaches 21, they petition for their immediate family to come over into the United States as well. And so you really have to think about the long-term effects that this is going to have on the country.
You also have to think, Carrie, big picture, right? It's a big world out there today, a lot bigger than when the founding fathers stood up the Constitution. Take a listen to this exchange, caught my ear, between the Chief Justice and John Sauer.
We're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out to, where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
It is, and as Justice Scalia said, I think in the case that Justice Alito was referring to, you've got a constitutional provision that addresses certain evils, and it should be extended to reasonably comparable evils. He said that about statutory interpretation. I think the same principle applies here.
What did you make of that, Carrie?
I didn't think that comment boded well for the Trump administration. But look, what John Sauer is getting at, of course, and it's what I think a lot of people think is that the citizenship clause was never anticipated to be exploited in the way that it is. You know, birthright tourism, that someone can just pop over here, have a child, and that child now enjoys the rights and benefits of being a U.S. citizen. And, you know, there was a lot of...
By the way, I don't know if they got into it today, but is certainly a privilege that is only enjoyed by those who can afford it, meaning... Should it only be wealthy people who are prioritized?
And there was a lot of conversation around the 1898 Supreme Court decision Won Kim Ark, which created birthright citizenship as we know it today. But the context of that case is interesting, and Justice Alito spent some time discussing that. And if you recall, this was a Chinese national who was fighting to get a citizenship here. His parents had lived here for a long time. And this was a discussion in the court today. They were permanently domiciled here. They had a child, they go back to China, he tries to come back, he's not let in. And the context at the time was that it was almost impossible, really impossible, for Chinese nationals to become citizens. There was a lot of anti-Chinese sentiment, a lot of racism. And so the court in that particular case emphasized, look, the parents were permanently domiciled here, and they tried to do it the right way, and they couldn't. Now, when they made that decision, again, were they anticipating what we now see is happening in the 21st century? I just can't believe that they did. But that said, the Supreme Court did not seem interested really in discussing the practical and real world implications of any of that today. There wasn't much conversation around it. I think they consider that more of a policy discussion, and they don't think that's their role. And I understand that. But there are very real world implications for what happens in this case.
Thanks to both of you for joining us. It's great to see you. Love to pick your brain on this again soon.
News alert as we await the opening arguments for the discussion today at the Supreme Court on birthright citizenship. History being made as President Trump is the first president ever to go and listen to an oral argument where he has to sit quietly, cannot post truths and things like that. We'll see how long that goes. It could go 2 to 3 hours. He doesn't have to stay the entire time. There will not be a decision made in this case today. The justices are simply hearing the oral arguments. But we might get a decision later in the day. At 9 p.m. Eastern tonight, the President of the United States will also give a primetime address on the war in Iran. And he hasn't done so yet. This will be, I'm sure, a scripted speech, a very serious speech. It's a big deal when you ask the networks to break up prime time and for the president to make this announcement tonight. What has he decided, if anything? We bring in Ben Hall, of course, senior correspondent. Thank you for being here. The war is it's over a month now. Now, most of the world is engaged in some way and anxiously awaiting to see what the president will announce tonight. There's arguments with Europe. There are concerns even with some of our Gulf allies, and there are a lot of shifting winds here. What do you think he'll say tonight?
Well, I think what's interesting is President Trump has said from the beginning that he's not going to tell Iran what he's going to do. He's not going to say whether he's putting boots on the ground. He's not going to necessarily say how long exactly this will go on, because that would give them a heads up. And so I don't think we're going to see anything specific. I don't think we're going to see an announcement that boots are going onto the ground. I think he's well aware that his words have an influence on the markets, on bringing up stock prices and bringing down the price of oil. But what I do feel that if you look at the prime objectives, first, to destroy the Iranian military, that has been done. To weaken the regime, that has been done to a certain degree. But the Straits of Hormuz are still not open. That's something that I think has to be addressed. You can't allow Iran to control that waterway. And so we have to look at options for that. You've seen the movement of U.S. troops to the region. You've seen the thousands of soldiers who are there, the 82nd Airborne, etc. And so it does feel to me as if he may be setting the scene for something that may come, something next, whether it's seizing one of those islands in the Straits of Hormuz. But I don't think he's going to announce it. I think he wants to keep the Iranian regime on its toes. And quite often we see moves like that happen on a Friday night to give 2 days before the markets open.
Just watching Marco Rubio last night with Sean, I think he laid out the objectives. And the objectives, so you could argue, have shifted a little bit here, right? You know, he talked about taking out the Air Force, that they've largely done that, the Navy in Iran as well, their ability to produce missiles and drone production, even though they haven't taken out the entire missile supply. So we'll see how the president...
It started with unconditional surrender.
Yeah, that may
changed to a certain
right, and that may develop even more tonight. What I think is very significant, though, there are numerous developments overnight from around the world that are affected by this war. The UAE either told the United States, we're going to join the war with you, or they came very close to it, and they're urging the United States, based on the Wall Street Journal reporting, to go ahead and seize one of these small islands in the Persian Gulf. In addition, the prime minister in London came out before the sun came up and said, this is not our war. And you've got the president suggesting that maybe the U.S. should no longer be a part of NATO. We can come back to that point in a moment here, Ben. But in Australia, the prime minister is telling his people to save energy. Now, I can't recall a state leader with an address like that in decades. So point being, this is affecting a lot of countries, a lot of people as we sit here today.
Well, first of all, the UAE has now released a statement very recently saying that, in fact, they have not made that a policy to get involved militarily at this point. But we do know that countries like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, who initially did not want this kind of conflict to a certain degree, now say the job has to be finished, which is what Jamie Dimon said yesterday. Now we've got this far, you can't allow Iran to imagine that it has this control, so the job has to be finished. And the question is, what is finishing this role? And I think you're right. You look at the countries that have been affected, and it is large. You look at Asian countries, the Philippines, they are bringing in real amount of limits on how much gas you can buy at the moment because of the effect on them. And President Trump is saying, you all need to get involved. You all need to come and help. They're not doing so. NATO releases letters saying, we are putting together a plan in which we might help. The EU have done the same. But it's words. They haven't actually done it. And they keep releasing these statements saying, we are looking at ways in which we can help, but they're not doing it. So this does affect the whole world. But I do think that we have to look at phase 2. And that is what happens when the US does eventually pull out, and that is allowing the Iranian people to overthrow their regime. That, I think, is where this has to move. You know, the regime are not going to be changed from the air, but if you can weaken them to a certain degree, and I've been getting messages from inside Iran as well, they're saying, so anything, we need to be armed. Once the regime has been knocked down, we need to have the ability to then overthrow them ourselves. And I think that has to be phase 2.
Would we, the United States, or we, Western civilization, provide the arms?
It's a really interesting question. Many people are very fearful. If you start arming people in Iran, you end up with a civil war, you end up with a real chaos. The Kurds in the north have at one time been planning on moving in, and they had not been moving in because I think Erdogan from Turkey didn't want the Kurds to move in. He called President Trump perhaps about that. But look, the big question, are you trying to sort this out and deal with the Iranian regime in the next few weeks or months, or are you trying to make a generational difference? And that does require changing the regime. And to do that, yes, perhaps people do have to give weapons to the opposition inside Iran.
Let me come back to this NATO point, but first I want to play this clip from Pete Hegseth. This was from about 24 hours ago, but the U.S. addressing what is necessary in his. Okay, now here is the headline we talked about in the Wall Street Journal. The UAE wants to force Hormuz open and is willing to join the fight. Gulf state begins effort to persuade U.S. and others to open waterway by any means necessary. I believe the UAE has taken about 2,500 hits on behalf of missiles or drones in the last 30 days.
More than Israel.
More than Israel.
More than
Remarkable
Israel.
stuff. And Iran is in a position now where they don't want their other Gulf nations to be on the offensive against them. So a lot of cross currents here. On this idea about NATO, however, the president gave this interview last night. It was published earlier this morning, saying that NATO's a paper tiger. They're nothing without the United States. He might be right about that. But remember in Trump 1.0, when he challenged NATO to increase their defense spending. And at the time, everybody was like, well, no one's ever called on our NATO leaders to go ahead and up their spending. And most of them, not all, largely have. In light of the Ukraine war, it's been a necessity. And maybe this is another way for him to prod that organization and get them to do more. As he said 24 hours ago, learn how to fight on your own.
Absolutely. Many people have said that Trump is the best thing that happened to NATO in his first administration, because look at the hundreds of billions of dollars that went to NATO. And look, you look at some of the NATO countries at the moment, you look at the UK at the moment and how low and diminished its navy has become. They're barely able to send out, flotillas at the moment. They can't send out carrier strike groups. That's because they have pulled back their defense spending over the years. They need someone to come to them and say, you have to up it. Because for too long, these countries have been saying, America is the country that will do the job for us. America's military will do it. And so, yes, if you want to put pressure on them, you have to. And is this now a responsibility of NATO? Are there countries being affected with the oil being shut down? Yes, they are. So at what point does NATO say, we are really being affected, our economies are being affected, we need to get involved? They're not willing to do that right now.
Well, they also have domestic politics of their own, where they have a population that's not necessarily supportive of Israel, and they're more fearful of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
And we still have the war with Ukraine, and now Ukraine is helping the Gulf states in order to defend themselves. It is very super interesting, and we are so fortunate to have you get us previewed for tonight's big speech, prime time. Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
All right, joining me now is former Deputy Assistant Attorney General and Law Professor John Yoo and criminal defense attorney and former state prosecutor Todd Shapiro. Thank you both for being with us here today. John, I'll start with you. The question of original intent of the 14th Amendment. This was drafted after a civil war. This was drafted as part of Reconstruction. This was drafted with the children of slaves in mind.
Presentation of the arguments. I think the point that you made that really explains this best is that this was an amendment that was passed to restore citizenship to the freed slaves, that the great stain on our constitutional history was Dred Scott, and which Dred Scott said that blacks could never be equal citizens. Everyone, I think, agrees that's the clear purpose of the 14th Amendment, and that what we don't know is what they would have thought about illegal immigration, because there was no federal immigration law at the time of the 14th Amendment. That's 20 years to come in the future. And what we're trying to do is sort of extrapolate and guess from what people said back then about what they might think about illegal immigration today, at a time when, and that's what Chief Justice Roberts' point was, when the exceptions under subject to the jurisdiction thereof at that time were very narrow, you know, occupying armies, Indians, and children of ambassadors.
That is fair, John, but it is not hard to see, Todd, how this has been absolutely perverted over time, to the extent that, as we highlighted yesterday here on the Will Cain Show, you are seeing Chinese billionaires pay for surrogacy in the United States. 41% of surrogacy births in the United States are to Chinese nationals. Chinese billionaires could pay for surrogacy. Child is born on American soil, attains American citizenship, goes back to China, raised under the CCP, and can run for president of the United States.
Well, that seems outrageous, and it certainly seems against what any of the founders would have intended for this law and for the amendment. Certainly, times have evolved and changed, as some of the Supreme Court justices pointed out to, and I would think that this situation with the surrogacy and these people becoming United States citizens is a perfect highlight of that.
It is, and it is a question, John, of whether or not the Constitution is fixed in time. And we have these arguments and we strive for consistency. The First Amendment didn't imagine the internet. That doesn't mean the First Amendment doesn't apply to the internet. But in this situation where 9% of U.S. births are through birthright citizenship, and you have these potentials for Chinese surrogacies, the question is whether or not the 14th Amendment's original intentions should have been able to anticipate these things, or are we neutered because they simply couldn't have imagined this? And by the way, listening to the justices, I do think that they agree with what you're saying, John. I do think they're agreeing with your perspective, Todd. I don't think they're prepared to overturn 100+ years of precedent.
I agree, Will. I listened to our arguments very closely. I didn't hear a sufficient majority say we're going to overturn a precedent that old. Even if they thought it might be wrong, it seems to me that they want stability in the law. I agree. I'll be the first to concede this creates poor incentives like birth tourism. And I think if we're not going to change the birthright citizenship rule, then the former prosecutor in me wants to go crack down on those companies in China, and there are companies in the United States that are doing this too, and prosecute the people who are, misrepresenting themselves in their visas, who are saying, I'm here as a tourist or I'm a student, when they really want to come here and give birth and have a child that's an American citizen and then whisk them back to China. I completely agree. That's something the founders and the people who wrote the 14th Amendment did not think of and did not anticipate. I just don't think the Supreme Court's willing to take those consequences into account. They're just, as you said, interested in what's the original meaning of the 14th Amendment. Did they see an exception to the birthright rule for this kind of illegal immigration that we're working on today?
Well, the realist in me suggests you are probably right. The intellectual consistency in me makes me ask, finally, Todd, I'll say to you, what did they mean then? What did they mean by subject to the jurisdiction thereof?
Well, I think it's pretty plain language, but I think that the definition of subject to the jurisdiction thereof has certainly evolved over time, where we're talking about something completely different today than what was decided back in the late 1800s as to what subject to the jurisdiction actually means.
Right. And it has a profound impact, not just on the citizenry of the United States, but the culture, the acceptance, perhaps even the interest in serving the United States of America. It literally can dictate the future of the United States. Todd Shapiro, John Yoo, thank you both for being with us.
Joining me now, constitutional law attorney Mark Smith. And Mark, obviously, I want to focus on the law throughout the segment, but we have to talk about this. What do you make of President Trump being the first president, based upon all of our research, to ever attend an argument at the Supreme Court?
It's a great idea. Look, he is the party. And if you're a party, you're totally entitled to go to court and observe the proceedings. So I think President Trump should attend today. He is the party here. He is the one that created this lawsuit, and thank God he did. It was his executive order that finally got this issue of birthright citizenship before the court, because as you know, Todd, the reality was up until now, there was nobody had standing to challenge this absurdity of basically anyone that comes to the United States and has a kid, they become an automatic American citizen. You could not challenge that because no one had standing to do so until President Trump wisely did this executive order. So he should attend this argument because he's the one that caused it.
Let's drill down into the law. This case is challenging a long-held interpretation of the 14th Amendment, with Section 1 of the amendment reading, quote, all persons born or naturalized in the United States, and this is the key part right here, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. How should the court ultimately rule on that question? We had it underlined on the screen, jurisdiction thereof.
Well, the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof is a clear historical meaning. Remember, after the Civil War, the whole goal was to make sure slaves and their children were made American citizens. That was originally done by congressional statute, Todd, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, but there was concerns that a statute would not be sufficient to last the rest of the country's history. So the decision was made to create the 14th Amendment. And the reason why that's significant is you read the Civil Rights Act of 1866, it literally says to be an American citizen, you have to be born in the United States and also not subject to any foreign power. That language was essentially elevated into the Constitution in the form of the 14th Amendment. So today, if you're simply visiting the United States, if you sneak into the country as an illegal alien and have a child, you are still subject to a foreign power, meaning your home country. So therefore, under the 14th Amendment, you're not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and you haven't met the criteria to be a citizen. And that's a pretty straightforward argument. But of course, there's a vested interest on the other side to say that anyone born in the United States is an American citizen. And the only reason why that interpretation has lasted as long as it has is because, as you know, there's been no ability to challenge this in court, because the only people withstanding are people that benefited from this wrong interpretation of the law. Everyone else had no standing until this executive order by President Trump.
I'm going to push back slightly. You said it's the other side, Democrats specifically, and you're 100% right on that. But I would also argue Republicans have not been as enthusiastic, let's say, as you are, that this is going to be a win for their side. The prevailing wisdom, as you well know, is that this court is going to keep birthright citizenship in place. So with that as the baseline, what questions do you expect these justices to ask at oral arguments today? Who are you paying attention to? And ultimately, what does your gut tell you as to how the court will rule when they rule in a few months?
Well, this court is very much an originalist court. And what that means is, you know, Todd, as an attorney yourself, is you look at the text of the relevant law, this is the 14th Amendment, and you look at the surrounding history. Keep in mind, there is already a group of people that were born in the United States at the time of the 14th Amendment, but were not made citizens because they were subject to a foreign power. And that was the Native American population. The Native American population was born in the United States in the late 19th century at the time of the 14th Amendment, but they were not American citizens. Why? Because they were subject to a foreign power in the form of their tribes. So there's clear historical evidence here, in addition to the text, as to what it means. And again, because this is an originalist court that focuses on the text and the history at the time a law was enacted, that's where they're going to be focusing on what was the understanding of Congress and the people that ratified the 14th Amendment in the year of our Lord, 1868.
I am not a Supreme Court justice yet, but I think your argument really did sell me. Yeah, but the people that are also had a major ruling yesterday. The state of Colorado cannot enforce its conversion therapy ban, with Colorado people that live there because it violates the First Amendment. Specifically, how vital is this ruling? An 8-1 ruling. You got a couple of very, very liberal justices to buy in. How vital is this ruling to preserve free speech protections, which, as you well know, have been under attack so much in recent years? About 30 seconds to you, Mark.
Well, this is a very important ruling because Colorado basically said that therapists that do talk therapy are allowed to encourage someone to convert to a different gender, but they were not allowed to encourage someone to remain the gender that they currently were born into, let's say. This is a very big deal because if you allowed Colorado to define the ability to define what you're allowed to say because you have a professional license of any sort, that would have eviscerated the First Amendment for anyone, of course, that has some sort of professional license granted to the state. It would be a condition of getting that license to basically toe the politically correct line. And the Supreme Court says, no, can do. We're not going to let that happen. That would violate the First Amendment.
Yeah, I think it's so important to view this case not through the lens of conversion therapy, but really through the lens of what it means for the First Amendment. This is huge. It will have ramifications throughout our country for years to come. Mark Smith, great job. Appreciate all your insight on these very important cases.
Thanks, Todd.
Landmark oral arguments moments away on birthright citizenship. President Trump en route to that building.
We expect President Trump to leave any minute now to go to the Supreme Court. He is going to sit in.
I loved it. President Trump attends the Supreme Court oral arguments in the big birthright citizenship case this morning. And this underscored the stakes involved. And the liberal freakout was telling.
It seems like there's a potential he was trying to, intimidate this U.S. Supreme Court.
He decided to go sit and watch the Supreme Court. It does feel that way because it's an intimidation. If you look at
Ooh, he's sitting, watching. Ridiculous. But if there's any oral argument for President Trump to attend, it was this one. After all, what's more important than the question of what constitutes citizenship? Is it found in the anecdote described by author Peter Schweitzer in his book Silent Coup? As we sang Auld Lang Syne in the early morning of January 1st, 2025, the first American newborn of the year arrived to much fanfare and celebration. But this time, the baby was the progeny of Chinese citizens, and the mother had intentionally traveled to give birth on American soil so that the child would automatically be granted U.S. citizenship, a practice known as birth tourism. When such children turn 21, they can also apply for resident status for both of their parents. Now, although birth tourism data is not tracked by the feds, it should be, a Pew Center analysis found that in the year 2023, a staggering 320,000 babies were born to mothers of unauthorized immigrants or otherwise not U.S. citizens. So 9% of the total number of babies born in the U.S. So the birthright citizenship foolishness has also spawned a growing surrogacy scandal nationwide, where wealthy foreign elites essentially use domestic wombs to birth American citizens. One egregious case involves two Chinese nationals living in California who are creating their own little army of commies. So far, 26 and counting, all born to surrogates on American soil. The couple, by the way, owns $100 million in U.S. real estate holdings, and all the children will get U.S. passports thanks to so-called birthright citizenship. There are also allegations there of physical abuse.
Police in California raided the home of Gojun Shuin and Sylvia Zhang over allegations of possible child abuse. The couple's 21 children, mostly surrogate born, were taken into state custody as an investigation began.
Then they found there were 5 more over in Virginia. It's totally insane. Another Chinese billionaire exploiting birthright citizenship is said to have 100 kids by surrogacy. Zhu Bo is a video game exec, but this is a dangerous game for the United States. Since long before he became president, private citizen Donald Trump railed against the logic of this, conferring U.S. citizenship on those who are the children of illegal aliens or non-citizens. Crazy town. And in 2015, he went on to make this issue a cornerstone of his first campaign.
This is a ChatGPT for Airbnb. This new income assistant is trained to.
What happens is they're in Mexico, they're going to have a baby, they move over here for a couple of days, they have the baby. You don't walk over the border for one day and all of a sudden we have another American citizen. It doesn't work that way. Mexico doesn't do it. Other places don't do it. Very few places do it. We're the only place just about that's stupid enough to do it.
Oh, he was right. So the focus here is on the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, which was ratified in 1868, roughly 11 years after the landmark Supreme Court decision Dred Scott versus Sanford. Now, remember, that denied citizenship to African Americans. So the relevant part of the amendment reads as follows: all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. So the key phrase is subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Trump's Solicitor General, John Sauer, cited the congressional record from 1866.
One of the strongest statements of this is Senator Trumbull's statement that I quoted at the beginning, where he says, he's asked, what does that mean, subject to the jurisdiction thereof? And he says, it means not owing allegiance to anybody else. That is what it means.
Another interesting note, Senator Jacob Howard, one of the other co-sponsors of the Citizenship Clause, clarified what categories of people would be covered, saying that this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners and aliens. Now, that would seem to help the Trump administration's case here, but nevertheless, a majority of the justices did not seem inclined to limit or circumscribe birthright citizenship. Now, remember, there was no immigration law when the amendment was ratified, so there was no concern about illegal immigration back then. But now the abuses are widespread, and they're potentially catastrophic for the republic. This was Sauer sparring at one point with the Chief Justice.
We're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out, to where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
It is, and as Justice Scalia said, I think in the case that Justice Alito was referring to, you've got a constitutional provision that addresses certain evils, and it should be extended to reasonably comparable evils. He said that about statutory interpretation. I think the same principle applies here.
Now, a critical point also, the administration is not asking the court to overturn the 1898 precedent in the Wong Kim Ark case, where in that case, the court held that a child born in San Francisco to Chinese parents was a citizen. But instead, the administration wants to limit birthright citizenship because, again, in that case, this is key. The parents were both legal permanent residents or domiciled in America. But Justice Barrett did not seem convinced.
If you're looking at parents, and if you're looking at parents' domicile, then you have to adjudicate both residence and intent to stay. What if you don't know who the parents are?
I think there are marginal cases. That one, I think, has the benefit of being addressed in 1401F, where it talks about.
Yeah. But what about the Constitution?
Under the Constitution, it's. I mean, look, domicile is a constitutional standard in all kinds of other situations.
Well, and it's hard.
But then, well, it's hard. A lot of things are hard. Yeah. But then there were questions or comments from the most junior member of the court, specifically about the legal status of the parents.
Let me just ask you about why we wouldn't see in the 14th Amendment anything about parental allegiance. Several of my colleagues have talked about the fact that your view of this turns on what the status of the parents are and not the child, as would the born in the United States view of it. Can you help us understand why we wouldn't expect to see a mention of parents in the text of this amendment?
I think it was well understood that, for example, children cannot, newborns cannot form domiciles.
Okay. I hate when my kids say duh, but duh. I mean, does Justice Jackson even read the briefs? Or has she even read the Constitution, for that matter? Regardless of the ultimate outcome here, I'm glad that more Americans are seeing or hearing how our government really works or fails to work on these issues. Because as it stands right now, there is not a core base of elected power in our country that thinks your children have any more rights or any more protections than the child of a migrant born here the day after she crossed the border, her mother crossed the border illegally. A Congress that cared more about preserving the value of American citizenship, it would have clarified the citizenship clause long ago. Obviously, our forefathers did not anticipate that our government would be stupid enough to allow America to be invaded by hostile or fraudulent forces. So now, well, it's probably going to be up to the state or the federal government, Congress. Oh, good luck with that. The DOJ do everything in their power to crack down on these birthright abuses in any way they can. So if someone's intent in traveling here is to have a baby here, it's not for tourism and it's not for business. That should always be prosecuted as fraud. And obviously, it's imperative that the president not back off deporting as many illegals as possible, as fast as possible, because unless the court upholds his executive order, there will be tens of millions of new citizens born to the illegal immigrants who are here, who will then be entitled to all our benefits, schools, healthcare, et cetera, including voting rights. And we all know that's the holy grail for the Democrats. And that's the angle.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
If you're a man who makes at least $150K a year and you feel self-conscious about your gut sticking out, I'll get you shredded. Or
like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Have you ever wondered if you could make money with a drone? I mean, real money, like replace your job.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI
cat.
What freedoms? What freedoms? Bucky, what freedom? What freedom do you want? Pick and choose one, bro. There's plenty of them. Pick one. Pick one. What freedom do you not have, Bucky? That's the question. What freedom do you want that you don't have? Other than the obvious. What do you want to do in your day that you can't do? Are you not able to get up and leave your house every day and do what you want? Unless you're not in America, then, are you not allowed to say what you want? You're not allowed to do what you want? What freedom do you want, little Bucky? Huh? What freedom do you want, Bucky? We're all sitting here. Look, dude, it's for me, it's 7:39 a.m. What freedom would you like at 7:39 a.m.? You could walk out the door by 8 a.m., Bucky. What in the world would you do, buddy? Okay, freedom of not paying taxes. That's a good one. Because that is a joke. We shouldn't have to. Not to these stinking politicians. That's a good one. But that's a damn good one. I can't argue with that one. See, I'm not going to argue with that. That's a good one. I thank you for allowing the world to see how many Republicans think. I'm not a Republican, but you're welcome. She had already went home. Wait, she had already went to Home Depot for a load of lumber. Now I'm going back for school. Man, you stay moving, son. Yeah, freedom of not paying your taxes is a big one. Look, I would have no problem pitching in on my taxes if there wasn't such crooked politicians and it was going to actually benefit us. This is a dumb question that you're asking people. No, you're just dumb. It's not a dumb question. You're just dumb. Just like I said to the other person, you're just dumb, bro. What freedom do you want? Like, why is that hard to understand? Are you like, Do you have too many chromosomes and you just aren't able to figure it out? If so, we all will understand. You know, we get it. We get it. The tisms are real. Down, 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 baby. Don't. Are you down, baby? Are you getting down? I think you are. That's a dumb question. I don't know what to say. My down, down, down is kicking in. My downs are kicking in now, guys. I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn, what was my word for that? Remember we had a funny word the other day with that? Robert Downsy. Robert Downsy Jr. Your Robert Downsy is kicking in. That's what it was. Robert Downsy Jr. Your Robert Downsy was kicking in. All you Robert Downsy fools. Man, it's still raining here. You would think it would have stopped raining now. It's been about, I don't know, maybe like 18 hours of rain. I wonder if it's going to be warm today. I hope so, because, dude, it went from 80 to 42 degrees. Nah. I went from 80 to 42 degrees, dude. Craziness. Well, all I want to say to what we just witnessed or watched for the last little bit, what I do want to make my opinion on was with this birthright stuff. I think it's pretty obvious. If you were born here and you were here illegally, you're not a citizen. It says it right in the Constitution. I don't care how you put it. Now, I think somebody in the chat did say it, and they said it. If you've got a parent here and somebody comes over here illegally and you have a child, of course that child's legal because they have a birthright parent. But if both parents aren't here legal or aren't here as citizens, dude, I think common sense prevails. I don't even know why there's even a question. I don't get it. What's the question? The rain stopped about an hour and a half ago here, so heading your way, and it's supposed to be warm again today, probably high humidity. I'm assuming high humidity too, because it's been so rainy. Oh, great. Maybe I'll have to kick in the AC. I know it's going to be warm for a while now. I know by you, though, you guys get it warmer. You said it rained really hard. It's coming this way. It's been this way. So if it's coming harder, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Has everybody hit the like and sub? I'm like so close to 15,000 subs. I know I'm not going to get it this show because I'm about to get up out of here. But next one, I'm nailing it. It's happening for sure today. So, but man, I would like to thank all the people that are free-thinking Americans that were in the chat today and that, are able to take information in and digest it. Like the type of people I would like to have in my chat, not just a bunch of Robert Downsies hopping in the chat and they all say the same thing. And then you use your little group Epstein, what is it? Epstein Fury or Operation Epstein. Y'all are corny. Taco Trump, corny. What else? Orange Man bad, corny. Y'all need to come up with better stuff because you're corny, bro. Straight up. Super corny. Dizzle, you have a beautiful day, brother. Much love to you. Much love to you, bro. But yeah, you're corny, y'all. I'm 12 likes away from 400. If you think that these people in the chat that come in and say the dumbest stuff, hit the like button. Let's get this up to 400 real fast. I know y'all be sitting here reading these messages like, dude, how much dumber can these people get? For real. We're sitting here watching something with Sheriff Grady, and they're over here talking like the craziest stuff. Like, oh, trying to make it a racial thing. Bro, why can't you just look at things for what they are? Not always have some sort of victimized excuse. Always. It's the liberals that do it. It's the left. You guys aren't conspiracy theorists. You've never been good at that. Think about it. You guys all lined up and got the Fauci ouchie. You guys suck. You fail miserably. And I'll never forget that. You lost. You lost forever. So to sit back and think you've got things figured out, no, go get your booster. Go sit in your booster seat and go tell Grandpa Pfizer to help you out because you're scared, okay? It's okay. We all understand. You fell for it. It's all right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, damage. It's just like, dude, it's like they got hit with like 18 boosters and they're just like, Durr! Batman Orange! Have you seen my baseball? That's what you sound like in the chat. If there was a voice, that's what it would sound like. Imagine having to mod that every day. Bro, you guys are ill. You literally stand with people that crawl around on the ground like dogs in the middle of New York City, like 400 pounds with blue hair. What? That sing dumbass nursery rhymes and talk about kings when, like, dude, there's no king. You guys have no fight. You guys are fighting your own brain. You literally prance out men who dress as women to tell me how to vote and run my life. It's hilarious. You're a joke. You're a joke. And I said I wouldn't do this no more. I actually had a family member say, hey, you need to take it easy on these liberals. You know, you're being a little harsh to them. But you know what? Let them sit behind the laptop and read all their comments every day and see how they feel after because I never felt this way until about a year of you guys. Give me 1 year of reading your comments, and my disdain for your stupidity is crazy. And I still love you guys. That's the worst part, is I actually still love y'all. Dude, you guys are just demented. You have so much hate in your soul. I'm just annoyed by you. I don't care. You're a joke. Like, I laugh. I laugh when you get triggered when when Trump calls the Strait of Hormuz the Strait of Trump. That makes me laugh because I know you're like, inside. And that makes me laugh. That makes me laugh. And one last thing. You know what else makes me laugh? Is when you guys come in and say, oh, Trump's a dictator. No dictators. No dictators. But we support Iran. What? You support the regime of Iran, but you're screaming no dictators. Do you understand what that's like for people like me and Damage and the people that just sit around and read your comments and go, how dumb can they possibly get? It's crazy, right? It's crazy. 6 corporations. Well, since I didn't ask you that, guess what you can do? You could go sit in the corner. I don't give a I don't care, John. If I was talking to you, I would ask you. I wasn't. And the comment you just made was so dumb. You just made my point. Literally. Thank you. Now when I go to bed, dude, this is the same talking point. Corporations, bro. Go hug a freaking tree. Go hug a tree, bro. Exactly. Exactly. Basking in the non-existent rays of your own intelligence. Did you chat GPT that? Because I know your dumbass couldn't have typed that. For sure. Let me see you. You've had YouTube for 17 years? My gosh. 3.9 thousand subs. Let's see what type of content you do. Let's check you out there, Ruben. Let me see your channel. Trump, I love Christians. A year ago. Okay. Mark Lamborn, 191 videos. What type of crap is this? Hey, man, you're balling out, though. You got a whole... Yeah, man. Heck yeah, bro. You play the guitar? Is that you playing the guitar? Or is that your girlfriend? I can't tell the difference. Legit. I'm not being a dick. I'm just wondering. Trump cast vision for 24 and beyond. What a damn good one. Well, I just based in the non-existence of your YouTube channel. Keep it up, buddy. Ruben, I just checked it out for you. And you know what? You're doing great. You're doing good, Ruben. Keep it up. Your content is flabbergasting. You're just a whole plethora of out of your umbrella. What the fuck did you just say? President Donald J. George Washington Trump. Hey, I'll take that, Randy. If it's gonna make these libs cry, we'll take it. We'll take it. Honestly, we'll take it. Oh, hey Ruben, I'm still basking in my non-existent rays of intelligence. Honestly, dude, I've got more people sitting in the room right now than you've literally had in all your videos views, bro. I'm just saying. So go bask in that one, bro. I'm not even doing nothing but talking. Maybe you should choose some better content, man. I'm just saying. That liberal stuff, no one cares about, bro. That's dead, bro. For real. You just look crazy. I don't. And you can't even read. Yeah, no, you just typed a bunch of mumbo jumbo, and I decided not to. Again, let me go to your channel. What do you got popping? Anything? No. You ain't got nothing. What do I give a damn about you? Love them comments. Well, people are. Hey, it's what the point of me. Hey, I love it. Love it, bro. People are mad. People get so angry. Oh, does Mr. Donnie Trump get you a little triggered? Huh? Does Donnie Trump get you triggered? Oh, Mr. Donnie got you triggered. Here, let me help you out. Let me help you out with this. Here you go. Little Donnie Trump. Now you got somebody you could cry over. Now you have somebody you could cry for. Oh, little Donnie Trump. Little Donnie Trump here to trigger you. Love it. Love it. You're nobody. You're nobody. You're nobody. But yet, you're still in my chat. What does that make you? You're sitting in my chat like for a long time. So, what does that make you? I'm just wondering. I don't even know who you are, but you know who I am. So, I'm somebody. I like how that flipped. Stupid. You're nobody, bro. That's why I'm sitting here watching your show. Why I'm sitting here watching you. Man, that's deranged. That's a derangement syndrome. You people love to watch things you don't like. I love that. It's cute. You're cute. You're cute. You guys are cute. Honestly. You guys are just so cute. I wish I could be a liberal like you and be dumb. Oh, I bet you're making fun of me. That's why it's so corny. Bro, do you understand? I understand. There's like 3 of you, 2 of you, and you guys sound so effing corny. Nobody cares, dude. I'll tell you when. Watch this. I'm speaking like an adult right now. If you're too stupid to get it, then you shouldn't be here. Bye. Alvin, USA, baby. I don't want attention. I go live and you come to my chat. I don't know if you're talking to me, but you know. There you go. There's your answer for you, bro. Because like you said, none of this matters, right? Trump, none of this matters, right? Well, there's your answer. There's your answer, bro. Let me see what the poll is before I get up out of here, because I got to go. I think we smoked this one. And it was, do you support America? There was like 3,000 votes. I can't remember, but it was like 74 to 26 today. So, yeah, people were supporting America today. As far as freedoms go, it's 91%. I mean, dude, it's not even a question. What's up, Bay Area? Yeah. Yeah, we got like almost 2,500 votes and 9%. So like maybe like 12 of you don't want, like, either you're trolling, you're hating, or you just don't want your rights. I don't care. Either one. Is there 7 of y'all that can smash the like real fast before I get up out of here? Get me up to 400 real fast. Looking out from my window onto the sea. Nice. Nice. Looking out your window at the ocean's gotta feel good. I don't care if you're in Cali. I still forgive you, Alvin. I still love you, bro. For real. I should be ranting and raving, but I'm not because I don't care. 5 more likes, y'all. Come on. 5 more likes in 2 minutes. Can y'all get it to happen? I think you guys could do it. Come on, help me out. $5 edibles for 300 milligrams. Damn. That's what's up. It's cheaper to get 300 milligrams of edibles than a gallon of gas. Alvin, that's good. It's like if you go to Michigan, it's like about that for 200. You can get 200 for $3. So yeah, you can get about the same deal. Nice. Hope you have a great day, bro. For real. Hope you have a great day, man. Like nothing like a good edible in the morning with your coffee. So if you're drinking coffee, it's a great day. It is a great day when you've got some good coffee and edibles. May I ask, what kind of, did you say gummies? Yeah. Oh no, you said edible. What kind are you eating on? Gummies? Bro, what do you like? Obviously, they're probably gummies because they're that cheap. Have you ever gotten a star of death, bro? I'm not on the West Coast, so I never got the chance to get a star of death. Butter. Love me some butter, brother. It's the best way. Either butter or like in like the granulated sugar that you could just like scoop it out, put it in your drink or whatever. That's the way to rock and roll. Butter and gummies. Breakfast of champions. Put that butter right on top of your pancakes, homie. Get your day going. Get your day going. Man, I will say this. I planned my whole night around this I'm going to say it was kind of stupid. The 9 o'clock speech. Go Trump and all, but bro, I wanted to do my show at like 2 in the afternoon so I could watch the Indians game. And I'm like, oh, I'm just going to wait till 9, do it all at one time. Blase, blase. And he talked for like 18 minutes, dude. That was not worth wasting my day over. Like I could have done like no. 18 days. Oh yeah, it is 18 days. Best believe I'll be doing a 420 special. It might be my come out special. Like go watch my old ones. Go watch my old ones. Wait, isn't it almost is it almost that time on the West Coast? If it is, I might be able to bless y'all real fast. Did y'all bless me with the likes? 3 likes away. Come on, y'all bless me with 3 likes before I get up out of here. We almost there. Ah. Who else we got up in here? Who else is in here? How did SB make it in here? Bye, SB. Enjoy your life in prison. Enjoy being just keep watching, bro. Keep watching. Thanks for the fun. Have a great day from the YouTube headquarters CEO. Yo, have a great day, brother. Have a great day. Too bad the YouTube CEO would never do nothing fun like that. I am honestly convinced that the CEO of YouTube is a bot. I've never, bro, the only time I ever speak to real people is like over money. Other than that, I don't think real people even exist. And you got to go through Google to even do that anyways. I don't know if real people even exist at YouTube. For real. Come on, y'all. Smash these. Let's smash this like, what am I, 2 away? 3 away, y'all. Three away. So y'all make it happen. 3 likes. There's 124 people. 3 likes. Make it happen. What else? What else? Does anybody know who won the Indians game? Let me check real fast. Indians played the Dodgers. Oh, I asked somebody earlier. They're like, oh, they didn't play today. Yeah, they did. Didn't they? Did they play the Dodgers today last night? Yeah, we beat the Dodgers. Indians beat the Dodgers today. Yeah, boy. Go Uber stuff. Yeah, they did. They beat the Dodgers today. Last night, not today. Last night. I'm sorry. Last night. It's still today for me. When I get up out of here, I'm going to sleep. So it's still tonight for me. I started my night at 9. At 9. So, you know. 1 like away. Love you guys. You guys are awesome. We'll get it. 1 more like. I'm about to get up out of here. Hopefully get me some good sleep. Kind of hungry. Which, you know, hoping it's a beautiful, nice day outside today. But I really do appreciate all the people that are keeping it real in this bad boy. We're in a day of age where it's real hard for free thinkers, and the people keep it real. And the ones that stick around don't say much, but they pop in and do their thing, man. I really appreciate y'all because I know you're out there. I know you've been sitting there. I know you're chilling. Some of y'all just listen. And I love that, though. And y'all know when I start yelling, it's because people are saying stupid stuff. And one more thing. When people yell at like, oh, bro, you blocked my comment. Yeah, block comments, bro. Read the rules before you pop in, right? But check it. YouTube blocks comments. If it's anywhere sus, they will block the comment. They will block your comment. They block my own. Like, I get my own comments blocked that I'm trying to send to you guys. So I got to get around the algorithm just like you. So, like, y'all start yelling at me, and it's like, no, dude. YouTube literally will hold your comment, and I can't block it if I want to. It's just being held. And that happens all the time. It's not like, it's like happens all the time. It happens to me. I'll tell Ryan to go ahead and like I'll be like, yeah, get these dudes. And I'm talking about modding, and like they won't even let me put that in there, you know, because they think I'm like starting something, and I'm just telling them to mod, you know. So YouTube be doing things to all of us, and somehow I get the grunt of it. Like, dude. And then as soon as you say something to me, though, dude, like, why did you do this to me? Like, why'd you block my? I'm gonna block it, bro. I don't care. I'm gonna troll. If I know it's gonna irritate you, I'm gonna do it, dude. Unless I truly like you and you're making like a contribution to the topic, then yeah, I'm gonna troll you. So yeah, you come at me like, hey, bro, why did you block my comment? I'm gonna block it just to laugh. I'm just letting you know. That's how I do things, dude. That's how I do things. Anybody that watches me knows that. I want to come on camera. What up, y'all? What's going down? What's going down? The sun is coming out. The sun is finally coming out, it looks like. The grass is finally turning green. I was just saying yesterday to my sister, I was like, dude, it is not even close to spring. Like, there's nothing's budding on the trees, nothing. And as soon as I said that, I looked at the trees today and they were straight budding. I'm like, wow. It like literally happened that fast. They started budding that fast. So never got the 400. One more like. What? Dude, what else? What else is funny? What else do I got? I don't know. I don't really got too much else, y'all. What else did we watch tonight? Oh yeah, we watched Sheriff Grady. There's always something to learn from him, dude. Always. His stories are off the hook. I highly suggest, if you haven't, go watch Sheriff Grady. And I am going to, from now on, start finding other sheriffs that are like him and playing like-minded stuff so that you guys could see how important it is to vote for your sheriff. It's the most important thing to vote for. We argue over voting for the president. In my opinion, your local sheriff is more important because they actually might do something for you. So, watching Sheriff Grady, watching the dude from Minnesota, watching the dude from Indiana, watching the dude from Cali, watching the dude from Ohio, watching the dude from, you start to see that how important it is to have a good sheriff. Because they will have your back. Or they could be crooked and really ruin your town. That's why it's so important to vote a good sheriff in. Because they could be crooked too. And really, really ruin you. So, you got to be very careful. Same with city council, same with what teachers you have around. You guys got to pay attention to your local politics. If that's what, if you guys are into that, that's what you got to pay attention to. That's what I'm going to say. Like, that's what y'all got to pay attention to is your local politics. What is, you have Netflix stocks, you got gold, you got Waymo, Uber stocks. That's what's up, Alvin. What's your best one, dude? I read that wrong, dude. What's your best stock, bro? What gets you the most money? If I were gonna invest in anything, what would you guys suggest? Anything right now? Is there anything worth investing in? Probably AI, right? Some sort of AI. That would be my bet. If I was going to invest on anything, it would probably be like something AI, bro, because everything's going to be AI eventually. But my brain goes, I think the stock market's just, it's not, I think it's bogus. I think it's a dream. It's bogus. But I've never made money on it, so I'm gonna sound ignorant to that because I've never made money on it. So until I make money on it, that's just how I feel. I feel like it's manipulated. I feel like the people that are in that type of game, you can't trust them. It's a dirty, dirty game, I would say. You know? How many of y'all actually do stocks? Like, I bet a lot of you guys do, because I have like my audience is kind of an older audience. Y'all are like in your 50s, 60s. At least that's what YouTube tells me. So if that's the case, then I'm sure you guys got all types of stuff. But gold, silver, that's kind of where I'm at. But it's got to be physical gold, Alvin. It's got to be physical gold. I don't want a piece of paper saying that I own gold. I want the gold. It blows my mind when people have physical, that people have a physical paper as their gold. Like, what is that going to do for you if the market, like, it's nothing. The award for the orangiest. Oh my gosh, I'm pinning this, dude. I am pinning your comment. You're so dumb. You actually are getting your comment pinned if I can. How can I pin you? It won't even let me. The award for the orangiest. Bro, goodbye. The award for the orangiest. That was so corny. All right, y'all. I'm done. Once I read something called the orangiest, I know it's time for me to get up out of here. Much love. Have a great day. God bless America. God bless you guys. God bless. God bless. Oh, man, I know why my stuff has been acting real goofy. Because I didn't have my other thing off. Man, oh, man. But y'all be good. God bless. Peace out.